screen. There you go. Unless you meant me reading the trophies is a day in Japan. Which would be the day too. Of me reading them. I'm gonna go grab some food real quick. Be right back. Okay, get some good food. I have been stalked by a woman and it turns out she just really likes my hair. That's a very weird way to indicate that you really like someone's hair. Oh, no one's stalking me for my hair. I'm a guy with long dyed hair. And I'm not a guy with not dyed hair. Someone said sure I should send them. It's somewhere. Somewhere. Scrolling. There. No, wait, that Todd, no! I think she has anxiety or crash. Those are very different things. How dare you do this? Either way, it took her half a day to actually speak to me. Still, I don't feel that's well. Anyway, some network issues. Well, hello, Todd. You want me to say that you are a good fox, I see? Yes, Todd, you are a good fox. You're such a good fox. You're a really good fox. Is that good? Yes. Yes, you are. You're a good fox. You thought crashes. No, you didn't. Hello, Bon, hello, Sail. Oh, it's bikini time. So, I am now in game. There we go. You can prick your finger, but you should always be careful if you finger your prick. Well, if you say so. Rana Fox Wisdom. You can prick your finger, but you can't be a prick with your finger. There was some other one I was thinking of, but no, you can't finger your prick. Okay. Okay. Cause you'll prick your finger again. What? The Prick's fingers. Well, what kind of fingers are we talking about? So, anyway. Enough of that nonsense. Let's actually do what it was scheduled to do. Fingers! But I have a whole gallery here. Sorted by game. Anyway, let's do all of these. Only scroll faster. Yes, and here's where we started. Stop. They went through the Kirby stuff. I was going to enter Earthbound. And that's where I've stopped. I have the document here with all the trophies in case I want to note something, but for now, thank you for the summary, Abs. Let's send a message. I need to take note of what did I say? Yeah, here we go. I'm always ready to touch your bunny, especially the belly, your favorite part. So, here we go. Here is... Nice. Nurse is a young boy who's mastered the psychic power known as Psi or PSI or Psi, depending on who you ask, I guess. Nurse was living a normal life in the suburbs of Onnet or Want, which I think is a former. Oh, no more tummy for you to rub. Until a meteor crashed into a nearby mountain and sent him on a wild adventure. The force of the impact of that meteor just sent him out of his house. I don't know. This would be the second game, Mother 2, which was then renamed Earthbound, while Mother 1 was not released. I don't remember which of the two games this was, because you start off, the main character starts off naked and runs around, which they, in the North American release, changed to pajamas. Now daddy. What a silly idea they had. I don't know if you'd leave the building or if you'd put on clothes first. Run around town naked. Anyway. Believing the ultimate powers of wisdom, courage, and friendshipness proves that some heroes come in small packages. First game was Earthbound, not released in Europe, as it says. In that case, it actually doesn't have a title, but I guess they go with the North American title instead of a Japanese title, even though both titles are, well, in English. Because Mother... Oh, this is reset button, I guess. This is Switch model, which I don't want. This is Zoom. I haven't touched this controller in a long while. So, similar to the other one, it actually has some texturing there. It has a very wide short. Oddly wide. No texture on this shoes. I mean, there's the laces, but that's not how laces work. One upon the shoe critic. There we go. Now we can zoom in on the laces here. Because when you end up here, well, I guess they are crisscrossing underneath, but that's an interesting way of doing shoes. Okay, so yeah, okay. Anyway, looking closely at the shoes. Get some feet here. Front one is a Hamkin Sweetie Bean. Hamkin? Thank you, kitty. But how cute is Cutie? How cute is Ponton today? Let's move on to the next character. Paula. Paula is a Thai master. She used her incredible psychic abilities to coolness from afar. Let's rescue Paula, from the blue-stained clutches of the happiest cult, and she became integral to his Earthbound adventure. Originally, Ness didn't know either PK Thunder or PK Fire, so Paula probably taught him these techniques. Well, as I've understood it, in the game, Ness can't use PK Thunder or PK Fire, but Paula can use them. So for Smash Bros, they just made it up that, well, Ness was taught these abilities. First released with Earthbound, not released in Europe. Here, the character is very blushy cheek and a single eyelash. Whoops, switching characters, spoilers. They'll not use the controls. And a tied bow on the back. Something like the bow is very highly detailed, but the rest is not. Here's another bow. So many bows. And a layered hair. Very nice. And of course, because you're curious, there's nothing under the dress. It's just solid block like every other 3D model here. You're not going to get any pants in this game. And a bag. And actually, the shoes this time around are 3D with the laces for some reason. Not on this. And there's a bit of 3D here, which again wasn't on this. But that's but as much as you get. Now, Jeff. Another of Ness' close friends in Earthbound. Is in Earthbound? Is Earthbound the name of the place? Or in the game Earthbound? Jeff is the only son of the famous scientist Dr. Donut. I'll take an order of hot dog and donut. Jeff is a mechanical genius, able to turn common broken tools into complex weapons, like the hungry HP sucker. And the slime generator. That doesn't sound good. He's a bit on the shy side, but incredibly intelligent and brave in the heat of a battle. Don't bring him out in a cold battle. First appearance in Earthbound, not released in Europe. He also got some blushy cheeks, but he actually has a 3D mouse. That is about as detailed as on Paula. And a very interesting looking gun. He also got a bow. But this would be a... whatever you call that. Bow tie. A hand in the pocket. But I assume there is not a hand. Because there's not even space for a hand. No. God is doing that. Look, shoes, and again made it in 3D for some reason. Don't know why. They're not texturing though. Moving on to Pooh. Oh, I was supposed to read first, which is an interesting choice of a name. But it's the original Japanese name. They call one character Pooh in Japanese, which makes sense. But then you bring it to English. Pooh, the crown prince of the mysterious eastern country of Dalam, joined Ness after completing rigorous training in his home country. While he doesn't stand out among Ness' friends, well, I guess he does because he dresses in like white and black and stands out. His vast experience and strong willpower make him a key to their success. Who can assume the form of an enemy, gain its powers? That sounds like he would stand out quite a bit. First parents are parents, not really near. He also got blushy sheet, but he doesn't have a 3D mouse. It's all 2D crown and all hair is tied up, I guess, in an interesting shape. Look, he also got a bow for some reason. I was gonna say clips through, but I guess that's not the case. Just these tiny holes in it. And basically no details on his shoes, but that might just be what the shoes, like this style of shoes are like. No texturing either. Very wide trousers. Mr. Saturn. The origins of the Mr. Saturn race are unknown, but many believe they came from outer space. Why call it Mr. Saturn? That's a very weird name for a species. You can't be looking at a guy's waist and say tiny. Wait, I didn't say tiny. Well, I did say tiny holes, but I was talking about the bow. I think you're taking this thing I said out of context. They reside in Saturn Valley and speak their own unique language. Mr. Special is merely Mr. Saturn is just another item with which to pelt foes. These guys are laid back and not into fighting, so you can rest easy. Or can you? First parents in Earthbound, not really near. I'm teasing and no, not teasing. Those are some blurry textures. But 3D whiskers, big snout, tiny feet, and also a bow on another whisker for some reason. Hair strand, a bow. Basically, Ness doesn't have a bow. I guess unless you count the tied shoelaces as bows as well. In that case, you also have bow on. Every good character, or like non-evil character, has a bow. The eyes saw a killer, exactly. Watch out. Starman, not confused with the other Starman. Just one kooky subset of the diverse cast of enemies in Earthbound. These strange creatures are alien to the employ of Gaigas or whatever. Gaigas. Depending on if it's Japanese or not. Variations of the Starman race include Starman. Wow, what a variation. Starman Jr., Starman Deluxe, and Starman Super. They all use psi powers, but their strength differs depending on the level on which they're found. I would assume so. First, parents in Earthbound, not really in Europe. It's very basic. Okay, let's have quite a texture now. A lot of weird textures. Like the mesh. Looking at the crotch. Um, Looking at the hand here, rather, the texture looks very messed up. But these designs really. But I guess there's not much other details. Very lumpish juice things. But yeah, not much goes on with that model. UFO at the beginning of Earthbound. Well, a good thing you don't spoil anything about it later on. This flying saucer appears along with the ominous message: "The war against Gigas," or whatever it is. Adding to the mystery are three more UFOs which fly amok in the skies over on it. How all of these alien crafts are connected is anyone's guess. Maybe they're from the same species. Maybe they're from the same army. In Super Smash Bros. Melee, this slippery UFO appears on the fourth level. First appearance in Earthbound, not released in Europe. Thank you, sir, but for removing spammers. So this is more of a Western style UFO, as they would phrase it as. Even though they use the term Western to mean United States. I know Western is supposed to refer to Central, Western, Southern Europe, and the Northern America. That's what Western is supposed to mean, but after watching certain content, some people just use Western to mean. Well, sometimes they use Western to mean not Japanese, but they only refer to the United States. So, what is a basic UFO? Not much to say. Hydrate, that sounds like a good idea. Okay. Hydrate done. Hello, Winter, Willow. Which do you prefer? I don't remember. I guess Willow would be your first name, Winter would be your second name. Or last name. We got some weird ideas of alien space. There are some ideas. There's a lot of saucers. But otherwise like fantasy, sci-fi and stuff do have some creative ideas sometimes for alien things. But for the generic alien, unless it's a specific species, seems to be like sorceries. Yeah, Willow, definitely first name. Okay, good. Let's see if I can remember that. Mars. Okay, I guess we're done with Earth by now. The betrayed prince of the kingdom of Altea, the blood of the hero Anri, flows that's not what it says. It flows in Mars' veins. I mean, it still means the same. He was forced into exile when the kingdom of Dolwa invaded Altea. Or Altea, I guess it would be. Then, wielding his divine sword, Falchion, he led a revolt and defeated the dark dragon Meadows. Just random words all over this whole descriptions. Meadows. Afterwards, Altea was annihilated by King Hardin of Akanea. Oh, well, that's a shame. Well, good thing he was exiled. He wasn't there to be annihilated. I guess. There's probably some game I should play. Because it's like a strategy, and that might actually fit into my type of games I would play. I haven't played any strategy games though. Oh. Because it's like turn-based strategy. I think it would work for me. Anyway, first appearance in Fire Emblem, Japan only. Only Japan, not anywhere else in the world. Not China, not Korea. It's a very, like, when it comes to these playable factors, they're like the basic model is very, very basic. I assume it's because they want to replicate how they looked in the original game, although the original game was sprite based, so they made a 3D rendition of it. Maybe from like the portrait used in game or like on the cover art. There was some splashes of green there. Maybe that's to reflect the weird painting they do on local models. The shoes are quite detailed. Hello, texturing on the underside. It's funny. Like Sakurai once said in one of the videos that he gets 3D models or like figures for the characters he wants to put in a game so he can look at the models. Like it's a different medium of the character. And he says like he wants to look at the underside of the shoes for the characters. Because that part has to be modeled too. And I mean, you can still do that with a 3D model too. You would extract the 3D model from the game. And yeah. Roy, the son of the Lord of Farai Principality, or is it just Farai? Roy was studying in Ostia when the kingdom of Bern invaded League of Lycia. His father fell ill at this time, so Roy assumed leadership of Farai's armies. Fares. Whatever. After his fateful meeting with the princess Guinevere, his destiny became inextricably linked, whatever that word is, with the fate of the entire continent. This is for future release. Didn't they have the name of the game? No, you could just put the name of the game even if it's a future release. You put the name of the game and then you write future release below. But was it? I mean, technically, wasn't the original Fire Emblem was released at some point. Well, he got some spiky hair. That's a lot of hair. Basically, similar cape style. He got his heated sword. They even added the details of it being attached. Very nice. Gloved hands with no fingertips. Detailed shoes. These shoes are even more detailed. With even textures on the underside. Wow! Redeem Tamarab? Yes, do that. Redeem Tamarab, redeem Tamarab, redeem Tamarab. We will do that, Wada Bunny. I mean, you have to change my outfit first, but then you can redeem it and redeem it and redeem it. And Orimian gets an apple. No, not like that. No! Not that actually. All other, you have so many of these choose from. Even the bunny seed will work. You can't touch the tummy, but what the bunny got a strawberry. Orimian redeeming the fruits first so he doesn't get punished. I will punish you. I'll give you a flower as your first redeem. They will give you 28 of 27 or whatever it is. Moving on. Oh, was that all there was with Fire Emblem? Funpun is 100% cute today. Oh my. I wasn't first with 100%, but congratulations, Funpun. You win. What do I win? I don't know. Should you win something for getting 100%? I mean, Kitane can't get 100%. Yeah, you should probably not get something for a Kitane is 140% Kitane, and Riven is 99% Kitane. Oh my. That's a cute Riven. 99 factorial. No, just kidding there. Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur is, I thought it was a species of R, the Bulbasaurs are a cute Pokemon born with a large seed firmly affixed to its back. The seed grows in size as the Pokemon does. Along with Squirtle and Charmander, Bulbasaur is one of the 3 Pokemon available at the start. At the beginning of Pokemon Red and Blue, it evolves into Ivysaur. You don't want to mention the next evolution? It evolves into Ivysaur, then Venusaur. First appearance in Pokemon Red and Blue. There we go. Yep, there we go. There's the face. Got some tiny teeth. Got a blurry face. And a bulbous thing. Not much of a detailed butt though. Claws. There's not much to look at this model list there. There's some spots here and there. There's a butt spot. I spotted the butt. Well, someone spotted the butt at least. Venusaur. Where was this related to Bulbasaur? Evolving from Ivysaur. Well, I guess I got the answer there. It's still according to the game good. And this deceptively toxic Pokemon has a huge flower on its back that emits a cloying fragrance. What is cloying? Whoever wrote this text is quite cloy. Okay, I should have to look up cloying now. What is cloy? It's not an adjective. I used it in an adjective way. To fill up or choke up or stop up. To clog, to glut, to satisfy the appetite. To fill, to loathing, to surfeit. So if you are cloy, that means that you are filled up, choked up, stop up. Well, I guess whoever wrote, yeah, I'll still use this as an adjective then. Whoever wrote this, this text is quite cloy. Brussels sprout. Oh yeah, this Brussels sprouts. That's what the first one is called. Yes, I remember. Cute emote. Excessively sweet, rich, or sentimental, especially to a disgusting or sickening degree. Wait. Chloe? It pretty much means it uses it as bait. Ooh. I was helped with cloying. Yeah. Interesting that the cloying and Chloe aren't seem to be related then. Why am I missing something? The Sentinel lulls its enemies into a state of calmness. Venusaur's flowers synthesizes sunshine into pure energy for its solar beam move with a capital S. I mean, Venusaur with a capital V as well, so. And also grass with a capital G. They're just putting capital letters wherever they feel like. Think of grass type Pokemon and the Venusaur comes first. Wait. No. If someone were to say like, think of a grass type Pokemon, I would say like Gardevoir, which I know is not a grass type Pokemon. But that was the first Pokemon that came to my mind. First appearance in Pokemon Red and Blue, which makes sense because it's an evolution of Bulbasaur, which was in the first game. While they have, oh look, they have actually slightly detailed, but slight. There's a lot of warts or whatever, not on the other side. Claws. The mouse is more detailed and so wide, such a wide face. They're quite a detailed flower, but then like the ears are, well, the ears are ears. Can I put the focus on the ears? kind of hard to see the ears. So there we go. The ears are just a badly placed texture. It's not even straight. It's like, unless it's supposed to look like that. It looks so weird. Anyway, enough criticizing these models. Yeah, it makes a sweet fragrance. Draws his inspiration and eats it. So Venusaur is a carnivore. Well, I was thinking grass type would be herbivore, but I guess they can be carnivores too. I mean, I guess there are carnivores plants, so. Love Shamas likes. Okay, kitty. Thank you for being here and chatting. Have a nice lurking. Thank you for lurking. If someone says, think of a grass Pokemon, I think of Weed Cat. Brigatito. Yes, that's a good one. That's a good one. Charizard. It's hard to believe, but this massive clay Pokemon evolves from the tiny Charmander. Not really, because, you know, the massive Venusaur evolves from the tiny Bulbasaur. Not only can it fly at heights over or 500 feet. Oh no, we got the units. Well, I did say I was going to... You know what that means? I have to check what they translated that into the other languages. Considering, if someone wasn't aware of that, in the original Japanese version, I assume, I think I checked that. I don't remember if it actually said that curve was 20 centimeters or not, which in the English version, because there's only one English version until Brawl or Wii U. Don't know which was the first one, where they actually added British English. This, but they at some point actually added British English. Because they started doing that at the Wii era, somewhere during the Wii era, I don't remember. I assume Smash Bros was quite early, so I guess Brawl does not have British English. I would assume that, so you won't get British English until the Wii U version. Anyway, that's besides the point. They have changed some stuff to match the European version, so like the European releases of games and stuff. But they have not changed the units. I assume that is because United Kingdom still uses these English units from time to time. But they kinda, I don't know, forgets that Europe consists more than like the only way that kind of mentality would make sense is that while the English version will only be used by United Kingdom and Ireland, I guess. And everyone else in Europe would not use the English version because no one else speaks English as their second language. Like, sure, Sweden, which Nintendo officially releases games in, has Swedish obviously as a national language, which the games are not translated to, and English is the only language, I think, that is mandatory in school to learn as the second language. But no, obviously we'd use the German version of the game. No, and Nintendo still does this to this day, by the way. I assume. They did that up to Wii U and 3DS, I think. I don't know if they still do that on Switch. No, I think depends on the... I know this has nothing to do with the trophies, but as I said, from some point during Wii, they started doing British English, and then depending on the developer within Nintendo, they sometimes make the British version have metric units, basically putting the original values back, or they don't. They use metric, and I find it weird because, I mean, if they do, like, because it's still Nintendo. So Animal Crossing would be one game that does not offer metric in English. that is developed by Nintendo. Although I'm playing Smash Bros, which is not developed by Nintendo, I still, to this day, not streamed a single Nintendo developed game on stream. Well, streamed on stream, I guess that was. Anyway, let's see what we wrote here, by the way. Venusaur is basically a giant frog with a flower in its back. Frogs eat anything they can get into their mouths. Fair enough. And even then, try to eat anything that moves in if it's too big. They are silly frogs. Think of that, pets. So yeah, no, I just think Nintendo could be a bit better because they're putting in the effort to. They make the original metric version, putting the effort to convert all the units for the North American release, and then puts in the effort to converting all the units for the non-English languages. Again, back to metric, but leaves English as it is for the European release, despite, like, I would say most people in Europe that has, because it's not the only, because here's the thing. Even people who speak German might still speak English as a second language, who might still pick English as the language they play the games in. So even though German is available, they might still pick English, and this of course applies to everyone who Spanish speaking, French speakers, and so on. Even if their language is available, they might still use English. But some games are like, well, in that case, you don't get metric, and I find that silly. So, yeah, in that case, you kind of have to use your. But that's besides the point. I just find it a bit weird they couldn't just put in that slight extra effort into it. But anyway, I wasn't even done with this description reading here. But his flaming breath is hot enough to reduce almost anything to ashes in seconds. The flames at the end of a Charizard's tail are said to be a fairly accurate barometer of its power. Well, yes, there is the first appearance in Pokemon Red and Blue. So there is these two ideas about the flame on the tail. Either the flame on the tail dictates its health, or your effect on the tail flame affects its health. Can be both ways, but like if it's healthy, it grows flames brighter. But if you also prevents it from flaming bright, it will affect its health. It could be both ways. Well, it has a big tongue. It's a detailed tongue. Look at this detailed tongue. Whoever made that tongue did a good job on it. Here we got the butt. Oops, that's not the wrong right character. There's nothing else. This is very, very basic. Texture-wise, really basic. Got some claws. Got some gradient for the fire. Is there any other, like the eyes, the tongue? Okay, the inside of the mouth, the tongue, the eyes, and the flame are the only parts I can see that they've used the texture on. The rest, while most likely a texture could be done through vertex colors, which I did on the previous game. Very basic model. Lick, here he's licking. As I said, because I'm silly like that, because I find it so interesting, I like to check how they translate units. Because sometimes, that was the point I was never finishing. Because in the original Smash Bros. For Kirby, in the Japanese version, I think it said that Kirby is 20 centimeters. Kirby is 20 centimeters. In the English version, they converted it to 8 inches, which is only one English version. But then in the German translation, they changed presumably 8 inches to 80 centimeters. Kirby suddenly became 4 times as large, as it should be. Because here it says 1,400 meters. What is the original value? I can't even check that. Because the problem is, if I were to check out Charizard on Bulbapedia, I would get the English version, which is converted value. It says 1,400 meters, but if that's what the original Japanese version says, or if that's the converted value from feet, just rounded to 100, that I can't tell, because if it's 1,400 or 1,500, I'm unable to tell. And that's why I should be able to check the Japanese version of, because there's like a Japanese version of the Pokemon Wiki, and it should probably give me, because the German version here says 1,400 meters. For some reason, the Japanese version is not loading. Why is it not loading? It's an unsafe website? What? You need a safe website. Okay, apparently I'm not allowed to check because it doesn't even... Oh, it's loading. Oh, it's slow for sure. Okay, do I have Pokédex entries here then? That moves. Other info. Probably where you can find it. Trivia. Wait, no Pokédex entries? If I search for 00. Oh, here we go. Okay, I guess Pokédex entries is listed as the general information here then. No, I guess no, here's Pokédex entries. Okay, it does say 1,400. That's the original value. Okay. Okay. Point is, German one got it right. I don't like when you go into, if you leave this menu, go back into the menu, it switches back to the sort mode for normal. I want it set to game. But every time I leave and come back, it resets it. It doesn't matter until I go back to yeah. So in French, it clearly says 1,400 meters, and they do write the Pokemon names in capital letters in some languages and lowercase letters in other languages. That is to reflect on how they write it in the games, because in the games they wrote all the Pokemon names in full capital letters, so they reflect that in some of the languages here. 1,400 meters, metros would be right, because it's this Spanish. They seem to get that correct with our language. I guess it's just the first game being the one they didn't put the care into, but here 1,400 metri. Okay, looks like they know what to do. They got everything correct there. And also, I think I looked up a few jobs about. Wait, I don't think I confirmed the language change. Kind of hard to see because all the menu options are in English, regardless of which language you pick, which is very weird. Metrov. I got. Where can I find the Metrov? Moving on then. Squirrel. Retreating into its shell and spitting water at its foes is Squirtle's trademark response to danger. Wow, it's got trademark on that? I know they don't mean that literally. Sorry, you can't do that, despite you being a turtle with water spitting. You cannot retreat into your shell and spitting water at foes. That's a trademark of a different species. It's one of 3 Pokemon that trainers can receive from Professor Oak in Pokemon Red and Blue. Squirtle evolves into a Wartortle and then Blastoise, not sure why you didn't say that with Bulbasaur, but okay. Ramping up its water power with each evolution. First in Pokemon Red and Blue. This one is a bit more detailed because you got the eyes, mouse. You're not getting any 3D tongues this time though. And both sides of the shell. But you do get a hole in the shell for the tail. Wow. Don't have that for any other part because I mean maybe they still have it if you zoom into it. Nope. They didn't texture any holes. Oh they did. Wow. Did they just reuse the shell from Koopa Troopas? I did. There are some holes. Don't quote me on all this stuff I said about holes. Zooming in on its butt to look at its hole. Anyway. Blastoise. Or as some, because there was a Swedish dub that didn't said Blastoise. Not of this TV show, but of other media, I think. I don't know how they say it in the TV show though. Anyway, this dub said Blastoise, reading it as it was a French name. And yeah, I think that's neat. It's not Blastoise, it's Blastoise. And if that actually would be the official Swedish pronunciation of the name, that would be kind of neat. Blastoise is the next evolutionary step after Wartortle, where Wartortle, the thick jets of water they shoot from the cannons. Why do you use they for this one and not it? On their backs are strong enough to cut through steel plating. When in danger, they hide inside their armored shells, but you're not allowed to shoot water, because that is trademarked. Blastoise is so popular among trainers that it's considered a definite water type. Pokemon Red and Blue. How is it so popular when it's so... Oh, I guess that's why. Because it's so rare. Anyway, it's going to play ads. I will have to take a break and then we'll continue after the ad. Continue after... in a very short moment. Anytime, ads are going to play. And I'll be right back. Well, looks like we got some weird text here. Walls of text for some reason. 1.17 sword, 1.17 sword, 1.17 sword. Yeah, I'm not going to read all that. Those doesn't count as emote usage, I think. I will assume not. There is Pon Pon. Copying from chat is something weird. Had to copy from clipboard and copy it from textbook. Yeah, weird stuff. And we got 40 seconds left. Do, 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 do. Ten seconds left. Cucumber for Willow. Hello, Portugal, and we're currently next for another 5 seconds. Let's go back to the game. So where was I? I did read that text, so let's look at the model, which is very textured. This one probably has textures on every single part, on every single polygon. And by texture, I mean it cannot be a solid color, even though it's technically textured. You probably have some polygons there that are solid color, something here with pure black. So while it's technically still a texture, I'm not sure if I would count that as being textured, if not even using the texture. I know it technically is, but I'm speaking technically. Well, it's very detailed. Not sure how much I have to say about it though. Clefairy. Clefairy are very cute. Well, I think they... No, I don't remember which... They use plurals in the first... I know they use plurals of Pokemon names in the first generation, then they stopped doing it for some reason. I think they should do it again. Clefairies are very cute Pokemon, which makes them popular pets. However, as they're only found in a few areas, it takes a lot of work to find one. I don't think I can kill one. Strangely enough, legend has it that Clefairy are more active during the full moon. Why is that strange? These Pokemon are known to use Metronome, a move that unleashes a randomly selected technique. Or move. First seen in Pokemon Red and Blue. That's the face. This is the first Pokemon with a 2D mouse. Just flat textured. It got some white feet for some reason. It's not like it's just a claw on the front, it's just the whole underside is white too. It got tiny wings, kind of like a bow, a swirly tail. Very neat. Brown ears. Swirly front. What are you? A Jigglypuff? A very weirdly shaped Jigglypuff? Electrode. Wait, I didn't change to... Oh no. Now I need to go back. I forgot to change back to game. Okay, we're going back to Electrode soon. There's Pikachu. Pikachu. It's safe to say that Pikachu is the most famous and popular of all Pokemon, despite being the what is this? The 6th Pokemon in this list. What game? It has electric pouches in both cheeks to stimulate the face. When when in danger, it shoots electricity at its enemies. Also, Pikachu can evolve into Raichu by exposure to a thunderstone. Many trainers like Pikachu so much that they don't let it evolve. Is that... Did I have a Raichu? Don't know. I don't. Wiggle it up though. Pokemon, first in Pokemon Red and Blue. Well, it's a Pikachu with black tipped ears. For some, I do find the black tipped ears kind of weird because it's brown stripes on the back and the brown base of the tail. So the tips of the ear really should be brown. I think someone did that and kind of looked weird, but that's also because we're used to it. If it was brown tipped from the very start, we know these parts were black. Or how about this? Which I think I talked about. They really need some variations of Pokemon, which they can do when it continues 3D. So you have the base layer, which is the eyes and nose and that stuff. But then you have, and maybe the cheeks will always be red. But then after that you have like the base layer and the pattern layer, and these two can be any color, but it will only pick specific colors. So you will be able to find Pikachus in different yellow shades, and then this brown comes in different brown lightness. So you have this lighter brown, you can have darker brown, and you can even go to black. And then just all the Pikachus they can find are different, and you will have like your unique design. And I think that would be pretty neat. I think you had a Raichu. Yeah, I think so. For some reason I want to remember that. Jigglypuff. This balloon Pokemon invites its opponents into close in. This balloon Pokemon invites its opponents in close with its big round eyes and then puts them to sleep with a soothing lullaby. It puffs itself off when angry, and while it may look adorable, it's not to be trifled with. It knows several powerful techniques or moves. Jigglypuff evolves into Wigglytuff after exposure to a Moonstone. Why did you split up those two words, but you wrote Thunderstone with one word? Where's the consistency here? First seen in Pokemon Random Blue. Well, it is a very basic character shape, really. Just sphere with round eyes, actual 3D mouse this time, with a tongue, I guess. Ears that have black on the inside, which I commented on, which they do have in the artwork, which is interesting. I guess this swirl is just not as swirly as on Clefairy. And this swirl is what kind of inspired me for the tuft of hair on Ponpon, if you weren't aware of that. Now you are. Not much of a butt, because it's, perfectly spherical. Some paws, I guess they are. 4 limbs. I think different people write these descriptions. You think they didn't have one single translator translating every single description from Japanese to English? And also, for the original Japanese version, they didn't have a single person writing every single 293 descriptions, I think it was. Not counting every description they might have written for trophies that then later dropped or something. Could also be possible. Poliwhirl. Poliwhirl is a tadpole Pokemon. I don't think you write. I mean, like, I still find it weird to write Poliwhirl and Pokemon with a capital P each. Because Pokemon as a species would be a lowercase p, Pokemon as the franchise would be a capital P. But whatever. But why would you write tadpole with a capital T? Just like you wouldn't write dog with a capital D, would you? Well, they probably would. Able to live on either land or in the water. When on dry land, it's constantly sweating to keep its skin nice and slimy. Ugh, slimy sweat. When in danger, it spins the whirlpool marking on its stomach. Apparently can do that. Wasn't aware of that. To put enemies into a deep sleep. Oh, getting sleepy. Anyway, then it runs away. It evolves into either Poliwhirls or Politoads. Who knows whichever it will evolve to. I actually don't know how this one works. Pokemon first seen in Pokemon randomly. They had one translator, that's why the translations differ. Yeah, because that happens too. Even if you have one person writing all the description or one person doing all the translations, you still have cases where people just change how they write stuff, especially if it takes a while to do all the translations. So you kind of forget how you translate stuff in the past or wrote stuff in the past. This happened to me too. I kind of change how I write stuff. Or I decide to, wait, I actually want to change the phrasing, but only change the phrasing on some of them because I missed some. It happens. Well, it's the shore is a sphere with a few details added on it. Good timing for that, Johan. Yeah. Electrode. Electrode, an electric ball Pokemon. It's the evolved form of a Voltorb. Voltorb? I don't know. It has the tendency to explode. Like, I know it comes from Volt Orb, but I don't know if the intended pronunciation would be Voltorb. Considering in British English, I feel like there's a more emphasis on the latter. Uh, for example, for the simple phrase at all, I feel like it's so much heavier on the at all pronunciation instead of the at all. At all, like I feel like it's, I don't know. I feel like obviously you can just pronounce this as at all, just putting it together as one word. It's not like the kind of pause thingy happens before the T, so at all. And I just find that interesting. We got like, I'm at work. Anyway, it has the tendency to explode with even the slightest provocation, which has earned the nickname a wrecking ball, which I guess so, because it's wrecking stuff with its explosion, not like a wrecking ball would do, but I guess the outcome is similar. Electrode is the quickest Pokemon found to date. Wow. Well, if you want to get quick results in your dating, just date electrodes. They are very quick. You get your, I mean, like either you get the rejection or the approval very quickly. I'm not sure how how it differs from other Pokemons. Giggle. And its distinctive white over red coloring is the opposite of a Voltorb. Yeah, it's a Polish flag now. It went from Monaco to Poland. I mean, it could also be Indonesia. Countries with the same flags. How weird. I did see a video once, and I was thought about making my own video. I should look at it closer like this. Where someone went through all the national flags and rated them if they like them or not, or something like that. Just a slice 3D effect of the dividing part. That's neat. Everything else is 2D, which except for the eyebrows. There's really. And I was thinking that I would do the same. But I would do one more thing. I would, because, which I would point out in the video too. Even though I don't like a design, because there's this saying, if you don't like it, do it better yourself, which is a bad saying because you can still be critical of something without you being able to produce it yourself. Anyway, so my point, but I would still like, if I don't like a design, I still would like to try to offer like 4 different designs, redesigns, or completely new designs, taking inspiration from different stuff, and then just have people vote on which designs they like, and just out of curiosity, just to see what people think and see what I can do. Sounds like a fun idea to do at some point in the far future. Wheezing, although could probably make a lot. But for the case of Indonesia, Monaco, because they have the same design, they have different aspect ratio, but they have the same design. I would say like, okay, even though the flag is fine, because two-colored flag, like Poland's flag, is fine. Not to spoil my opinions about the flags, but if you have the exact same flag design or one that is slightly different in color, like whoever has had the flag first is the one who has the right to do that design. Whoever then picked the same design, even if you didn't intend to copy someone else, but if you did pick the design, like, no, you can't have it because it's occupied. You have to come up with something different. So yeah. Anyway, wheezing. The evolved form of coughing we see is basically a pair of coughing fused together. Haven't seen that before. It really shows the creativity of Generation 1. They tend to float in the air and emit gas or noxious smoke from the outgrowths. Oh my voice. That cover their bodies. As strange as it may seem, diluting wheezing emissions can, as much as possible, creates one of the most exquisite perfumes known to man. Doesn't sound strange. First seen in Pokemon Red and Blue. Are we going to have any Pokemon that is not first seen in Pokemon Red and Blue? Yes. Textured faces. But this is a Swedish mouse. Well, I guess there's... And then they have like a third part there for some reason. Connected with Veritas Light. That does seem like a very easy part to break. Get snagged into something. And then break it off. That might hurt. Anyway, well, they got a lot of... What did they say? Outgrowths. Lonely Mini. Family drama is something else. Well, yeah. I try to avoid that. Even though it's hard to avoid sometimes. Especially when some people just try to dramatize it. Anyway, I'm back here for Hello Mini. I hope you're doing fine after that. Or like, I hope you can get better while being here. We will treat you with love and care. And if two countries had the same flag design centuries before learning of the other's existence, doesn't matter. One was before the other. That's just how it works. Yeah, it's as simple as that, really. Haiti and Liechtenstein noticed that they had the same flag design accidentally, and so both changed their designs, which I think is like a nice compromise. Like, doesn't matter who had it first, let's both change. Moving on. Kenzie, renowned for its kind temperament, Kenzie has been known to offer injured creatures a highly nutritious egg to aid the recovery. Never seen that happen. Legend has it that this charitable creature brings happiness to anyone who captures it. All Chansey are female, and every now and then one is found in possession of a lucky egg. Aren't all of them found with lucky egg? Well, no, maybe those eggs aren't lucky. First seen in Pokemon Red and Blue. It has a weird design, like it's an egg shape. Even though Pokemon eggs aren't... Wait, how was... Pokemon. Why can't I just search for Bulbapedia and search for egg? Okay, it's actually Pokemon egg shaped. Fair enough. But yeah, it's basically the first to the windmill because that's how you say it. What is the English phrase for that? First to do it is the first to have it. Everyone else can't have it, basically. Tiny face. This outgrowths on each side. It has quite a long tail. Did you know that chance you basically see from this side most of the time. Not so much from the side. There's quite a big tail here. And Jigglypuff feet. This is basically a Jigglypuff, but different. There are many Jigglypuffs. Goldeen, which is not golden at all. These water types. You're very inconsistent if you use singular or plural. Chansey, singular. Goldeen, plural. And I'm not sure. Yeah, sure, they're using the Pokemon name in singular, but still. This is what types are often referred to as water dancers, as their elegant fins make them incredibly agile underwater. Is there like a anthropomorphic Goldeen, which is like a belly dancer kind of deal? Probably. For now, I should look that up. How do I look that up? Like Goldeen and throw Anthrophyte. Hmm. There are some. Okay, let's search for human. How do you, how do you humanoid? Okay, there's a lot. No, I probably contact. That's so low. Anyway, there's interesting designs. Anyway, let's move on. They can even travel upstream in rapids at a speed of 5 knots. Well, now we're just mixing in all kinds of units here. Of course, they are not quite as nimble on dry land. Bolden's horn drill is so strong that it can KO an enemy with one strike if it connects. Really? Like Goldine's horn drill gets a 10 times damage boost or something? That would be something. Well, I guess I have to look that up now. They're probably going to use the term knots in the other languages as well, because when it comes to, because they are considered nautical term units, which I don't fully understand why you would use a different system for, especially when it comes to. No, it actually changed. The German version actually changed it to 5 kilometers per hour. Well, how close are they actually? 5 knots to kilometers per hour. Well, it's more like 9.25. So if they, so the 9 if you want to round it, 10 if you want an even number. So no, they just half the speed in the German Transsea. And we'll find one eventually, and there we go. The German one did it. What does the French one say then? It says, think nodes. Do you want some? The sync nodes. I assume nodes means not, because it sounds very similar. Oh, that doesn't work. Yeah, there we go. It means a not. So, yeah. So, on sync, of course, means 5. Right, but still sync nodes. Wrong button. Espanol, which the flag without the emblem on, which is a valid flag too. Here it says cinco nudos. Now we're getting even closer to nudes. Well, it also said not. I guess the German one was the only one that converted it then. Because I presume Italian is also not going to change it. Or maybe they changed it to something crazy. Wait, what does it say that? There we go. Thinke Nodi. There you go. Well, they kept it, the unit the same except for German, which changed the unit, not the value. I've never seen that before. Okay, I need to change it. The reason why I forget to change this is because it goes straight here instead of the previous menu. So I don't see the previous menu. Anyway, yes, so I didn't look at the model, but there's a model. The eyes have 3D to them, but then there is still textured. They got lips with lipstick looking, and also the mouse. Hello, you were not the one I wanted to speak to. It got an interesting bulge on the underside of its underside. That's interesting. And also, I don't know if there's visual glitch in how this version, but if you put a texture with transparency over a texture with transparency, it renders it weirdly. I don't know if that's how it's originally rendered or if this is just shown incorrect for me. Unless there doesn't do it. Sometimes it doesn't do it, sometimes it does. Interesting. Anyway, it is a neat design. Shame the Goldine is made useless in games. Because that design is neat. I like this. Wait, why does it do the same thing? Oh, So it only has the YC. So the transparency thing is only towards the... No, it does it correctly to against the body, but not the base plate, which should not have any transparency. Weird. Anyway, no. Yeah, the reason why it has this same weird effect with these edges against the base plate is because the base plates do have transparency. You never see it being transparent, but it has this transparency effect to it because it can turn it transparent. If it didn't have this animation of it turning transparent, if it just instantly removed, you wouldn't have this visual glitch. Alternatively, it used different models for its transition from when it doesn't transition, or yeah, fade, I guess is the correct term. But why would they put in that extra effort? Anyway, Staryu. He's a star-shaped Pokemon. Again, why do you capital letters on star shape? Now he is getting weirder and weirder. That evolve into Starmie are found in large numbers at the seashore. At night, Staryu's red center glows and blinks on and off, like a digital lighthouse. It's said that as long as its red center, but it's pink, remains, it can regrow its limbs. Whenever it's... Yeah? I mean, isn't that the same thing about starfish? If you like cut a hole in the center of a starfish, the starfish, whatever, it might not be able to grow back its limbs anymore. I don't know, maybe it does. Whether it's related to Cleffa, that's very random. Another Pokemon with a vaguely star-shaped appearance is unknown. What? Cleffa? Now I need to look up Cleffa. Bulbapedia, Cleffa. No, that's a Jigglypuff. I mean, no. Cleffa is not like if I were to put Staryu-like creature and a Jigglypuff-like creature, Cleffa would be closer to Jigglypuff, being pink, having this swirl on the head, having these big ears which are brown, and doesn't really actually have the... they might just not be ears, but whatever. It has these very short limbs, hands, kind of like a Jigglypuff. It does have a tail, which Jigglypuff doesn't have, but it's very round shape. So no, I mean, it's a better question if Cleffa is related to Jigglypuff, not Staryu. Weird. You probably have to look up a Cleffa on your own if you want to see what it looks like. Why Cleffa? That's a baby Clefairy. Exactly. Such a weird thing. Is that a thing in the Pokemon fandom universe? Or is it like, is it a canon thing, or is this just something they made up with macros? First appearance in Pokemon Red and Blue. Yeah, this red center, which is very pink to me. But it's more like a crystal placed on top of... Imagine if you remove this golden pinkish thing as well on it. Because it has this... It's kind of like a thing it's wrapped on here. On one of the legs. So shouldn't you be able to... I understand you wouldn't be able to, but... imagine just slipping it off. And then you would have a naked Staryu. Yeah, that would fit perfectly in my drawing characters, drawing Pokemon's losing their outfits. Staryu loses that one, he just slips off while it's out swimming, and it gets all blushy. It doesn't have a face. Maybe it has a face behind this. Is it fully modeled? Let's see. Wait. Seems to be fully modeled. Yes, it is. All the points goes into center here. Ditto! Ditto. Every Ditto has the ability to copy a Pokemon's entire cell structure in an instant. Well, it does take a slight amount of time. And become its exact replica. Well, I don't think it's an exact replica. They're terrible at remembering techniques, but when they use Transform, which they are not terrible at remembering, they'll temporarily learn all of the foe's moves and forget to Transform. If a Ditto starts to laugh, which as I'm not sure if I've seen any Pokemon laugh, it weakens and can't hold its transformation. What, should we have a laughing status now? A laughing status that makes your Pokemon have a greater chance of missing for one turn. If it's a Ditto, it will lose its transformation. Your Pokemon has been inflicted with a laughing status. But again, then Confusion should be a proper status like Poison, and then you should be able to have multiple status effects at the same time. There we go. First seen in Pokemon Red and Blue. Look at its face. It's 3D. Well, okay, so the mouth is flat against the body, so you can argue it's 2D, but it's using a vertex color-ish, unless it's texture, but it's not texture. Like, it's the edges of the mouth are separate edges on the 3D model. Plus 3D eyes though. So yeah, it's not using vertex color, but the mouse has using a different part of the texture map. Moving on. It's an Eevee! A weird looking Eevee. As adaptable a Pokemon as any yet as adaptable a Pokemon as any yet discovered, Eevee's evolutionary progress changes to meet the condition of its environment. Such as throwing stones at it. Well, you know, rubbing against stones. Good. Come on, it just shoved itself up his butt. Well, that happened. So far, 5 evolutionary forms has been discovered and then catalogued for this unique Pokemon. Vaporeon, everyone's favorite, Jolteon, Flareon, Espeon, and Umbreon. Who no one likes. No, I know. That was... I know Orimian loves Umbreon, and Umbreon is quite a popular one. But the joke was they went from the most popular to the least popular, but that's of course not the case. If I were to guess, I'd say that Umbreon, out of these, I would say Umbreon is probably the most favorite. Vaporeon is only memed. It probably gets up there. It was probably popular before. Not sure about the other ones though. Jolteon and Flareon might be less popular than Espeon. Maybe it's Umbreon, Vaporeon, Espeon, Jolteon, Flareon, or something like that out of those 5. If I were to judge all 8, I would be able to order them. All evolutions have special benefits. First in Pokemon Red and Blue. That's such a weird face. Is this what an Eevee looks like? Well, later models do look better. It has a very fluffy, low textured tail for some reason. You got some paw pads, at least singular ones. On each paw, you got split toes, marking dark, blackness. It's very fluffy, and that's about it. It got a butt, but most of it is covered by its huge tail. You can only see its crotch. Oh no. Anyway, moving on. Snorlax. Snorlax love to sleep and love to eat. These portly Pokemon, what portly? Yes, grumpy if they don't get 880 pounds of food per day. That's a very specific number. Well, now I have to look that up. After snacking out, they always nap. They have cast iron stomachs. What do you mean by that? And can eat mold and even rotten food with no digestion problems. I guess that's what you mean. They are the heaviest Pokemon on record, weighing over 1 £1,000. Well, that was a wrong number. Okay, I got two numbers to check now. Snorlax, also known as Snorlax. I actually don't know what the Swedish was. The Pokemon that was mentioned in that Swedish thing was at random, so I couldn't. Okay, we got 880 pounds in 1,000 pounds. Wait, how can it weigh 1,000 pounds if it is 880 per day? Anyway, let's check what the actual values are then. Its weight is actually 1,014 pounds, and how many ounces remains in a tenth of a pound? It's like 16 ounces, so that's like 2 ounces. English units are weird. But is 460 kilograms, which we'll see if the other one's correctly right, or if they write 1,000 pounds. Doesn't mention how much it eats. Let's open up and have the Japanese page load in the background while I check what this one says first. 808 pounds, which was 400 kilograms. 400 kilograms sounds like a very round number. So, because I know where it's written now, I should be able to find it on the Japanese page. I'm unable to find it. This is right here, right? Yes, it says 400 Kiro, I guess it says. So yeah, there we go. Now I got the numbers. Now let's see if everything checks out. Now if it's eating 400 kilograms per day, where's the food come from? Yeah, that's also a good question. How does it, does it eat other Snorlaxes? So basically, it should say, so it's 460 kilograms and eating 400. Let's see if it says that. Or 400, 460 is what it should say. If they did it correctly, this one says 400 and 460 kilograms. But it does says over. Well, it would make sense. Well, actually, what does the data say? The data does say that it's exactly 460 kilograms, which has zero hectograms. The resolution is hectograms. 4,600 hectograms. Nibbles the Banban, hello Kate, but these Imperial units, this English unit, which someone completely misunderstood what I said, like, if the English can have, like if there's an English mile, well, of course we can have a Swedish mile. So like, what? England has their own? No, like, the mile used in the United States comes from United Kingdom. That was like what I was referring to. Like, they made it up ish. I mean, it came from like the Romans and whatever and stuff like that. It's really old stuff, but like its length ish is from like the British definition. Anyway, yeah, because it says that weighing in at over 1,000 pounds, because they rounded the value, but the German one says also over. But if they came in variety of weights, that does make sense. But it is 460 exactly. But yeah, the French one says also over. I don't know. For 400 kilos. 460 kilos. Eplu. Whatever it's in French. Even Snorlax sleeps all the time. It's obviously a very calorie deficient. Yep. Terrible. Here it says 400 kilos, 460 kilos mass, which I think would be over. Okay, anything of this seems like they get you this stuff correct when it comes to this stat. Except for the 5 knots, which the Java one got wrong, but aside from that. Yeah, 4 and 4 and 6. Everything is correct. Good, good. Good job, translators. You did what you were supposed to. Was the one I switched to French, I picked German. Because I can't read French. Because the way the bottom text information says that like, because they squish the text on the first line together and then they have the normal width on the text below. So it's like you read the first line fast and then you slow down for the remaining part. Doesn't really work in English though. Not sure why they couldn't just move one of the words down to the second line. Yoga outfit. Well, anyway, let's check this model. This one actually have a textured tummy. They didn't do the split it by vertices. Because it's sitting down, I understand why the bottom side is so flat. Doesn't have really much of a butt. But a lot of claws. 5 claws on the hands, 3 claws on the feet. I want to avoid 4. Got tiny ears, a very sleepy face. But because it sits down like here and it's so huge, that means that, well, all the attacks hits its crotch for massive damage. No legs officially has no hands. Oh, I see. Articuno. Articuno, as I could see someone pronouncing it. Articuno. Because it's from Spanish uno. Clouds gather, the barometer plunges, and fresh snow falls from the frigid air when this legendary Pokemon takes wing. Graceful and elegant, it boasts long tail feathers that flap in the wind and are lovely to behold. As would be expected, its combat moves are based on its cold nature. They include Ice Beam and Blizzard. Do they? Should I check that? Oh. First seen in Pokemon Red and Blue. For some reason these wings are 3D. All the edges are 3D, but on the what was it? Goldeen, the edges of the wings, if you can call it that, the fins were textured with transparency. So interesting that they choose different techniques. It's almost like different people has made these models. But Pokemon didn't really, well, the Pokemon did have 3 models, but even then, different people would have made them. Zapdos. Or as someone might say, Zapdos. Zapdos flaps its wings and summer storms appear. Even during winter? I guess so. Throwing lightning every which way. Is that a summer storm? Lightning? I'm not familiar with that. It's said that you can hear this legendary Pokemon coming as its wings make a very distinctive popping sound as it flies. If you hear the sound of popcorns in the air, there is a Zapdos. In addition to electrical moves like the dreaded Thunder, it also wields a vicious move called Drill Peck, which does not sound vicious to be honest. Thunderbird, which the dreaded moves like Thunder, Electric Shock, some other vicious move, and Drill Peck. Fluffy Tom. Thank you for tummy rubs. You like the yoga outfit? What am I wearing? I'm still wearing the yoga outfit. Nice. Yeah, because you did the elegant test and then you I thought the yoga outfit ran out. No, the yoga outfit just started. I see. Well, I was gonna say it doesn't have any arms. Well, it's wing-sized arms. Because some feet which have gray parts for the... Well, anyway. It's a very, very long beak. Very, very long beak. We got black parts here, which is an interesting design. And the tail feathers is also black inside. 2 layers of feathers. An interesting design. It's very jagged, like electric types are, except Pikachu. Let's redesign Pikachu with this jaggedness. Let's redesign every Pokemon with this jaggedness if they're an electric type. Also, is Zapdos even a flying type? I have to look up that too. Zapdos. Yeah, it's a flying type. Okay, then in that case, the drill peck, which I assume is a flying move, does get extra power. If it didn't, then I don't see. In that case, it wouldn't really be vicious, would it? Moltres. Cameras, thank you. As tradition has it, the onset of spring heralds the return of this legendary Pokemon from its southern home. Where? give me a name for the southern parts of this Pokemon world. What are they called? Its a bright orange color and fire aspect lends to its overwhelming appearance. Sky Attack, the strongest of flying moves, is a perfect fit for this burning venom. But it obviously also excels at powerful fire type moves. First bait in Pokemon Red and Blue. So, this one has these textured edges of the texture, but the difference is that this one doesn't use gradient edges. This one uses masking instead, so it's either filled or not filled. A technique that I used in my mod, where you can burn off the phone's dresses. The whole burning animation is using a masking effect, so either you see a pixel on the texture or you don't see it as it evaporates. It got a beak, like a bird does, like a bird dress. Because this is Moltres. Look at these beautiful eyes. It got a flame on its head, which does have it does not use masking. It uses multiple layers of transparency, so you do get this weird thing against the base of it. It always faces the camera, which for some weird reason is called billboarding. As far as I know, billboards do not behave like this. At least not the ones I've seen. If I were seen to see a billboard doing this, I would be freaking out. Also, there's also multiple techniques of that. If they should also tilt along the camera, or if it is always the same tilt value. Mewtwo. A genetically created Pokemon, Mewtwo is the result of many long years of research by a solitary scientist. Although Mewtwo was born from the genes of the legendary Pokemon Mew, its size and character are far different than its ancestor. Is it an ancestor in this case? Its bell abilities have been radically heightened, making it ruthless. So can we have a crazy scientist that takes the genes of Mewtwo and creates Mewtwo? You thought I was going to say Mew3? No, this will be the 2 of Mewtwo. And always see someone who should create Mewtwo 2. He got 3D sockets for the eyes. A 3D mouth. Grabby hands. A lot of Pokemon seems to have 3 fingers. A textured divider between the body and the purple thumb. Hello, you're not Mewtwo. Well, it could use the seams of 3D model, but I guess they wanted this edge effect, but it could have done that as well. Maybe they did both. I can barely see polygons. I mean, they could have done both. What do I know? Mew 4. Oh, yeah. Mew 4 and then Mew 8. Then Mew 16. Then Mew 32 and finally Mew Season 4. Because they can't go higher. Mew. Mew is an extremely rare Pokemon. Even though Mew is a species, I assume, and Mewtwo is a single experiment, making Mew more rare than Mewtwo. Wait, making Mewtwo more rare than Mew? Unless Mew is a single Pokemon too for some reason, I don't know. That has been seen by only a few people. Well, certainly one scientist got really close to this Mew by stealing its DNA. Information on every Pokemon in the world is contained in Mew's cell structure, so it has the ability to use any and all TMs and HMs, but not all moves, because some Pokemon scholars believe Mew to be the ancestor of all existing Pokemon, but the idea is debatable, is preposterous. Oh, we got the highlighted message. In the anime, there are at least 2 Mewtwo, actually. 2 Mewtwo's. Well, I guess if they created one, they could create a second one. I guess that makes sense. Try to appear in Pokemon randomly. Or did it? Yes, it did. It existed in Game 5, and you could get it through special means. As in, you could get it through events that didn't appear in certain regions, so screw those people, I guess. You got 4 pets too. It's a very basic style. It's got these pink splodges all over it. It's pink, but it got hot pink splodges. And then it got this face. Anyway. Chikorita. Chikorita was one of the first 3 Pokemon available in Pokemon Gold, Silver and Crystal. We didn't want to use a Gold type, Silver type and a Crystal type. What would that equivalence be? Because they got Red, Blue and Green as the first 3 games. Whichever colors you had depended on the region, okay, of course, but which corresponds to... Wait, I need to check that out. Type. Okay, the closest to gold is electric. The closest to silver is normal. And the closest to crystal would be... well, I would say ice in this case, because ice can be crystallized. Electric, ice, and normal. Maybe we change silver to steel, because that makes sense. Electric, ice, and steel. That should be the starting types of gold, silver, and crystal. Electric, steel, and ice, I guess I should say in that order. A grass-type Pokemon, it emits a delightful fragrance from the leaves on its head and leaves? From the leaves on its head, and loves to spend its time leisurely sunbathing. When called into battle, it uses its Razor Leaf move, you don't mean technique, to strike at opponents' weak points. First seen in Pokemon Gold and Silver, but not Crystal because it was a separate game. Well, seen there too, but not first. Well, some Pokemon have certain weak points. I guess this one really aims for the weak point. Yes, I'm referring to the crotch. Would be a weak point on some species. Still not sure why it refers to this as leaves. To me, this is a single one. So it uses singular for plurals and plural for singular. Well, I guess that's Pokemon for you. You got a necklace. Very nice. Very nice. It's a very cute design. It's very long. But we didn't pick that one, even though it was very cute. Instead, we did pick Cyndaquil. Cyndaquil frighten easily, so they're often found curled up in balls. But not my Cyndaquil, even though I like balls. When threatened, they flare the flames on their backs to drive off enemies. Cyndaquil was one of the 3 Pokemon that trainers could choose from at the beginning of Pokemon Silver, Gold, and Crystal. No one knows if their eyes are open. Ever seen a Pokemon Gold and Silver? No, it's blind. You got a textured mouth, sad mouth, closed eyes, fiery back. You didn't even match up the fiery back with the dots. It got 4 dotted textures on its back, but these fiery transparent stuff are just all over the place. And as you might see, these transparent things does not affect the light or each other. That's because these are not transparent with textures. These are untransparent texture but transparent through the object. Here's a 3D maze to work with. It got a rounded butt, but no details. Got some stubby legs and single claw on each back legs, hind legs. I mean, back paws. As I'm going to play, so we're going to read the next one after that. See you in just a short moment. Cyndaquil, my baby. Cyndaquil is my favorite starter. Not my first, but my favorite. It was my chat's favorite starter, or at least their idea of it was that I should have started with it regardless. So, Queen, yes, I named it Queen. So, it was a nice Pokemon case. I like Chikorita more. Trust me. That's more. So as I'm gonna play, as I said, just 3 minutes, and I can't control when I actually will start playing, so they will start playing at the random point. But I'm still here until last play, I guess, maybe. I am playing Cobblemon on Minecraft at the moment, and I picked Cyndaquil. Is that a typo, or does that mean something as I play now? So we'll get back to you people in after these 3 minutes. So, it started snowing before, like, yesterday late evening, and kind of snowed during the night, I guess. So there was like a snow layer on stuff this morning, and then but then it got warmer and everything melted away. Not everything, but most of it. But it started snowing again, so I guess it got colder again. But yeah, and then he finished off your comment with saying, "That's my starter." I don't know if you still have ads or not. Willow. I don't know if I can speak to you. free to let me know, or otherwise I'll just read your comment. Afterwards. Here, okay. Oh, what did I? I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, you wrote, it's the alternative Cyndaquil from Legend Arceus. I can't spell the location name. I see. Tishuan, I think. Well, maybe Remy is right. Yeah, I have no idea for all that. Snow? You like snow? I'm a snow bunny. Snow fits me well, doesn't it? Ads are over in like, well, basically now. When you hear my voice, the ads are over for you. We're already over. Let's move over to the next one. Totodile. 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 Little but feisty is the best description for these water-type Pokemon. Again, referring to them in plural. The first thing they do when they see something move is latch onto it with their powerful jaws. Totodile was one of the 3 Pokemon that Professor Elm offered to trainers in Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal. They evolved into Crocono. Wait, you didn't specify any evolutions in the other games, and you only specified one of the 2 of the evolutions. First seen in Pokemon Gold and Silver. It got a yellow stripe that goes down in the middle from the arms. Interesting design. It got 2 pink stripes on the back and then a few spikes. Okay. Completely 2D eyes. A mouth. Gaping mouth. Few teeth. No paw pads. Stubby tail. I guess it's Agumon, but Pokemon style. Anyway, Crobat has nothing to do with crowbars. A bat Pokemon that evolved from Golbat. Crobat's hind legs have evolved into a second pair of wings, which allows it to fly at great speeds, but limits its ability to rest. Oh, that's a problem. Hey, you should specify speed so I can look up all the units. The affection a Golbat has for its trainer is vital for the evolution process. If a novice trainer has a Crobat, it shows that he or she cares for Pokemon well. Wait, what? Nah. Just shows that they traded themselves a Crobat or find a Crobat in the wild. First seen in Pokemon Gold and Silver. Okay, if these back wings here are well, it's former legs, what are these things then? Heart clouds? Anyway, just some butt hair that it has sticking out there. He looks so bored. And also its teeth are 3D. That's neat. Assuming so far. Giggle, thank you for enjoying my commentary. Pikachu. A tiny mouse Pokemon identifiable with big ears. Pikachu evolves from Pikachu, which I found weird because the Pikachu design is quite detailed. Pikachu's design quite simplified, and then Raichu's design is getting more detailed again. It's not very skilled at storing up an electrical engine, will sometimes discharge if it's jarred. A Pikachu will discharge in the middle of a battle. Although it's small, it has enough electrical power to give even an adult quite a shock. Yeah, I mean, does that have much to do with age? It's often startled by its own power. First in Pokemon Gold and Silver. I got a 3D mouse. Like, I still find its ears to be weird. Like, why is it so black? It works, but it just like the design is fine, but it just doesn't look like it pre-evolution to Pikachu. It looks like it's unrelated to Pikachu. And it's also got this test fluff too. And it's completely black tail. Yeah, as I said, if Pikachu just had a black base on its tail, it would just fit so much better. Yeah, this is not a pre-evolution though. here's the Cleffa we talked about previously. If I were to, I should redesign Pikachu to actually match Pikachu. With silhouettes that resemble stars, Cleffa are often sighted when the night sky is filled with shooting stars. Watch out, it's trying to aim for you with its gun. There we go, now I've made a full joke. Cleffa evolves into Clefairy, but only if it has a strong bond of friendship with its trainer. Since so where are these Clefairies? Where did all the Clefairies come from? Are they just from Cleffas that had a trainer and then got released after evolving? Like, ugh, you became so ugly after you evolved. Since Cleffa is so cute and lovable, many trainers choose to keep it in its unevolved form. First seen in Pokemon Gold and Silver. He got some weird ears. So at least the idea, because this Cleffa didn't show up until the second generation, that means that it had no connection to Staryu, or Staryu had no connection to Cleffa in the first generation because there was no such thing as a Cleffa. It got such a tiny face and a leg shape. Its face is more centered, but when it evolves, its face is kind of moving up and becoming smallish. It looks so weird. Double legs. But yeah, as I said, this is more like a Jigglypuff than a Staryu. Jigglypuff, which evolves into Jigglypuff, are so incredibly elastic that they always seem to be bouncing. They have extremely stubborn legs, so for this Pokemon, bouncing from place to place is much faster than walking. Unlike its equally adorable literally Jigglypuff and Wigglytuff, Jigglypuff has red eyes. First in Pokemon Gold and Silver. Like, I can understand changing a few colors around. I'd say Jigglypuff. I'm not sure what the swirl is for. I'd say Jigglypuff evolving to Jigglypuff makes more sense because a bit of a tuft of hair here that evolves to a bigger tuft of hair. Not sure where his ears are. I mean, maybe the two sides thing. I do find it weird that it doesn't have any ears. So kind of like they forgot about the ears and like, oh well. It happens to me. Sometimes you just forget to add a detail, but then it just forgot to add the ears. Togepi. These adorable spike ball Pokemon. Hatched from eggs given. Why? Now Spike is also with a capital S. Ball is with a capital B. Just write adorable with capital A and while you're at it. Hatched from eggs given out by Professor Elm's assistant. Common superstition holds that their shells are chock full of happiness and that they become good luck charms. Is that the correct usage of superstition? Because superstition is often used in negative connotation, but can you use it in a positive connotation? Superstition. A belief or beliefs not based on human reasoning or scientific knowledge that events may be influenced by one's behavior in some magical or mystical way. Okay, it has no negative connotation with this. It's just neutral. It's typically used in a negative connotation. No, wait. It's used in a positive connotation. No, it's used that if the superstition gives you bad luck unless you do this thing. Yeah, so it's still based on it typically with bad connotation. But the word itself has no connotation. Too bad or good. Yes. Wait. I said so much stuff now that your yes doesn't mean anything. Sorry, Remian. I think you need a few more words. And that they become good luck charms when they handled with kindness. Yeah, so don't smash their eggs. It's impossible to predict which ability a Togepi will call upon when it uses metronome move, so you better get ready. Pokemon first in Pokemon Gold and Silver. Well, at least I can say which abilities. Abilities? I don't think you can't use the word ability. That's something completely different. It's not going to change its ability when it uses metronome. That would be a move. This move will give your Pokemon a random ability. It should be a high priority move, so it applies the ability early on. So whenever the Pokemon, whatever move the Pokemon answer, which can get affected by that ability. That would be a funny move. Maybe there's already one move like that. Do you want to spend a turn on that though? It could be a variant of metronome, which changes your ability to a random one of all the abilities that are available, and then uses a move. Because you might not want to. Like, you could say like, well, that move is better. No, it isn't. It's just more random. Well, awesome. From time to time, these beautiful flower Pokemon will gather in numbers and perform an odd sort of dance to call out the sun. Don't call their dance odd. That's kinda rude. While in the midst of this strange exhibition, their petals brush together to create a peaceful and soothing melody. A gloom will only evolve into a blossom if it's exposed to a sunspore. First in Pokemon Gold and Silver, I do like Blossom. It's like a hula girl. Got a beautiful dress. I really haven't. Did I add Blossom to my list of Pokemon that should be, undressed? I just need a scenario. Maybe I should draw like 3 Blossoms dancing. But let's see. Yeah, Blossom is on the list. Maybe I'll add that to the list. 3 Blossoms dancing and getting affected by something. I don't know what it will get affected by, but something that, burns up their earth. Hello, Wiki. Hey, yo, how's it going? Just reading some trophies. You got an orange. You now have 2 oranges. Oh my, ORNG. Oh my god. Oh, revolution's not going. Got some big flowers that are not connected to its body. You got like the middle point there. There. Like, I assume it's kind of like still clipped into. Can't see if it clips into the body actually, but it's still like onto the body, but it's not pointed what I expected. It has a blushy face. Let's take a peek underneath. Ah, it's not green. Well, it's yellow, but I thought it was going to be the body color. Kind of weird. Doesn't the Blossom have feet? Does the Blossom have feet? What happens if you remove the skirt? What is the Blossom standing on? Is it standing on a skirt? More research has to be done. I need to go to the Pokemon world and lift up some Blossom skirts to see what it is underneath. And that's not a promise again. Maril, don't quote anything I'm saying, by the way. I'm saying so much weird stuff this stream. So much stuff you could quote. This Aqua Mouse Pokemon evolved into Azumarill. And see, now you wrote Aqua with a capital A. This round ball on the end of its tail acts like a flotation device. So it can float safely in the roughest of water conditions. So you mean the small bowl is going to stay at the water surface and then the whole Marill will just dangle down into the water and drown? That sounds like a very good system. I assume it can be inside water and breathe. Yeah, so it wouldn't actually drown. Or maybe, I don't know. So I guess it's... But if you have a species that can be in water, you don't need it to have a floating device. Because it would just be in the water instead. The problem with... I thought the problem with rough water was that you're getting moved around a lot. And in the case of creatures that cannot breathe underwater, being pushed into the water due to huge waves and such, or like having a lot of waves flashing your face, makes it annoying to breathe. I thought that was the issue, but you're still going to be moving around even though you're floating. Anyway, it resides on Mount Mortar in seclusion. Few of the creatures are ever seen. Meryl's cuteness have earned it a large and loyal fan base, first seen in Pokemon Gold and Silver. But it has a very, very thin tail though, so if this tail gets stuck on something, it can hurt. But it will be happy. It's a mouse, it got very mouse ears. It's also quite related to Jigglypuff as well. There's so many Jigglypuff-based Pokemon. Some say like, "Oh, look, it's." I'll comment on this before. People say like, "Oh, it's a Pikachu." No, it's not a. It doesn't even look like a Pikachu at all. It looks more like a Jigglypuff than a Pikachu. I might have said that before too. Yes, but this is a Jigglypuff more than a Pikachu, and I will stand by it. You already got a jagged tail. Oh, it is more like a Jigglypuff than a Pikachu. Either way. On a scale from Pikachu to Jigglypuff, like the Staryu, on a scale from Staryu to Jigglypuff, a Cleffa is closer to Jigglypuff. On a scale of a Pikachu to Jigglypuff, a Marill is closer to Jigglypuff. Every Pokemon is a... I could probably create like a tree or some kind of like a graph where you have Jigglypuff as the center Pokemon, and then lines go out to all the Pokemons that are the closest in design to Jigglypuff, and then you have the design of Pokemon which are closer to the design of those other Pokemons. And then you have like a full tree like that. You can trace your path down to Jigglypuff. Obviously, you can't just basically go by the closest design because if you have like Charizard is closer design to Charmander, which is closer design to, let's say, Charizard, which is closer design to Charmander. So you get like a loop. Doesn't work. You kind of have to decide which of these three is the closest design to something else. Like Charmander is closest design to... What is that one called? The dragon type. Orange. Big body, small head. Dragonite, I think it's called. The Dragonite is kind of... It's getting closer to Jigglypuff shape. Oh my god, it's Pika-Blue. Dragonite. Yes, Dragonite was the one I was thinking of. Wudo. An imitating Pokemon with an aversion to bells, Wudo always poses as a tree in order to avoid being attacked. Despite their arboreal appearance, these Pokemon are actually rock type. Oh, they didn't look at that. I knew that already, actually. And therefore highly vulnerable to water. Well, yeah, I knew that too. Wanted to be highly vulnerable. We used the highly vulnerable. The Pokemon used water gun. It's highly vulnerable. When it begins to rain, they vanish. I don't remember that part of Pokemon. Sudowoodo can be found on blocking Route 36 in Kyoto. First seen in Pokemon Gold and Silver. In Route 36 in Kyoto. It got a face. It got a weird face. It got a stick on its head. It got ball leaves, which are not leaves. It got some legs. It got some patterns back and front. Petrified wood, I guess, is what it's representing. But it's just imitating a tree. This isn't actually a tree. Unowned. These symbol Pokemon resemble ancient hieroglyphics found on rocks. No, they resemble the Latin alphabet. A resemblance that's said to be more than superficial. Quite a few different shapes of Unknown have been confirmed. 28 of them. And it's believed that each type has unique abilities. These enigmatic Pokemon can be found in the ruins of Alph. First in the Pokemon Golden anyway. Okay, let's change the background to a bright one. How many are there? Counting. Just kidding. With the rotation, because that makes it very hard to count them, obviously. Oh, it actually resets the background too. Okay, how would I count? Because that's an A. If I start from A. Okay, so that's 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, I didn't remember counting that one. Okay, let's start over. So let's start with 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I don't remember which I've counted or not counted. This doesn't work for me. This isn't working. Maybe I should go in alphabetical order. A. Because I see D and D. Is that P and G, K, O, Z, and R, and L, and then W. No, you got the same here. This one is the same as this one. So, and I think that one is the same as that one. So, was there another A? No, I don't think so. So, yeah. Maybe just try to post in that way. That makes it easier to read them. Well, anyway. Wobbuffet. A patient Pokemon, Wobbuffet lives in darkness to hide its mismatched black tail. Well, it sure doesn't hide its mismatched black tail. Even for a stoic Pokemon, this creature is a testament to self-control. It will not actively attack an opponent. Counter and mirror coat moves are solely used for reflecting attacks directly back at antagonists. Doesn't it have any direct attack moves? First seen in Pokemon Gold and Silver. Also, I've heard the tail is the actual creature. And its big blue thing is not the creature, it's just a thing. This sure is a creature. He got a 3D mouse with 2D eyes. Saluting. Steelix. A combination of steel and ground type. Steelix are the longest Pokemon yet to be discovered, reaching over 30 feet in length. You know what that means? Since they live so deep under the surface of the earth, confirmed it's earth. But they're talking about dirt. The intense pressure has made their bodies stronger than diamonds. Evolved from Onyx, Steelix is every bit as imitating as its relative. It got a dorky face, derpy face, silly face. Felix. I assume it's just a Pokédex entry-ish. Wait. What did I... Oh, no. It's just the length of it. I'm being silly. It's 92 decimeters in length. Okay, let's see what the other one writes. There should be 9 meters in length. Rounded. Because it's Pokemon's... The base Pokemon stats, it's going to be correct each time. Ooh! Mit einer Länge von 9, 2 Metern. They were actually very specific there. I don't know how to read German numbers though. Kim Scale is hiding. Oh, Kim Scale gives Ponpon a friendly high, making the moment simply delightful. Here too, they are specifying it exactly, 9.2 meters. Is what they wrote. Very exact. So maybe they are using some other source for these translations. Yep, it's there too. Just the English one being rounded to a whole number. Getting less information in English than in other languages. I assume the Japanese one used a specific one. Because in English it's 30 feet and 2 inches. Oh yeah, same thing in Italian too. Very interesting. Very interesting that it chose to do that. Well, here's what it looks like. It got some silly teeth. This looks so weird. Silly teeth. Some spiky things all over. It's an interesting design. Not my favorite. But... yeah. Scizor, I think it is. Scissor. Because it's evolved from of Scyther, which is why I think it's Scizor. Has arms anyway enlarged pincers with a distinctive eye spot markings. It's unable to fly very far with its wings, but it can affect its body temperature by flapping them at high speed. Its sleek look has made Scizor quite popular among collectors. First in Pokemon Gold and Silver. Did I note? No, I didn't steal it. Well, yeah, this kind of made it look like creatures, which I guess it might use for... whoa. Oh. For some clipping issues here. Look at this. Should have moved it out slightly, because now it's clipping too. I didn't see that. This is interesting that this thing here actually goes around the whole way. Well, aside from that, I'm not sure if there's much more to say. It got an interesting butt. Heracross. Heracross are powerful creatures that are known to drive their single horn into the bellies of their foes and then toss them over their heads. And then dislodging the horn. The immense power of their Mega Horror move is said to be the strongest among bug Pokemon. They are one of several types of Pokemon that can be found by shaking trees. Oh, is shaking trees a thing? First found in Pokemon Golden Silver. I don't remember any trees shaking stuff going on. It certainly got a smile. Look at that happy Pokemon. Antennae with balls on the end. For some reason, this part is textured. Well, I mean, a lot is textured, but I was thinking that the wings would be textured. What do you mean? Is Pond Pond Warm makes me sweeter than joy? Thank you. Porygon 2. Where's Porygon 1? Representing the next step in technological progress, this virtual Pokemon is a higher powered version of the man-made Pokemon, Porygon. Aren't all Pokemon kind of virtual? Because you got the hidden machine and the technical machine that you boot up on a disk to teach a Pokemon. You store Pokemons in balls that are much smaller than the Pokemons themselves. You can transfer Pokemon between people through computers. You can also capture a Pokemon and then have that Pokemon transferred to the computer immediately without having to go to the computer. And so on. I feel like Pokemons are digital monsters. Pokemon digital monsters. Anyway, compared to the sharp edges of its relative, Porygon 2's body is extremely smooth and rounded. In battle, it utilizes a special move called Conversion 2 to alter its type. First found in Pokemon Type and Silver, Pokemon Gold and Silver. It is very smooth. Not even the tip of the beak is pointy. It's like, it's actually neat that the blue part is actually 3D to the red part. And reading separate part of the texture, that's why you get these sharp edges. Raikou. Because when you don't do that, you get these blurry textures instead. The digital monsters? No, shh! It's okay, no one said digital. They're Pokemon Pocket Monsters, nothing else. How dare you mention Digimon? We are looking at Pokemons now. It is a shame that despite the Bandai Namco owners of Digimon who assisted with developing Pokemon. No, they did not. Assisting developing Smash Bros. From Wii U, 3DS and Wii U and Ultimate. That they weren't awarded a character for like a fighter slot for like a Digimon. Or that they could have like a Digimon items. Imagine having I don't know how that would work. An item that would spawn a random Digimon during a battle. That would be fun. I bought some Digimon trophies for Wii U at least. These founded Pokemon travel near and far, blasting out electrified whirlwinds. They carry storm clouds on their backs. I think that's just this butt. So they can produce lightning regardless of their local weather. Yeah, just like how a water type Pokemon can produce water despite it not raining. It's even said that they descended to the earth via lightning bolts. Their extreme quickness lends itself to fight. So they're very hard to capture. Pokemon Gold and Silver, first seen in... Did that kind of wrong already? A Digivice. Would a Digivice store a Digimon and would the Digivice let the Digimon out? I know they use the Digivice for stuff, but I haven't really watched Digimon in a really long time. I really need to get back to that. Maybe I should watch Digimon with special someone. After watching through all the Pokemon, which take forever. Gee, friends. Hello, cats. We are gee friends indeed. Your fruit today is a melon. You got 3 melons now. Oh my. Referring to Raikou as if there are multiple ones. Yep. They're referring to Pikachu like there's only a single one or something. You know, maybe that was plural. Is there more than one? I don't know. Well, it's a species, I guess. It got very nice. It's like it's thundercloud based. It got its crotch fluff here. It's not really crotch. Is it crotch fluff? Do you count this as crotch fluff? It's next to crotch fluff. Well, it's next to crotch fluff, that is. Fluff next to the crotch. Girl, I see. Okay. And hydrate. Okay. Look at you are a good girl. You're a really good girl. And I will hydrate. You are such a good girl, making sure that I'm hydrating. No, Raikou specifically mentioned it to be the only one. Oh, I see. I see. And then it got this tail that pokes out of this butt cloud. The butt cloud that is the closest to butt cheeks, I guess. But then it got like a butt behind the butt cloud. He got a white butt. He got a white crotch. He got a white tummy. Moving on. Love heart. I'm glad that you're having a good time here, cat. I want you to feel happy. And satisfied and happy. A volcanic fire type anti is hotter than liquid magma. And there's only one. And as tough as needs. This powerful singular creature, does not say singular though, was one of the 3 Pokemon running around the burnt tower of Ecruteak City. Wait, is that how we spelled Ecruteak City? I don't remember. Ecruteak City. Apparently, is this how you spell it? I just didn't remember. But apparently that is how you spell it. Anti is extremely difficult to seek out and capture as it tends to wander all over the landscape, sprouting intense flames from its body. First seen in Pokemon Gold and Silver. Yeah. Wait. Yeah? You mean the spelling is the correct one? Okay. I did check that. It kind of got the same kind of deal with the mask. Although this is not as much coverage. This is much more covering. It got long hair. Like me. And some big legs and big paws and some stuff on the paws. On the legs, I meant. Paws are less fluffy. You got the end of the fluff there. Paw pads. And of course, you also got a butt, which is ever so slightly defined. But then you got the smoke cloud going off here. Yeah, Ecruteak. Ecruteak, as I say. Sweet, cute, sweet tune. This mystical Aurora Pokemon constantly journeys in search of places with pure flowing water, like Ponpon's home. Suicune wields the power to instantly purify any contaminated water it finds. Wait, what? Oh yeah, yes, just... No, wait, no! It searches places with pure flowing water. It does not seek out contaminated water. But I guess if it finds contaminated water on its journey towards pure water, it will purify it. And I guess that way it finds pure water, because it just purified it. But only if that water is flowing. If it's flowing contaminated water, it will still purify it, but then it will continue on. But it doesn't seek out contaminated water, but it will uncontaminate it or purify it. Some say Suicune is the North Wind reborn. It's what was it? The North Wind and the Sun. Its strange and dramatic story is told over the course of the Crystal version of the Pokemon game. First seen in Pokemon Gold and Silver. Is Suicune seen in Pokemon Gold and Silver? This kinda has this flowing thing as well. Not sure why, if it's going to be water ice based. And it got this transparent thing here. It's neat that it is transparent. You get some weird graphical effects though, but that's aside. You got a face. You got a 3D mouse-ish, half 3D. You got these flowing ribbons, very nice. Triangle sides, white tummy, of course, and most importantly, its butt. Which, to be honest, is looking a bit sus here. I mean, the butt is up. But like, what is the butt? I mean, this part looks more like the crotch. And it's kind of like a bit 3D. Maybe I shouldn't show this on screen. I mean, this is rated for most ages. This is the game is rated for what ages? This is perfectly fine to show on Twitch. Anyway. Yes, also 3 legendary dogs are in gold, silver, and crystals. Okay, crystal. But if we call that a butt, Lugia. The waters of the World Islands are home to this legendary Pokemon. How many legendary Pokemon are there in gold and silver? Who few have seen. Lugia lives quietly in the deepest ocean trenches for one very good reason. Its combined aerial and psychic powers are so strong as to be extremely dangerous. The special moves of this gargantuan creature includes the destructive wind assault known as Aeroblast. First in Pokemon Gold and Silver. Well, it's a very interesting design. It's very long, got a tiny head, big wings, it got feet to stand on, got this outgrowth on the back. Looks a bit weird, to be honest. Flipping through each other, nicely modeled. Fin. Not sure how much else I can say about this thing. You got blue eyes. Blue eyes, white Lugia. Oh. As it soars around the skies of the world, this rainbow Pokemon leaves a trail of rainbows and mists in its wake, which creates new myths, or is it old myths? Its signature move is called Sacred Fire, and it is believed to appear only before trainers who are pure of heart, and that's why I didn't see one. If you see a trainer with Ho-Oh, you can assume that catching it took a lot of work. So there are multiple Ho-Ohs. I've seen in Pokemon Gold and Silver. They sure just sprinkled legendaries everywhere in that game. Those games. Oh, Lugia and Suicune introduced in Gen 2, and if you can catch Articuno after the multiple thing goes through Crystal, then you Then you go to Kanto. When you go to Kanto. Okay, yeah. You can catch the previous 3 if you go to the previous region in the second generation games. Okay, I see. Yes. Well then. You can catch all of the legendaries in one game. That's quite... Maybe you can't catch them in one of the games. Maybe you can. Well, this bird Pokemon is interesting. So the wings are... The feathers on the wings are 3D modeled, and the feathers on the butt are masked with textured. 2 different techniques on the same 3D model. That's interesting. Butt is just an explosion of feathers. Butt explosion. There's a quote for that. Celebi. Another legend. Celebi has... unless this isn't a legendary, maybe I'm wrong. Celebi has the power to travel through time and thus wanders from one age to the next. It is considered a deity by the forest. Plants and trees are said to grow in unimaginable abundance wherever Celebi visits. Like me, Celebi is a Pokemon shrouded in mystery. Maybe this is a mystical Pokemon. Its special techniques blend grass and psychic powers. First in Pokemon Gold and Silver. Well, that's weird arms. And the box legendaries in Gen 2 were not version exclusive. You could catch both in each version. The only difference was which one you could encounter first. Well then, I did catch one legendary. Sweet cute. It got big blue eyes and a happy smile. And that's about it. Tiny wings. And I forgot Celebi, which was an event legendary. Like me in the first game. Meows! I don't think that's what Meows looked like. I don't remember a guitar. This Meow's dream. Meows strives all over the globe, scattering invitation to other Pokemon insisting they come out to Meow's party. You're talking about Meows like it's just a character, not a species. At this wonderful party, guests are packed in like sardines. As Meows likes to eat sardines. As Meows climbs up the stage with its beautiful guitar. It strikes a chord, pauses, and then rocks their world. But very important to strike one chord before the rocking begins. First seen in Pokemon Red and Blue. Are we getting back to Red and Blue now? I thought we were done with that. Oh, that's the Meowth from a spin-off title. Known as Meowth Guitar Adventure. Shortened to Guitar Venture. Round head, whirly tail. I guess a Meowth isn't too far off of being a Jigglypuff. I guess on the tree. Okay, like this. You find whichever a Pokemon is closer to in design, but on the tree it will only go towards the Pokemon which is okay. Okay, this is how I'm going to do the tree. I'm going to judge which Pokemon designs are for Pokemon, which other Pokemon designs is closer to it by design, and then judge like out of these other designs which are more closer or less close, more similar, less similar, basically. And then I'm going to determine of the original Pokemon we're comparing with, or the other ones that are similar, which of these two are more similar to Jigglypuff or not. And if it's more similar, it will branch to it on its way to... If it's less similar, then it will not branch to it towards Jigglypuff. I think that's a way to do it. I probably won't do that because that would be so much effort. And I don't even know all the Pokemon, so I probably have to play some of the games first. Well, I could look into this guitar here. It's just a silly idea for me, mine. Or they have all the ideas to do with Pokemon. It's quite a deep, all the strings are all misbent. How do you manage to do that? Like, it's a 3D model. Why are the strings bent? Remove all these extra vertices you created alongside the. I mean, maybe it's meant to simulate the strings vibrating, but they are so wiggly. You can easily fix that by just removing the extra vertices. What does it next say? Meow. Apparently. Anyway, Professor Oak, the leading expert on the study of Pokemon. It seems there are always new and mysterious species of Pokemon being brought to light, and Professor Oak is at the heart of all with his insightful research. The Pokédex is one of his inventions. New trainers receive one, and a Pokemon to boot when they start out. First seen in Pokemon Red and Blue. Why would you boot a Pokemon? There's a Pokemon Pokédex and here for Pokemon for you to boot. Well, I always found Professor Oak to be an odd fella, and he certainly is. His eyes are so wiggly. Picture is so wiggly. Well, it sure looks like a Professor Oak, I guess. He got some sandals on for some reason. Misty. Misty's the gym leader of Cerulean City and a real tomboy. Was she wearing that outfit in the game? No, I need to check that. Misty. No, she was wearing a black bikini. As far as I can see on the okay, when was? Although then you got yellow, which changes to a crop top and short. But then you could also visit Misty in Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal, which is after this game release. And then she's wearing a one-piece swimsuit and a jacket for some reason. I don't think she goes into the water with a jacket. Maybe it's for covering up a bit more. So this outfit was the one she was wearing in the TV show. Maybe she was shown with this outfit in other media, but she wasn't wearing those in the 3 games that were released prior to Melee, I assume. The Crystal, yeah, obviously those games that are released here are must have been released before. They're using an outfit that was not from the games. It's a very interesting choice. I want to say which spin-off it's spoilers. Okay. In the anime she wore that off. Yeah, but shouldn't they reflect the games? She loves swimming and all things aquatic, so she makes the point of collecting Starmie, Staryu, and other water type Pokemon. Wait. Surely this one states which she uses in the 3 games. You can face off. She uses Staryu and Starmie, yes, correct. Staryu, Starmie. And then Golduck, Quagsire, Lapras, and Starmie. Oh, poor Staryu. So, yes, that is correct. This is common among gym leaders. Typically, the Pokemon kept by trainers that reflect that person's personality and preferences. First in Pokemon Red and Blue. Staryu and Starmie reflects Misty's personality and preferences? Okay. Well, this is the face. Very tall eyes. For some reason. And one ponytail on the side of the head. Which is what she looked like in the original Gen 1. Gen 2 changed her hairstyle. Which is fine. Pokeball. Well, I guess the shoes are very detailed though. No texturing on the other side though, but you got like a 3D laces. Like, sure, they had that in Earthbound models too, but this is very detailed. Not like 3D. They're using 3D for this pattern as well. Why did they put so much details in the shoes? And also, you got Tommy. There we go. Can't get it correct. Well, too bad she wasn't wearing a bikini. Maybe they like, Mara shouldn't pick the bikini. But she's wearing like a crop top and shorts in the yellow. They could have gone with that design. Even though yellow was supposed to be the game that was supposed to reflect the show. But she's still not wearing the outfit of the show. Anyway, Pokeball. These balls are used to capture and contain wild Pokemon. Most Pokemon must be weakened in some way before they can be captured. Is that true? I know the rate of being captured increases as you weaken them, but must they be weakened before you can capture them? Or is that an incorrect description? But once they're inside a Pokeball, they enjoy their new home. Since Pokeballs contain an environment specially designed for Pokemon comfort. Master Balls are the strongest type. First seen in Pokemon Red and Blue. Here they put in quite detail. They put in the split between the two sides and presumably the button to release the Pokemon. Did they even 3D model the? They have put a lot of details in that. But in the show, they also have like the Pokeballs changing size as well. This show is weird. They don't have to be weakened. It just increases chance of capture. I know in general, yeah. But is there any Pokemon that must be weakened? But I guess... But yeah, I guess the text says most Pokemon must be weakened. Which isn't true. Most Pokemon does not have to be weakened before they can be captured. But it could be a few that don't have to be... That must be weakened before they can be captured for some reason. Like some kind of special capture rule for a specific Pokemon. But maybe no, maybe that doesn't apply to any Pokemon. There aren't any Pokemon that needs to be weakened. Well, look at that. Borimian has spoken, and I have no reason to distrust Borimian. As we play at any moment, by the way, so that's at some point. I spent 3 hours on reading trophies. Well, I will continue. As I said, the rest of them will take this whole stream. I won't start Brawl until next stream. Oh well then. So let's we'll see you in what ads are we? As usual. Okay, now I'm back. Might not have updated the bunnies used on the server, but that keep forgetting to do that. Because I'm a silly bunny. So on the Ace, I haven't updated it in quite a while. Looks like. Oops, sorry about that, Remian. There we go. On the Ace, 9. I wonder how far along you are now, considering the lack of updates. The 11s. But you've been going strong anyway. And the 12th was not stream, but we're going today with the 13th, which is of course not done, but you've done 5,300 something already. Good job, buddy, man. Okay, all up to date. We're moving along greatly. Oh, that's the way. I guess I have to finish that after. At the next ad break. Bikini time. No! This isn't a bikini. You back. Yay, Pon is back. That's over. What do you mean? Oh shit. I was enjoying my bikini. It's better. No, it's not. This is not a bikini. Pon forgot. Pon wanted to go to the beach and take a swim. She forgot to bring her swimsuit with her. She's going into the water in her underwear. And she's blushing the whole time. Oh, now it's bikini time again. 01. This is a thing in a spin-off. Many wild Pokemon live on plushies. Hey, you shouldn't throw plushies at me while I'm out swimming. Then the plushies can be wet. Was that the first plushies today? Unless you threw some before. No, that shouldn't reset the counter. Many wild Pokemon live on Pokemon Island. Just the Pokemon Island is the name of one island you can visit. Imagine if our world had an island named Animal Island. And you know what? I'm actually going to look that up. Animal Island. There doesn't seem to be an island named Animal Island. So good. An avid cameraman, Todd. Oh look, Todd. Todd, are you still here? Uses the 01 as his means to get close to them. The 01 is full automated. Its progress is monitored and controlled by a series of strategically located beacons. The vehicle can instantly change its shape to allow it to travel by land, water, and air. First seen in Pokemon Snap. Oh snap. That's what it says. Snap. And down arrow for some reason. To the crotch of the vehicle, if that was a thing. So it got 3 wheels. It got raised to the 01. 01. That's what it's called, the 01. It doesn't really have a seat. Like, yeah, this is the seat, but like, it's like ground level. Where are you supposed to put your feet? Are you standing in this? Are you standing the whole time? The controls are quite low to, I mean, I don't know the scale of these things. It could be huge. For you to be able to stand in it and have a comfortable height of the controls, this thing would be huge. But then you got this whole thing above it, so so if you were to like, which I assume how large you would be, you would have to, like, if you're going to sit in this, you have to like with your knees up and stuff. This sounds so uncomfortable. Well, I guess you would look at this and like, wow, oh, so I'm going to have to stand in this thing or like sit with my knees up. Oh snap. Anyway, we've got some buttons here though. And some speakers. A button next to the speaker. Maybe this isn't speaker. Maybe this air conditioning. You got a tiny joystick and a D-pad and a secondary D-pad. You got the Nintendo D-pad, also used on Xbox, and you got the PlayStation D-pad. What would it do at PlayStation D-pad? and a monitor that's currently showing static. Yep, the first Splash is true. I enjoyed that game. Is it a game that I should play? Or do you feel like it's not my type of game? Pokemon Stadium. Trainers come from far and wide. What's known as tall and heavy. To congregate at Pokemon Stadiums. The ultimate versus to show off their Pokemon teams. There are many different arenas with varying terrain designs, some of which afford advantages to certain Pokemon, which does not seem fair. Wouldn't you have a specially designed arena to make things fair? Now, I'm not really sure how that would work in reality. Like a football stadium, where the football stadium is giving one team an advantage over the other team. Who would accept that? Even though that's actually reality, because in some matches are played like when the sun is slipping down, not far down enough so it gets covered by the arena, but high enough so it's above the edge. So the sun, because typically on smaller arenas this could be, they have like the sun shining into one team's eyes as they're trying to do an attack, or trying to defend against opponents. But then after the 45 minutes of play, you switch sides, but then the sun has dipped far enough to actually be covered by the stadium. That's one way you can have an advantage, and I think that probably happens in real life and things and stuff. Anyway, the story is short, but there are plenty of secrets to find every Pokemon. There are plenty of secrets to find every Pokemon that are part of the game. Because I assume there's not like 150 Pokemon. How many Pokemon are in that game? 80? This particular stadium is reserved for huge events. Oh, you don't say, with a big audience. And boasts a big screen and spectacular fireworks. But the big screen seems a bit bad. Like, okay, so this arena is where the fight takes place. Is this the actual model they used in the game? But yeah, you got the big screen there. But then you got the audience right below the big. They can't see the big screen. The people on this side can see the big screen. But then the question is, hello. But then the question is, for the audience that is on this side, do you rather want to the audience is just orange. If you're sitting on this side, the scale is a bit weird though, but disregard that. Standing here and watching the battle. Do you rather watch the big screen or the battle? I guess the big screen does show information, so. But I feel like also, I mean the scale is a bit off too, but yeah. It's also floating. Well, it sure is a big screen. A big screen consists of multiple smaller screens, I assume. What does the audience look like? This is what the audience is. Nice audience. Forage. And that was all Pokemon. Ice Climbers. Wait, I forgot to say it. Pokemon Stadium first appeared in Pokemon Stadium. Is this Pokemon Stadium the one that appeared in Pokemon Stadium, the game first? And is that the Pokemon Stadium 2 as released as Pokemon Stadium outside of Japan? Anyway, Ice Climbers. That's Popo in the blue and Nana in the pink. These two stars of the game Ice Climber have scaled many an icy summit in their mountaineering careers. Back in their glory days, they chased eggplants, cucumbers, and other vegetables. Well, cucumbers and eggplants are fruit, not vegetables. But okay. That inexplicably fell from frosty summits where a condor reigned supreme. They're rarely seen apart. First appeared in Ice Climber. I mean, yeah, eggplants and cucumbers are vegetables in the culinary definition, but fruits in the botanic definition. Well, I guess there's not much to look at these models. How Popo kind of got a weird blue pixel there. Could be the same of Nana, but the arm is raised, so it covers up that part, so it's hard to tell. Both sides look identical. There's only a few pixels. And regardless of how close up you get, everything is pixel sharp, which is good. This could mean that the pixels are actually built up by 3D. Anyway, Toppy. Which I think are seals originally, that they had created a new 3D model for this. Toppy's debuted in their game Ice Climber, shuttling ice which to repair cracks with the floors. They were kept really busy as Nana and Popo constantly cracked floors with single strikes of their ice hammers. Despite the monotony of their daily work, these creatures never slacked off for an instant. First seen in Ice Climber. So they are the good guys that are trying to keep the world constructed, and while the Ice Climbers are the bad guys who are destroying the world, and these are trying to fix it. Can we have a reverse Ice Climbers, but you have to go around fixing the floors? Polar Bear. This bizarre beast appears whenever the Ice Climbers take 5 during their ascent. Each leap, but if they take 7, each leap the upright bear makes causes an earthquake and makes the mountain scroll upwards. Okay. If the climbers fall off the bottom of the screen, they'll drop into a bottomless chasm. For reasons unknown, it sports pink shorts and sunglasses. First seen in Ice Climbers. Well, what do you want? It to take off the shorts? I mean, why not? Please, Polar Bear, can you take off your shorts? They don't have any eyes. They don't want to show their lack of eyes. Well, they are sure wearing shorts. Someone wants them shorts come off, and that's not me. I mean, if there's underwear underneath, I mean, I could change my mind. Moving on. This doesn't look like Ice Climbers. No, because it's now we're moving on to 2 other games, I guess. To Ryota Hayami, an 18-year-old wave race competitor from Japan. While he doesn't appear to have one outstanding trait, his acceleration, top speed, and maneuverability are quite well balanced. You mean like a girl? Kind of defeats my whole arguments before. I don't know, it could still apply though. I'm not playing this game. In Wave Race, a Blue Storm, which maybe is the sequel to Wave Race 64, he's done away with his helmet, yeah, and goggles in an attempt to make his face more recognizable across the world. First appeared in Wave Race 64, but this appearance is not Wave Race 64. Yeah, no. My comment before was, of course, a reference to how a lot of games tend to have the well-rounded and easy, he's the well-rounded character, so not like a girl. The girl characters would have lower acceleration, or at least lower top speed, but higher maneuverability. They typically make the female characters the beginner characters, and multiple games does that. Is that a common thing they do? Probably not. It's probably, I can't say probably not. Though I don't know how common it is. And But obviously we have to discount games. Discount correct term here? That does not have any female characters, of course. Or only female characters. But I think that's the case in Sonic and Mario, with both Peach and Toadette are like the easier characters to play with, while the other characters are can offer more technical abilities. Well, this is a human, and it says like Nintendo 5 times on this 3D model. Do you think this belongs to a Nintendo game? Kensuke Himachi, a member of the vertical air snowboard team of Japan. He's 19 years old. Oh, wrong. He's 19 years of age and a top boarder in Japan. I assume that because he's the team of Japan, but it doesn't mean he's from Japan. But I feel like... Anyway, but his team is still working on achieving world-class ranking because there are other boarders outside Japan. Okay, it makes sense now. Kensuke is a mellow, laid-back guy who gets bored quickly with the things that doesn't spark his interest. He plays a lot of Nintendo games when he's not riding. Well, of course. First appeared in 1080 degrees snowboarding. Can you snowboard when it's that hot? Well, obviously it was referring to 180 degrees of rotation, not the temperature. Well, sorry, I'll try to make it sure. Well, this is his face. Well, he's already looking bored, so he needs some stimulation, I think. Well, I guess there's not much to say about this. They didn't write Nintendo on the backside. Kinda surprised. It doesn't say Nintendo anywhere. You can write it on the hat as well, and the gloves. There's so many places, and the side of the legs, and on the jacket. What is the advertisement? Love Giant, a reincarnation of the sun that appears on a solitary island in the South Seas. Of where? Doshin feeds off the emotions of the islanders to grow into a giant. Its yellow color indicates its friendly nature. Yellow means friendly, okay. This Doshin, with its characteristics naval, likes to help with the village's daily tasks. From Doshin, the giant made first appearance in only in Japan. Well, sure, it does poke out a lot because King K. Rool also has that kind of design. Is that a Japanese thing, like in Japanese media, to do that? It got some interesting hair. The hair kind of looks weird. Kind of hard to see against the dark background, but because I kind of see what they want to go for, but it's kind of thick further down. I feel like the hair should be a bit thinner strands. Flat to the face. It kind of looks like a Lego figurine. What came first, this or Lego? Probably Lego came first. And there are the islanders, I assume. Well, they have the same. Well, their navel pokes out even more. It almost. It's like a sphere if you had more polygons attached on the outside of their body. It looks really weird. Nice red hat. Or is it? Or is that what the head looks like? Pineapple hair with a yellow body. It kind of works. Big lips. But what is hiding under the clothes? Oh my, you can see quite far up here. Should I really be looking? Oh my, you got the whole body underneath. Doesn't wear any underwear. Oh no, close your eyes. This character is not wearing any underwear. Just completely bare underneath. Oh my. Blush, oh my. Oh, this character doesn't have any clothes. So I guess that's the first character where you can look up the skirt and find an actual model and color the body. It's a male character, I assume, based on the lack of a top. So then it's okay, I guess. Hate Giant. A reincarnation of the sun that appears on a solitary island in the South Seas. Doshin feeds off the emotions of the islanders to grow into a giant. It's like you're just copying the exact same text. Its red color points towards its malignant nature, aligned nature. This Doshin, with its protruding navel and no, why is that so important? That's why knows but one thing: destroy. First appearance in Doshin the Giant, Japan only. You don't have a villager with you, Sammy. No more skirts. Look up. I mean, yeah, their heads really look like that. So the hat on that other creature is just its head's shape with a hat on top. Well, I guess it got a lot of close. Interesting. It doesn't have 4 fingers, because the reason why a lot of these characters does not have 4 fingers, and why they sometimes replace 4 fingers with 5 fingers, which they did, for example, with Psychonaut. I think Psychonaut has 5 fingers, where the 5th finger just copies the 4th finger. Was because it was supposed to release in Japan, which never happened. So that was fun. But developers deal with that. Crash only has 4 fingers, but have the 5th finger added in marketing in Japan. But so they don't have 4 fingers because 4 is the word for death. But why doesn't the hate giant, representing evilness and stuff, like it's based on the devil? Why doesn't this one have 4 fingers? That would be perfect. Even the claws of the feet are a total of 5 of them. I feel like that's a missed opportunity. Ray Mark II, I assume it says. The custom Robo games feature combat between small robots, averaging about 12 inches. Oh no, we got more units in height. Ray Mark II is the upgraded descendant of one of the combat from the original game. Maybe Ray Mark I, or just Ray. It's a well-balanced jumper model in the Shining Fighter line of robots. Its stable design lets it excel with a minimum of customization. First appeared in Custom Robot 2, as the description just said. Only in Japan. It's Chibi Robo. Custom Robo meant. Chibi Robo is a different game that was released outside Japan. But I guess Custom Robo did. Oh my god. Anyway, let's see if they translate that, because this is not a Pokemon, so they don't have the, they can't just fall back on the Pokemon stats. 30 centimeters. I think that's correct. I guess that's going to be the case. But sometimes they have surprising information in some languages. So I have to check them all. At least it's quick. At least I don't have to restart. Press the back button. At least I don't have to restart the whole thing. I don't think this one says the height of it. Talvez uma das muito do primeiro test on bom compromisso por debutando na partida pela concepção de yeah, I don't think it says. No, it says right there. Petite. I read the wrong part. Petite taille. So they're just doing the Kirby thing, just not specifying the height. Just saying that they're small. They're like 12 inches. No, I don't know how much that is. Just Small. Probably small. 30 centimeters. Not easy when I was right there. That's the benefit of the metric system, is that if you just write out the number with numerals and the unit with the proper symbols, I know some people, particularly English speakers of United States and United Kingdom, prefers to write metric with improper symbols. But if you use the proper ones, United Kingdom more so, which is kind of weird. United States has some, like cubic centimeters is typically incorrectly written, which took me quite a while to understand what they're even talking about. Oh, it's cubic centimeters incorrectly written. Just write it correctly. But yeah, so I can see like 30 centimeters. It just says 30 centimeters. It doesn't matter. It's in Italian. It can be in any language. That's 30 centimeters, and that's the point of metric. But if you said like 12 inches, I mean, sure, 12 is still 12, but when it says inches, well, that's called all kinds of different things in all the languages. I know, I don't know what is in all the languages. So, and there is no, like, sure, you could argue, well, the IN is a standard symbol for inches. Well, it isn't. It's used in English, but it isn't a standard symbol. If you have the text in a different language, you would use that language's word for it, or that language's abbreviation for inches. Anyway, moving on, because that was besides the point. But this stuff I'm not talking about before understanding. When it is about that, yeah. I mean, yes, I know that like a foot is a bit more than 30 centimeters, but that doesn't mean like 4.5 foot, 4.5 feet. I mean, I guess yeah, expressed in English. That doesn't mean I know how much that is. I mean, that means I need to take 4 times 30, which is 120, plus 15, 135. I just have to calculate that. Anyway, Bayonet, Tsurugi, and Yaiba, twin brothers who were bewitched by the dark power, combined the beloved robot's spear and lance to form this illegal robot. Oh my, we have some illegal stuff in Smash Bros. Drink into that. The brothers used the Strike Vanisher model as a base, but then added a number of stealth capabilities. This successful power-up is nothing short of Custom Robo miracle. First appeared in Custom Robo 2, Japan only. To really look at this illegal stuff. So it's half blue, half orange, and centered with gray. It's very spiky in a lot of places. That's an interesting spikiness there. Well, but I'm not sure how much I can say about this. I had more about saying about 12 inches than I had to say about this. Annie, I assume. Which is a jumper model in the stunner line of robots, was the robot used by Nanase could be either. A cadet at the Takuma Academy. I assume it's Nanase because that's how it's anglicized, Urumagized, which is Uromaji is a bad term because it should be called anglicized. That's what it's based on. Commander, because the Romanized means it's based on the Roman alphabet, but shouldn't that be the Roman spelling, like based on like Latin spelling? Whatever, that's besides the point. At the climax of the story, oh no, now we get into the spoilers. Nanase fell prey to temptation and stained her hands with the illegal robot Magel. Yeah, Who's that? Maybe the next trophy, or maybe there is no trophy. I don't remember my yell trophy, so probably not going to see that robot. These acts ultimately set the stage for her undeniable tragic end. Oh, now we're spoiling even more. Anyway, first appeared in Custom Robot 2, Japan only. And this is the female-looking robot. I mean, the previous two... Okay, well, I don't need to back out. The first one is male-looking, and you got, like, the only skin part is the face. This one is, well, gender-neutral, I would say. And then you got the female-looking, and now we got boobs, bare tummy, lot of exposed legs and arms. It's a robot, so it's not like it's lack of armor or anything. It's not lack of protection. It's supposed to be a robot, so these parts are just plastic, metal. So here's the face. We look at the boobs. Is this the first cleavage we get in as a trophy? Oh my, they have even modeled on the inside of the plate armor thingy here. You can see down. Oh my, I'm just inspecting the details they put into it. Not like I like to look at boobs or anything. Oh wait. What kind of weapon is this? Well, they even modeled the butt. The butt got some 3D-ness to it. Oh my, it's very 3D. Oh my. You got quite a bulgy crotch as well. Anyway, looking at the feet now. Oh, high heels, of course. Kind of hard to see against this background, but it is high heels. Some people are into that. I'm not, but yeah, there we go. I just have to check. This character did not have a defined butt. Nope. I mean, I guess you can say that there's a bulge here, but not a butt. And of course, not this one, because this is very angular. But here you got a bulge and a butt. Anyway, that was all the custom robot. A very human-looking robot compared to the others. Well, the first one at least had a human-looking face. But that doesn't say that all the female-looking robots are like that in the game. Or maybe they are. Mr. Resetti, prepare to receive a real long talking to if you reset this game. Which game? The next time you play, Mr. Resetti will be waiting to deliver his best scolding. I know it's Animal Crossing, but it didn't say that. No matter what your intentions are, press the reset button. It will bring you face to face with this fervent character. Sometimes the only way to shut him up is to apologize. First appearance in a future release. See, it doesn't even tell me what game it is. Just some game. This character appears in some random game. You don't dare reset it. And shut it off. Don't. I mean, resetting a game is like saving and quitting and starting it up again. That doesn't make him upset. When you start up a game, it saves the game and states that the game has not properly shut down. And then when you turn off the game, it saves that the game has been shut down. And every time you start a game, it checks if the last saved it with the shutdown, that it was shut down, or if it wasn't shut down. Very low quality texture, by the way. That's how it works. So when you start a game, the game saves. And the other side is just flat. As expected. And Mr. Resetti here has a different outfit than in the actual game. Doesn't have... Well, I mean, the same applies to Misty. It's just I haven't played Animal Crossing. Well, I have. But I have not really any experience with Mr. Resetti. I didn't play Animal Crossing much. It wasn't really my type of game. But I played Pokemon and I didn't recognize that Missy's outfit looked a bit different from what I remember. And Mr. Resetti here has... wait, wrong line. This was back when There was no autosave. They added autosave in the Switch version. I think the 3DS version could have had autosave. Autosaving has existed. Which is the first game with autosaving? I don't know. I know Nintendo 64 had autosaving. And the first Animal Crossing is on a console which the first Animal Crossing is from Nintendo 64, which is a console which has an auto-saving game. Which that game is Super Smash Bros. 64. Well, it's just called Super Smash Bros. That game is auto-saving. Isn't there a lot? Doesn't Nintendo 64 have a lot of auto-saving games? So the first Animal Crossing is on an auto-saving game. When they released it internationally, if I recall correctly, they released it on GameCube first, right? And GameCube is also a console with auto-saving games. Have you an example of an auto-saving game on GameCube? Well, Super Smash Bros. For GameCube, which is Melee. This game's auto-saves. And then the next console they released on... They released a game on Wii, right? Does Wii have an auto-saving game? Well, Super Smash Bros. And next game they released was... did they release on DS or something? I know 3DS had a game which you also had to say manually. Did 3DS have a game that was auto-saved? Well, yes, Super Smash Bros. Running that joke into the ground. No, this game, yeah. So your comment would be he was from back in the game when Animal Crossing didn't have auto-saving, but the game consoles did have auto-saving. So there are several auto-saves now. New Horizons, I think, was at least the first mainline game that has auto-saving. What were the Wii New Leaf? Yeah, with DS did not have a Smash Bros. So the joke doesn't work. So with the exception of Wild World, every Animal Crossing has been released on a console which had a Smash Bros. Game released, and every Smash Bros. Games has had auto-saving, while Animal Crossing has not had it until Switch. Which Animal Crossing does have auto-saving, and Smash Bros. Obviously have auto-saving. Imagine if Smash Bros. Removed auto-saving. That would be so weird. Moving on to the next character. Trophy. Tom Nook. This guy's the friendly neighborhood shopkeeper who kindly helps the players set up in his or her first house. He has a nose for business. He doesn't use it for anything else. And his customer service is second to none. I heard the phrase second to none before. I don't even know what it means. What's first to none? Can you be third to none? Like second to none. So like there are no other, but you're not first. You're second. Well. Orimian is not my second to none. Orimian is my first. Well, again, to none, because no other can compete. I don't know what second to none means. I should probably look it up. I've looked up a lot of stuff. I'm not looking it up. During the course... I could just look it up. Of the game, his store starts as a corner shop, expands to become a convenience store, and finally becoming a thriving supermarket. First appearance in the feature release. No, like there's no one you're second to. Oh, second to, you're not second. Wait. What? It is second to none. You can be second to none, but it's like you're not second. Hey, you know what? I'm going to look it up now. Second to none. Is it a shortening of full sentence or something? As good as the best. as in quality or reputation inferior to no one else or nothing else in the same kind. Oh, it means that you're not second. So you're not second, as in. It can also be used as slang for heroin. Anyway. Okay, so it means the best. Because you're not second. It's just the to none part that weirds me out. Because to me, that just sounds like, as I said, why is the texture so low quality? It just sounds like, well, you're not first. You're so bad that you're second to no one. You managed to come in second and there's no one in the first place. No, that's what I took it for. And that's why I said that I used that meaning for Urimin is not my second to none, because Urimin is not second. Urimin is my first and most important. Yeah, I don't. Well, there's text here. Is this tell the text on? Okay, now I need to look that up. That's. But yeah, Urimin would be my second to none in the actual intended meaning behind the word. The meaning I did not use when I said Urimin wasn't second to none. Which I know it's not a meaning, but that's why I gave context. It means, well, it is mise, but I have to look up what it actually means. Anytime now. There we go. It is a commercial building, a store, a shop. Oh my. I see you have a store here. Oh my. What is hidden below? Oh my. Anyway. Okay, anyway. Like, since there's none, you're second to your friend. There's none you're second to your friend, but then you're not second. You can't say you are second to none, because that implies you're second. That's how my brain works. You are not second to none if you're first. If in that case, the phrase should be not second to someone. I know expressions are weird. I mean, I'll comment on weird Swedish expression as well. It's just I can't really use them. Like, for example, if you want to use the expression to give it your all when you're facing off someone, the Swedish expression is ge dem vad de tål, or equivalent pronouns, which means to give them what they can sustain or something like that. Shouldn't you, and that's a weird phrase, because shouldn't you put in more effort than they can handle? Maybe handle is like, give them what they can handle, basically. But shouldn't you go beyond what they can handle so you actually can defeat them? So that's a weird expression. Yeah, so the weird expression exists in all the languages, many of the languages. Anyway, Totakeke. A wandering musician whose daily life is a bit of a mystery. He plays in the front of the train station every Saturday night starting at 8 p.m. Now I have to look that up in all languages. He has a large repertoire and plays both old and new hits from all over the world. His music is so ingrained in the villagers that it's impossible to imagine them living without it. First appearance in a future release. Okay, wait. Totakeke 8:00 E:(M:) period. That's not even written in the US format. According to CLDR, which is the Unicode standard for formatting for different locales, US standard for writing PM is a capital P, capital M. But the international... Have they changed this then? Because the international standard for writing a lowercase p period, lowercase m period. No, wait, that's not the international standard. I shouldn't remember. I think the international standard is lowercase p, lowercase m. The periods might be added in specific locales like Australia? I could be wrong. I wonder if they changed that. They haven't changed anything else. Why would they change that? They probably didn't change that. Would be very weird to change that out of all the things they would change. Yeah, no, I didn't. German. They write. Oh. They wrote it out in words. Samstag 8 Uhr. Oh, okay. So they wrote 8 o'clock at 8 o'clock evening. At 8 o'clock evening. Even though the game uses a 24-hour clock, but sure. Right out in, and also Germans tend to speak the 24 hours as well. But sure. And also the English didn't write out it in word. But there we go. In French they write 20 at the 20-hour mark. Which I assume German would write too. Like 20, whatever that is in German. Or 20 or Spanish will also using 24-hour clock because this is supposed to represent Spain. But no, they wrote las 8 de la tarde instead, even though when you play Animal Crossing in Spanish, it's a 24-hour clock. Meaning that if you want to keep track of when Tota Keke shows up, you have to do a bunch of conversions. And in Italian they write 20 o'clock. Which, again, I would assume Spanish and German would do too, but they did not. So, and again, interesting stuff when you change stuff and not change stuff. Yeah, the one that tripped me up is you can't have your cake and eat it too. I know I've heard a lot of people say that one. At least that one makes more sense to me. Because, like, that's the point of having a cake. No, I mean, that's not what the sentence means, though. To eat it is the point. No, I have to have it in order to eat it, but the way it's intended is like you can't eat your cake and then still have it. Yeah, but because if you eat it, you no longer have it. They just choose the worst possible way to phrase it. I think second to none is a worse phrasing than that. I think that phrasing still makes logical sense. You can't have it and eat it. I mean, sure. I think if you apply, I mean, sure, you should probably phrase it more like you can't have your cake if you ate it. I think would be a better phrasing. It's not much different, to be fair. I think that should yeah, you can probably change it to that. You can't have your cake and eat if you ate it. Thank you for following Marmot 463. If you would like to introduce yourself, what does the numbers stand for, or are they just completely random? If you don't want to answer, that's perfectly fine. Some people enjoy just having a cake, I guess. Once you eat it, it's gone. I like cake. Why is your... Oh. No, that's nothing. I like cake. I should have a cake. I want a cake. But I shouldn't eat so much. Yeah, but that's way more... Yeah, I mean, yeah, change phrasing, it makes it more clear. And it should be... And it's even shorter. You can't have your cake if you ate it. And eat it too. I guess the same number of syllables actually, so it's less... yeah. The Animal Crossing trophies have so low quality textures and I don't know why. And if you're going to be this low quality textures, why not pixelate it at this point? Why is, like... They didn't even... Like, what is this? What kind of model is this? It's completely... hollow. It has the texture on the back side. Its strings are only textured on top of the whatever hole, if there's a fancy musical term for that hole. And for some reason, they applied a texture that goes on the outside of the 3D body instead of just following the shape of the 3D body. Sure, you get a higher resolution shape of the guitar body, but you're using such a low resolution texture anyway. This model is so weird. Such a weird model. Why did it do it this way? The texture, they modeled the underside of the box. Oh, you want to see his butt? You can't eat your cake and still have it. Would also make sense. Yeah, that's a fair one. That's a good one. You're right. His butt is modeled. His butt is very modeled. Oh yeah, this is a well-defined butt. We're looking at. Probably because the game was still in development when they pulled the models from it. That might be true, but yeah, they didn't bother actually. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Specifically, the phrasing of "you can't have your cake and eat it" is really stupid phrasing unless you already understand the phrase. I guess that's fair. That is fair. Like, yeah. I can still feel like I do still feel like it's at least better than Second to None. That might just be my opinion, because even with the knowledge of what Second to None means, I still feel like that's a bad phrasing. Because you can't say that you are second to none, like you're still calling it second. I understand what they're trying to say, but maybe that's just my opinion. Maybe that's just my opinion, and I'll respect your... Wait, sorry, I forgot to change it back. And both are probably as bad. Now that I think more about it, very fair. Very fair. That's why Mr. Reggie is wearing a different outfit in the trophy when he's been game. That's fair. That's a good reason too. Proximity Mine, which is actually a name they changed for this European release. The original one is called... I don't remember what it's called originally. Well, originally it has a Japanese name, but what they called it in the first English translation, then they changed it to Proximity Mine. The perfect accessory for ambushes, the Proximity Mine, which they then have changed its text, has long been a favorite, which they didn't change, covert weapon of the Carrington Institute. Any surface. What? The Proximity Mine has long been a favorite covert weapon of the Carrington Institute. Any surface. Okay, sure. And once armed, detonates with incredible force when it detects motion within its range. In the frantic world of Super Smash Bros., it doesn't take long for it to go. From the game Top Secret, which is not a game, it's just they didn't want to write out the game. Because it is original... I'm not sure why they wrote Top Secret, because if I recall correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, the original Proximity Mine that was released in Japan, or Super Smash Bros. Melee, was the mine they used in the game. What was it called again? It's the James Bond game. I don't remember what's it called. It's James Bond. Because James Bond was going to be a fighter in this game before that idea was rejected at some point. So they used the James Bond video game Mine in the original Japanese version, and it said that it was from James Bond. But there might have been some licensing issues with that, so they made an original Mine design and changed the game to Top Secret. Not sure why they had to change it to Top Secret if this... No, isn't this Mine from Perfect Dark? Isn't that what it... Now that I recall it, isn't this Mine design from Perfect Dark? So if they're going to change the design from James Bond, why aren't they writing where this Mine design is from then? If they're going to keep it a secret, I mean they're very sussy with writing Top Secret. I'm using sussy unironically here. So I don't know. It's very weird. I just feel it's very weird. Otherwise, this mine is just where's the target so high up? It's a very basic. Just 3 green lights, 4 green lights. I can't count, which doesn't make sense for being a secret. GoldenEye 007. That's the name. That was what I tried to. I think that's one. Looks like there's missing text. Yeah. Probably that it can stick to any service. I don't know, honestly. Yeah, it's so weird. If it's Perfect Dark, if they got the rights to use the mine from Perfect Dark, just write Perfect Dark. If they didn't get the rights to use the mine from Perfect Dark, what are you doing? Why did you even change it from the James Bond mine in that case? If you didn't have the license to use the James Bond mine, you don't, and you're not going to write out that it's the Perfect Dark mine because you don't have that license, then you still don't have the license. I don't get it. It's so weird. Filing cabinet work top drawers, labeled top secret, bottom drawer, labeled bottom secret. But my bottom is not a secret. I'm a magical girl, by the way. I didn't even realize that. Yeah, I'm that cute. Cloaking device. What is the cloak? I don't remember. Maybe the cloaking device is from Perfect. I don't remember. There's some weird stuff going on with this stuff. They might call it top secret just as part of a funny joke, but I don't get the joke though. Because it's spy gear. But you could probably I don't know. Probably the joke, but cloaking device or a cloaking device. This state-of-the-art camouflaged device bends light rays in such a way that weird phrasing, appears almost invisible. The device fosters confusion and players using it will not take damage while cloaked. For some reason, which is why it's still a good item for you to pick up in single player. This does not mean, however, that players become invulnerable, so they can still be sent reeling or flying across the screen, yes. Depending on their damage percentages. From Top Secret. From Perfect Dark, maybe? There's old stuff about this on the trophy list. It's a basic design. Rounded top, rounded shape. 4 things on the backside that you barely will see because it will land bottom down on the stage normally. And if you pick it up, you activate it immediately, so... Only really seen on the trophy. However, as we play, so I will go and get some more water. And we have more trophies to go through, but we're getting closer to the end though. We have more to go through. Let me switch over to the Be Right Back screen, and I will be right back. Oops, sorry, takes too long. Yeah, good time at the same time. So, sorry, I'm back. So what do we have here? Bunny. That's it over. Bunny. Plushies! With some bunnies. I really need to get back to making more plushies, but I've been focused on some other stuff. Like school. Hererin. I think it was Hellelin. I don't remember. Maybe it was the Japanese version that says Hellelin. I don't remember if it was supposed to be Hererin or Hellelin or Hellerin or Hererin. In Japanese doesn't make a L or distinction. Gurin sets off in his specialized helicopter. Sure looks like a very specialized helicopter. To rescue his siblings, who have lost their way somewhere among 10 worlds. The helicopter is fitting with an enormous blade, which propels the machine forward but slowly rotating. Does not sound like an efficient helicopter. The mazes that Kururin must navigate are narrow and filled with all kinds of strange obstacles. First appeared in Kururin. Is it related to Kuri Mix? No, of course not. Well, it's a very basic design. It's a sphere with a propeller blade. I want to get on the inside of the thing. Oh yeah, now I'm at the controls. Doesn't seem to be much controls. And also, isn't, yeah. Watch out, when he's at the controls. Double checking. Since I have a long ad break. Checking that is still sorted back in. Captain Olimar. It's interesting when Salties only appears as trophies to then become playable characters. This copter, that's a good description of what it is. I assume this middle part is stationary. The main character of the game, Pikmin, Captain Olimar, crash lands on a mysterious planet after his spaceship malfunctions. In order to get off the planet, he must gather the pieces of his broken ship. But the atmosphere of the planet is poisonous to Olimar. As a result, he has to enlist the help of the native Pikmin. First appeared in Pikmin. Well, what? He has a suit and helmet on. Why wouldn't he be able to do things? Is it because the helmet might crack? Yeah, there it is. And here are the Pikmins. Is this the correct size of Pikmins compared to Olimar? I think the Pikmins appear smaller in after this game. They got eyes, but the yellow one does not. Right? The yellow one got ears. The red one got a nose. And the blue one, I assume, got a mouth, but you can't see that. Oh, the underside is black. This Pikmin stands for. Blue one is speaking evil. The yellow one is hearing evil, and the red one is smelling evil. Problem is that all of them have eyes, so every Pikmin is also seeing evil. They're supposed to be a bit shorter than all of them, yeah. They're a bit oversized there. Pikmin. These strange beings are part plant, part animal. They spend most of their time buried in the earth. Yes. but they will befriend whoever plucks them. Oh. As evidenced by their devotion to Captain Olmar. Each spring has a leaf on its head that grows into a bud and finally a flower. Like a flower, the life of a Pikmin is both fragile and beautiful. First appeared in Pikmin, which is... There's a lot of them. How detailed are they? Oh, see, yeah, the blue one got the mouse. They are quite detailed. Not too detailed though, but... Whee. How many are they? A bunch. I guess you can take a screenshot to count in if you want to count in. There's a bunch of them. The 100. No, that wasn't the 100. Couldn't be 100. Alpha. A creature in an imaginary cubist world where survival of the fittest is the rule. Sounds like many worlds. Doesn't seem like special to this world. These creatures have strong, efficient bodies. Well, I can tell that. And the cute faces of pandas. I'm almost read that as panties. They form family groups and treat each other lovingly, yet have no respect for other beasts. Their favorite foods seem to be meat and bamboo grass. After all, pandas and panties are not that far off from each other. Imagine having some panda panties. First appeared in future release. Okay, I'm not really sure what's going on with this model. You got the ears, which are textured. The eyes are textured. Okay, fine. But what's going on with the body? Whoops, hello. We're not at UA yet. So it got this shape, which is fine. Like this is what they look like. But it was what's with the pattern? I thought it was like paws first. Paw prints. I don't know what's going on here. And also, why is it like dark prints on a dark background? Shouldn't the body be like... Should these prints be white, maybe? I don't know what's going on with this model. It's weird. Is it cute? Maruo or Mauo, Maruo or Maro, Mauringe. His name is, well, Maru Maringe. He has a splendid mustache and he's the eldest son of a long-established card merchant. Card merchant? After a stint as... What stint? A taxi driver and convenience store clerk, he settled into his role as heir to the car business, which has been in his family for 5 generations. But he tried other stuff first. He manages the Maringe card shop. From Card Hero, first appeared in Card Hero, Japan only. So what's this symbol? Probably the shop of the cards. And his face kind of looks like that. Does every person in his family have big black eyes with a bushy mustache? He got it from his mother. Whoops. What detail, like yeah, this is great. Like here, the pieces are just floating. But still quite detailed. He got sandals on, unless someone must point out that there's a specific Japanese term for this kind of shoe. If it's supposed to be, I assume it's Japanese designed. I'm still not sure how to read the name though. That's the thing to add. If they're going to have the stickers and no descriptions, which, like, I understand why. It's a shame not to have the trophies. Not the trophies take too much effort because the trophies are 3D models extracted from other games. But it's the description and translation that takes the most of the time because there's like 14 versions, language versions in Ultimate that you have to do. Fact checked and so on. And having to check what did they actually translate this thing in that game. Think about pets. I guess they could just reintroduce these characters, like this same, not same. Well, in some cases they can use the exact same models, but basically just copy these translations and text from from Melee, Brawl, and Wii U and 3DS to save them some work and just fix the errors that people have pointed out. Bubbles. The mysterious bubbles can only move straight ahead and has problems stopping. These changes pass by sticking out your hand and grabbing a pose on the way by. The bubbles makes contact with a sea urchin. Bit random. It'll pop and deflate like a balloon. That sounds horrible. Bubbles protects herself by shocking sea urchin and pushing them into walls to destroy them. That sounds a bit brutal. Yes, the sea urchins are just minding their own business. First appeared in Clue Land. Well, I guess normally they tend to make female characters look very feminine. I wouldn't say this character is gender neutral in its design. And it's kind of interesting to see that when they actually make characters more gender neutral, but still make them female. It's nice because that really needs to be more normalized. because currently still I would say that gender neutral makes these male characters, and then you add female features like eyelashes and lipstick and bows and stuff to make them female. Otherwise they are male, and that's a problem. And someone could argue, well, that's not a problem. Well, the problem is that you can't, like, gender neutral. I'd say it's a problem if a gender neutral character is always perceived as a male and never female. Like, it's not like a huge societal issue that there needs to be, like, yeah, like, it's not like a huge issue like that. It's just a thing that could maybe change it. Like, people could, like, I don't know. Anyway, the exception, of course, is when you have a species with a specific design, and this species is the exact same for male and female characters, such as Pokemons, which people still see as male by default, unless they have quite very feminine designs, such as wide hips, skirts and dresses, feminine features like flowers or pink or bows or boobs. But if they have nothing of that and just gender neutral, people see it as male. I refer to Pokemon as male. But anyway. Pokemon generation. There are, I mentioned many generations. Along with the female characters are the beginner characters, as well as what's the third point? Yeah, it's that whenever you have a cast of characters, you have a very small percentage of female characters. Like, you have 4 characters and one of them is female, for example, instead of 2. And that same thing is kind of like Smash Bros. Kinda have that issue too. Like, You have like 80 characters, but like 10 female or something like that. I don't know how many female characters there are in Smash Bros. The ones that appears in both genders should probably be completely excluded because they are. If you check, only look at the characters that are explicitly male or female, how many? Should I look that up now, or should I just continue with this trophy? Party Gobble, yo, Forest, awesome, thank you. I appreciate. Oh, what's that in between? It is a little silly that started or all. It's 87.5% chance to be made. Yeah, I feel like that's why this. I could see the breeding reason for why they made it that way. Okay, I've been reading these trophies for so long. Can we take a quick break to go to smashbros.com and check out the characters? Let me put this on screen. There it is. Does it show up? Oh yeah. Make it a bit wider, I think. Oh yeah. Delphox is too slain to be 87.5% a guy. Yeah, Delphox. So and that's the same thing. Starters are kind of gender neutral, but because gender neutrality is seen as, it's not like it seems as masculine, but it's more like if there isn't feminine traits, it's seen as masculine. So that means that basically every starter is seen as male unless there's a very feminine feature, such as Delphox and those that have like skirt or I guess we start from the top, which is the DLC. Or like what was it called? There's the water type, which is like a half mermaid inspired one, which has a very feminine look too. Evolution from Popio or something like that. So it's piranha plant male or female? Okay, let's go over it. Male, female, or neutral. Okay. Piranha plant is a thing. It's a plant. So I would say piranha plant is neutral. They aren't male or female. I mean, plants are male or female, but it's referred to as gender neutral in the game at least. However, I would not be surprised if most people refer to piranha plant as a male most of the time, but I'm marking it as a neutral. Opinions on Pokemon with gender difference, like Pikachu getting heart shape at the end of that. I guess that still falls into my point here that gender neutral means male, add something feminine to it to make it female. Arts often associated with femininity. Anyway, so Joker, male, Hero, male. Well, you have 4 different, I'm just counting once. And it's explicitly male. Banjo-Kazooie, bit tricky. Let me put it because that's a male plus a female as a duo, but you're still playing as the male character. So I will actually rewrite that as. I wish I could show the notes on screen as well. I mean, I guess I could by showing this. Oh, it's below. There we go. I have my notes. Oh wait. Well, it doesn't even show up properly. Come on, you spend too much time on this. This is fun, okay? This is... there we go. Oh. Yeah, it's a bit of a smaller side. I can make it larger. There we go. Let's put it to the side here or something. I might need it to be wider. So I'm counting. So I'm still counting separately now. So Banjo-Kazooie will be like the primary male character. We still have a female character. And then you got Terry, male. Wireless. I could add another category, but I call it X. Or M/F. A character that doesn't have a specific gender, you choose the gender. Doesn't really count the same. Min, first female. Steven Alex, again, male. The male is you choose the gender. Sephiroth, male. Armisa, female. But again, two characters in one. Well, unlike here, you can change mid-bell, we have still counted once. Because it's one fight a lot. Kazuya, male. Sora, male. We're seeing a pattern here, and now we get to the non-Lucy fighter. Mario, male. Donkey, male. Link, male. Samus, female. Dark Samus. Wait, how is it? God has to help me here. Does Dark Samus count as male or female? I think I've heard like both and stuff. Like, they assume Dark Samus is female. But I also heard also Dark Samus being referred to as an it as well. So, what do I classify Dark Samus as? Unknown gender. I guess I could. Is Dark Samus a boy or a girl? Dark Samus is female, as she is composed of Samus DNA, which would contain female chromosomes. Oh, yeah, go into that. The one true way to define gender? No. I was just wondering. There's so many factors that determines gender. We have no evidence that reduction measurability is except that you can train for anything. Okay, that will count Dark Samus as female then. Yoshi is a species. But Yoshi is a character from the species. Is the Yoshi that appears in the game, or any of the other game where you have like the green Yoshi, is that Yoshi male or female? Or is this more of a case of a Pokemon case where it shouldn't count as a gender? Because it can be both male and female, because you choose kind of situation, except you don't choose. Should I look up that too? Is Yoshi a boy, a girl, or a boy? The manual of Super Mario World has a section entitled Your Pal Yoshi. On page 17 of the manual it says, if Yoshi eats a yellow shell, he will make a sand cloud. According to another random person, Yoshi specifically is a male, the one as that you have, the green one that you can play as in different games. As he is referred to as he in the games, and is also conferred by Shiggy. But he's who's Shiggy? Shigeru Miyamoto. Shiggy. Okay, I'll count Yoshi as male then. Kirby male as far as I know. Fox male. Pikachu would be male or female. Because for two reasons, it's a Pokemon, and the other you can actually choose in the game. In Smash Bros. Luigi male, Ness male, Campfire male, Jigglypuff, male or female. This time you can't exactly choose, but it's up to you. When you play as Jigglypuff in a game, you choose. Isn't it male or female? All up to you. You could argue that because of all the feminine accessories that Jigglypuff has in Smash Bros, that Jigglypuff is a female. But that's just assumption. The game just uses neutral phrasing, so I would say male or female. There are no, Peach female, Daisy female. Let's scroll down a bit more. Bowser male, Ice Climbers. Can you wait? Let's check. In Melee, you can choose if you wanted the male or female leader. Yeah, so you can choose to be which one you want as the lead one. So that will fall under you choose what category. Otherwise, it would just be this category if you couldn't choose. Sheik would be female, right? I think that's what. Well, there also had discussion regarding that. Is Sheik a male or a female? No, Sheik would be a female because Sheik is supposed to represent a species that is female only. It would be kind of weird to mask yourself, trying to hide your identity by being a species that is female only by being a male of that species. That seems like a bad idea. Zelda is female, Dr. Mario is just Mario again, but still an option. Pichu, your choice. Falco male. Mars male, Lucina female. Scroll down more. Young Link, which again is Link, but male. Ganondorf male. Mewtwo. Is Mewtwo gendered? Bulbapedia, Mewtwo. Gender unknown. Well, okay. Well, Mewtwo goes under genderless. Roy male, Chrome male, Mr. Game & Watch I think will qualify as male. Meta Knight male, Pit male, Dark Pit male. If I say something that's wrong, please do state if I make an error. There's Samus female, Wario male, Snake male. I'm going to run out of space now. Let's make it even wider and Ike male, Pokemon trainer. Okay. The game counts as 3 separate characters, but as I said, 1 slot. It's male and female because you can choose the gender of the trainer, and the Pokemons themselves have no gender differences, so that's all up to you, whichever gender your Pokemons have. Diddy Kong male, Lucas male, Sonic male, DDD male, Olimar male, Lucario. Both genders. Someone argued to me, well, no, Lucario can't be female in the game because the voice is male, which I guess I think they should have made the voice a bit less masculine sounding. Rob is an item and does not have a gender, as far as I know. Tunic male, Wolf male, Villager, you can choose. Mega Man male. Technically a robot too. Wii Fit trainer, you can choose. Rosalina Luma. What's the gender of Luma? I'm going to look that up. Is Luma a boy or girl? I'm using the autocomplete just to see what. Luma's gender is both male and female. You get to decide which one you want to be. What? Luma's I saw like creatures up here. Okay, so this is I had an inkling had a lumine that they were a species, and therefore you don't like a non gender exclusive species, whatever. The nips will fall under female led, but with I'm marking this X. Okay, let's continue. Little Mac male, ninja, you can choose. Me fighters, do they have multiple slots or single slot? I think they changed it to just single slot, but you can choose whichever, whatever. Either way. Latina female. Pac-Man is male, right? Because then they made Miss Pac-Man and stuff. Robin, you can choose. Troll, male. Bossy Junior, male. But you can choose because you can actually play as a female version, but the female version is 1 out of 8 at the same time. So no, that one kind of proves the point I had. I like 7 Koopalings. 1 of them is female. So our although this should not be with a period, by the way. British standard is not writing a period after that. I mean, it doesn't matter if I type it or not, but I typed the period in the wrong spot anyway, so. Hi, Marmot463. Thank you for the following before, but I hope it goes well. So I put Basino aside. Duck Hunt Duo. Does that count as male or female? Duck Hunt. Is the dog male or female? What gender are Duck Hunt, dog, and duck? Duck is male, female ducks are brown and don't have colors like that, judging by the laugh. I was thinking the duck is... Given the colors of the duck is definitely a male. As for the dog, I tapped Duck Hunt, dog, gender. I think the gender of the dog is not really well defined. Neither is the case of the duck. So maybe I'll create an X category of, or maybe I just add Duck Hunt to do. Rio male can make Cloud male. Corin, you can choose. I think that was the case. Hello, Marshall Silver. Nice to see you. Thank you for doing your daily routine. Strawberry, your first one. I'm going through the genders of the characters to see how the male-female split of characters are in Smash Bros. Ultimate. Pretty fun. And there's a lot of special cases. Well, let's continue. Bayonetta, female. Inklings you choose. Ridley. Is Ridley a liar? Boy or girl? Metroid. Other Ridley is canonically male. Okay. I'll take your word for it. Several official sources, including manuals for Metroid and Super Mario, refer to Ridley with gender-neutral pronouns. Would be crazy if they used female pronouns next to. Okay, I'm male. I was assuming they were going to the gender-neutral part. Simon male, Richter male, Kinky Rule male, Isabel female, and Incineroar both genders. Even though Incineroar's portrayal in Smash Bros. Is quite masculine. With this is why I don't want to add this part. Let's make it even wider. Like count this like do this, because I just like, sure, if I don't include it, the difference between male and female is being exaggerated. And you could argue, well, that's not a fair way of looking at it. Typically enough, this software only has one understep, so that you should include this to reduce the. So yes, so if you include it, kind of like 50% female compared to 100% male. So that's a third female, 2/3 male. But if you don't include that, it's more like a quarter female to all the males. So a fifth female, 4/5 male. That's not considered gender neutral then. Well, there's special cases, but there is only one of each here, so. So depending on how you look at it, the proportions are different. But if we were to add these, and you kind of add half of them in that case, because they count as a half a slot. And then for Bowser Jr., you will have 7/8 of a slot for male and 1/8 for female. Which I really can't do. I can add one extra here. It's probably like, it's so masculine, so. And I think that's that. Enough of that. That was my break. But what I want to say that it's not really Smash Bros. Fault for having such a huge, like 2 to 3 times more male than females, because they are only reflecting on what popular characters there are. So Smash Bros. Hasn't really decided the gender difference. That's on to all the games that prioritizes male characters in most of the case, which is fine. You choose to genders, you okay decide. I'm not the one who decides. I just want to look at the numbers. Which reminds me of the whole, well, video games are mostly men who plays it, and or boys if you want. And when they introduced video games to the toy store, which was split between boys and girls, they had to choose which section to put it in, and they put the boys section. Like, I don't know if I mentioned this before, but sure, it was such a long time ago, and I don't remember them for that time. But for the times I have been in toy stores, they're not split halfway down in male and female. They have these group them by categories or like types and stuff. So they have like a plushie section. And sure, there are some sections that are very girly, like the Barbie section and My Little Pony section and stuff like that. But most of the cases, like, oh, this is the car section. It's not the boys section, it's the car section. And then here's the video game section. It's again not the boys section. And that's because when it goes like the plushie section, which is not the female section, I don't know what they would classify plushie says. Because it's not ordered in a specific case. You also have like costumes, which are, I guess, more female than male, but you also have male costumes too. And you have plushies that are like dinosaurs and stuff, which are associated more with boys, and so it's not gender split. So video games are not boys or girls in a toy store. They're just the video game section. Everything is gender neutral unless it's the Barbie. Maybe that falls into the thing because it isn't explicitly female by making this section pink. Everything else that isn't pink is the boys section, I guess. Maybe that's how people look at it. And therefore, because video games were in the video game section, which is the gender neutral section, it was considered the boys section because it wasn't pink. I don't know. Or maybe it was really split halfway down in the middle before I can't remember anything of being in Toy Stories. And they have changed that since, but I don't know. Anyway, ducks. VIP. You don't have any VIP apparently. Why didn't they trigger on the VIP? That's weird. Because I can't check the pizza because it's eaten. Because I can't check the pizza because it's eaten. Wait, did the VIP really not work? You haven't... Yeah, I think so. Yeah, only your activity hours are still there. Good. VIP. That's weird. Okay, VIP is broken. These friendly fowls are the targets in the game Duck Hunt. But they are friendly, which utilizes a Nintendo separate light gun. They appear and randomly fly about, trying to escape after your faithful, if slightly clamorous hunting dog flushes them out. Once you drop the ducks, your dog dutifully fetches them by the napes of their necks and grins at you. Yeah, fetches them with the front paws. Participated in Duck Hunt. Look at these eyes. Well, their beaks are actually sweetie. There's light mouse there. Don't have much to say about the ducks. They're very plain. Yeah, I'm not sure what happens in VIP here. Oh, Match Rider. After the destruction of his hometown, that thing, Mac Rider, jumped into his machine gun-equipped combat motorcycle and set off in search of a new home. Destroy all the quad runners who got in his way. That sounds quite rude. I mean, did the quad runners cause destruction to his hometown? In that case, well, I guess that's retaliation. But maybe they're also from the town trying to escape, just taking their quads. Because yeah, and then like, oh, now I'm going to destroy you because you get in my way. His motorcycle had 4 gears and endless ammunition, but something changed apparently. When hit, Mac Rider would break into fragments and then rejoin together. Maybe he's dead. First appearance in Mac Rider. Look, it's Master Chief. Quite, like, that side very dirty, that side quite clean. This motorcycle looks very rusty. When we worn down your tires so much there's no what do you call it? Tire nest with him. Guns. So this is some kind of air intake then. Well, does it look like a normal? Does it look like it has everything it needs? Also, why is this one? Why can't this one be concealed? Like, yeah, I can hide this one so people don't see I have guns with me. Yeah, about that. Tires are bald. Yep. Yeah, bald. Eggplant Man. The Eggplant Man debuted as an enemy in the NES game Wrecking Crew. Even though his movement patterns was very simple, he was a fairly formidable foe. Since Mario and Luigi had limited means of attack. Yeah, you couldn't just punch, I guess. You could beat this enemy by dropping a dead-end drum on him, or by trapping him behind a door and blowing up the room. I guess you couldn't step on the eggplant. First appearance in the Wrecking Crew, and perhaps the only appearance, which, guys, case could be for a lot of those trophies. Well, it's an eggplant with a mask, with some legs and arms. guess there's not more to it. Isn't this man naked in that case? If the man is an eggplant, you're kind of not wearing anything. Except you're covering your shoulders. That's the only coverage you have. That one's for tailgaters. Yeah, yeah, of course. Oh, but blush. Yeah, sure. You kind of want to hide the gun at the back for tailgaters so they don't know that you have a gun to take out the tailgaters. But what about all these missiles then? Those are not going to hide. You probably don't want to tailgate this thing with all the missiles anyway, so hiding the gun doesn't really do anything. Balloon fighter. Or is it like, aha, I have even more weapons? The goal in balloon fight is to fight with the balloons. Is to break your enemy's 2 balloons. Okay. Depriving him of his floating device. If you lose 1 balloon, your buoyancy drops and it becomes harder to rise. As you can pop both friends' and enemies' balloons, you have to stay alert in this 2-player fun fest. The balloon's name is unknown. So foes and friends are all the same character. First appearance in balloon fight. What is dressed like Mario? Only missing the mustache, I guess. They have put a lot of details here with the ropes that are long. They even put the end of the rope inside the rope to hold it in place. But the ropes are very thick, and also, but not too defined, but it has some shape to it. Kind of weird shape though, but oh, the underside of the feet are detailed. Flipper. Made famous as an unpredictable obstacle in balloon fight, the flipper stops and hangs in midair when thrown. Any character who comes in contact with the bumper balls on its ends will be knocked away as the flipper spins wildly. Flippers can be a bit irksome. In balloon fight, they cause accidents to friends and foes alike. First appearance in balloon fight. A flipper with big balls. And a centerpiece that it spins around, which for some reason can lock into midair. Pete. The head of Palutena's personal bodyguards, which traveled near and far to gather 3 sacred treasures that would help him defeat the evil goddess of darkness, Medusa. And free Palutena, goddess of light. It couldn't fly with his little wings. Look kinda big though, but only the wings of Pegasus let him take flight. Will Pete ever fight again? Yeah, he might be available to fight at some point. From Kid Icarus. First appearance Kid Icarus, I meant to say. Here is the 3D incarnation of it from the NES game. Very interesting texture on the feathers. And here's a loose feather. And this one does not fit in, like it's very intricate. But then you got this that's plain. There's detail again, but everything else like this is a very thin rope going on here. And then you can peek under here, I guess. Oh my. They added brief. No bolts though. Oh, how sad. You should wear something like that. And shoes. Nothing special about the shoes. You can even see his briefs poke out in this default angle. That should be his default outfit. That should be an alternative outfit in when Pete became available as a fighter. But put more details on the briefs so you can see. Me being silly. Dr. Wright. The assistant to the mayor of SimCity, Dr. Wright, was actually named after the creator of the game. As a player, you'd have to use your wisdom and experience to give timely advice to the mayor. If you did a good job, the city prospered. I guess in the first game wasn't so detailed. Dr. Wright is one of the leaders in the all-time bizarre Nintendo game hairstyle contest. Except that SimCity is not a Nintendo game, but first appearance in SimCity. But I guess you would count everyone who has appeared on a Nintendo console. So that would also include Microsoft games. It's a bizarre hairstyle. It's like a heart or scrotum. Your choice. It'll be both. Bow tie. Quite a detailed outfit at the same time. And similarly, the shoes here are quite detailed-ish. Kind of weird shape of the shoes as well. Oh, they clip slightly into the base. Oh, it's based on the angle, right? It's not much, but it stands inside the base. Otherwise, nothing interesting. I mean, you got a butt, but barely so. But I guess, yeah, you see his, what is it called, vest thing? That's what's funny. I thought they had a belt or something. That would be quite in detail. They added to the model, but no, they didn't. Excite Bike. This top-of-the-line motocross motorcycle can accelerate like crazy with its turbo, but this also causes the temperature gauge to rise rapidly. If used too often, the bike will overheat. You can cool your hot bike down by running over special icons scattered across the track. That sounds weird. The turbo and ramps let you pull insane airs. First appeared in Excite Bike. Should I play Excite Bike? Because it's like a arcade racing game. Is there supposed to be something on that? It looks like a icon with supposed to be text on it. I think it's a dead Nintendo or something. Oh look, these tires are not tractionless or bold. The reason why I call it, like, if this had bold tires, I wouldn't have comment on it because this one doesn't have the textures to show all the details, but the other model had quite a lot of texturing going on. So yeah, that made it. And also we got also as usual, confirming the size of the pant. Anyway, lipstick. Not to be confused with lipstick. This magical stick was used by the character Lip in the Japanese game Panel the Pon, which I guess I have to play because it has Pon in the name, which was later released as a Tetris Attack in the United States. And who knows what happened in Europe. Lipstick causes a flower to sprout from an enemy's head. Wait, that's what it does? Inflicting damage as it grows, quickly tap the control stick back and forth to get a flower off your head. First appears in the Panel the Pon. Japan only. I guess not much going on with this one. You got a flower. Well, the centerpiece here is actually transparent. That's something. And then you got a stick. With a bulb on the end. It's nicely made, I guess. Monster. This rally car tore up dirt and raced through uncharted. As I went playing again. Lands in the Disk System game 3D Hot Rally. While it wasn't as fast as the other two car types, it had super strong shocks to deal with horrible roads and other obstacles. Mario and Luigi are in command of this car. I wasn't surprised. I was a bit surprised that Mario and Luigi showed up also, although they don't show themselves in the game very often. First appeared in the 3D Hot Rally, Japan only. But is this a Mario game then? So Mario drives monster truck. Mario and Luigi. It's not going to be weird if no, not really, because Mario, if this is a Japanese design, Mario would sit on the left side at steering wheel, and Luigi on the right side. The names would match up, assuming Mario is the one driving. Pause on Nintendo. Yeah, we're going to have some ads. Pause, and we'll be back with hopefully not much left. Yeah, it's just the Smash trophies after this, and a few more random stuff. So it's very close to the end. So yeah, ads now. I'll put this thing away that I had used, and we'll see you in 3 minutes. And I'm gonna run through the last trophies just so I can play Brawl tomorrow. I don't want to leave any trophies over. So, as we'll play at any moment now. And then you. Wahoo! Pumpkin is back. Hello. Yay! More sword bunnies. Oh yeah, and that was the thing I was working on. I should work figuring out how many what fraction you are at this moment with the considering you're at 1%, 82%, 83%, 99. What's the next fraction? 5/6. Did you achieve that? Yes, you just achieved it last string. We went from 4/5 to 5/6. The next step is 6/7. And it's just going to go down like that. So, and you probably might be able to achieve it this stream because I'm going for quite long today. So basically, let's switch over. No, I'm going for 5 hours, so it's not like crazy long. I'm just surprised it's only been 5 hours. Let's go to the next one. Ayumi Chibana. Man, that's a flowing skirt. Ayumi's the heroine of the Detective Club games, which were made for the Famicom disk system. In the first installment of the series, Ayumi solved the murder of one of her friends, and shortly thereafter, she opened her own investigative agents. Okay, I'm gonna just get the dog in here. Okay, let's see what was I. And shortly after, she opened her own investigative agency. There you go. Since those early days, she is proven to be a daring and fearless crime solver. First appeared in Famicom Detective Club Part 2, Japan only. And here we go. Let's take a closer look at the not too detailed face. Well, it looks fine, I guess. Got some. Wait, what's going on there? What is the gap there? For some reason, but yeah, it's a standard like cool girl outfit. I don't remember this pink. I didn't add that like that design to Pon schoolgirl outfit. The shirt is of course slightly short, so you get to see some tummy. Yes, of course. Yeah, there's nothing under the skirt, so yeah. Sadly. The shoes are black at the bottom. They added a bit of a shading here, but yeah, the legs just go up the flat underside of the skirt. No peeking for you. And then there's this one. Darn it, no peeking. Well, you dropped it. Then I don't know what the dog is doing. What's the dog doing? Tonba and Hikari. Tonba and Hikari are the main characters in this video game, a version of a classic Japanese folk tale. Oh, the dog wants to go out again. Yeah, the dog wants to go out, but didn't go up to the door, so I didn't know. Japanese folk tale. The game chronicles the lives of our fearless heroes, from their birth to the time they drove the evil from the island of ogres. They are accompanied in their adventures by Ringo, the dog. I want to see the dog. Matsunosuke, the monkey. That's quite a long name. And Ohana, the pheasant. First appeared in Shin Onigashima, Japan only. Well, you got these. Not sure what kind of creature that is. I mean, human probably, but more like. What is it? A lot of characters covered up, and this very feminine looking character considering the outfit. Long hair, bushy hair. This is like what do you call that? Like a fruit. And of course, no upskirts for you, of course. Back down the sides. Same thing here. Imagine if they didn't do it on one of them just for fun of it. No, but no hands. Hands are covered. It's a bit of no. That's what this kind of scar looks like, right? Oh no, she's stepping out of her shoes. Or someone says like, now these are this kind of item. We can't call them shoes. They go on the feet. They are shoes. Sheriff is a game. Wait. Is it? Because I do see other characters. This is supposed to be a screenshot from the game. Sheriff is a game with a particularly long history. Even among other classic Nintendo arcade system games. Or game system Nintendo arcade games. The game Sheriff's gun by way of an 8-directional dial controller, which you could depress to fire. Depress? Not press, but depress to pull it up. The goal of this frontier shooter was to protect the church tree from various scoundrels and ne'er-do-wells. You mean... It's going to make a stupid joke and say, you mean protect the land you took from the natives, and the natives are trying to get it back? I don't know. Maybe not. Hopefully not. First been in Sheriff, Japan only. I mean, why would Japan make a game like that, though? This guy almost looks like he's very naked with a very big tummy. With a very big navel. Anyway. Well, I guess this is it. There's not much to this. Like, this doesn't even have black outlines, it's just white. That's all it is. Tinker Giggle. Disc spoon. I assume that there's a combination of the word disc and the honorific kun. Which makes sense. It's a Japanese character made by a Japanese company. This little guy is the adorable mascot for a Nintendo Entertainment System peripheral device released in 1986. Using the disk system, you could rewrite games for 500 yen. No conversion? You know, what is 500 yen in British pounds back in 1986? An epochal and economical feature. Funnily enough, the instruction booklet was sold separately for 100 yen. The disk system's first game was The Legend of Zelda. But that was, because I know barely anything about this, but looked through some information, but I think on this... this is just... No, I was thinking about something else. This is just that. So that would be... No, I was thinking of something else that's not related. Anyway, first appearance in disk system, Japan only. From around 3 pounds or so. Yeah, it's just divided by 100. Now I need to check. It's because I said that. 500 Japanese yen to Great British pounds in 1986. Can I get that? 1986 Japanese yen to British pounds sterling. Yes, here we go. What's the number? It's loading slowly for some reason. It has to travel back all the way to 1986 to find this number. What Come on, why is it up? I'm not for some reason. Oh well, I guess I'll check out the fxsouder.ubc.ca for Canada. Here we go. Foreign currency units per 1 British pound. So 1 British pound equaled in 1986 247 Japanese yen and 3 Japanese cents, whatever that's in Japanese. So if we take 500, and divide it by that number, because that would be the other way around, that would only be 2 pounds actually. 2 pounds, 2 pence, whatever you say that. And we convert, okay. And it says here that £1 is equal to 3 3/4 a day, so we just multiply this with 3 and 7,447 for a more exact number, and that's about 7.58 pounds nowadays. I use British pounds because this would be the UK version of the game. The US version should of course use US cents. Can't really use euro. When did euro introduce? Euro in 1996. No, we'll never know. We know now. Don't worry. It's £2 back in that time. Almost exactly £2. Mr. Game & Watch. Yay. The first, so this would now we're at no, apparently not. No, this is the actual classic mode trophy. The first appearing in 1980. The Game & Watch series is the father of all portable liquid crystal games. The main character is simple and monochrome. Not even monochrome. How do you even say that? Monochrome is when you use a single chromatism but change the brightness of it. But Mr. Game Watch was either you could either just show it in black in this case or not show it. So it was not. So yes, monochrome, but that's not exactly describing it. It's monochrome, but it's also mono brightness, whatever that would be. So there's probably a term for that too. But has a timeless individuality. There are 39 different games in the series, and they've sold over 43 million units worldwide. Pictured at the left is the particularly popular Fire model. First appeared on Game & Watch. Well, Game & Watch Fire, I guess. Game & Watch wasn't a game or a system. It was a series of individual games, as far as I know, that each had the pre-programmed games. Yeah. I wonder how accurate this one is. Like, is this actually how they were shaped? Well, as accurate I can get with the. We still have some polygons going on here, but. Considering an LCD didn't use pixels, so. But they could do. They are pixel-based LCD screens as well. Yeah, well, pixel might be not the actual absolute correct term, but pixel will do. Game & Watch. This stage of Super Smash Bros. Melee takes its motif from the Game & Watch series. It incorporates the settings from Old Panic, Helmet, and Manhole. Manhole is such a weird word. And it's sure to send a wave of nostalgia crashing over old school gamers. Well, not me. I've been playing back in the day, but that was not Game & Watch. It wasn't much Nintendo stuff either. I kind of mostly played first on. Well, there was like a Nintendo playable system. It's probably not an official system. I barely played any of it. It wasn't really I wasn't interested in that kind of game. I played more games on PlayStation. Played a lot of games. Well, not a lot of games, but played a lot on PlayStation. So anyway, if you want to truly reproduce the Game & Watch experience, try playing this unique level in fixed camera mode and also using Game & Watch. Mr. Game & Watch. First appeared in Game & Watch. Well, at least that they could have called it like a Game & Watch series or something. Well, I mean this, yeah, because technically this is first appeared in Super Smash Bros. Melee, because this is specifically the Melee stage. Right. Game A, Game B, time, alarm, ACL. That stands for accumulator, I think, which is a different way of saying battery. So that's the battery light. Left, Game & Watch, Smash Bros. Okay, so definitely specifically this version is the Melee. First appeared in Melee. Super Scope, a peripheral device for the Super Nintendo Entertainment System. The Super Scope is a wireless weapon, or my weapon, that shoots infrared light to a receiver placed on top of the television. Really? Oh, I didn't know that. I know later, like light guns, they use instead. What they do is it reads the screen, TV. The TV turns black for one frame, turn on the target for next frame, and then turns back to normal the third frame. Unless you have multiple targets, then it will have to the third frame has to show the next target, the fourth frame has to do the next target. So the more targets you have, the longer it stays black. This is a very basic system of doing it. Some have said that it turns black and then lights up as a form of anti-cheat system, so you can't point the gun towards a light and always hit a target. No, it's not. It is for calibration purposes, so it can determine that when it gets dark, that's dark, and then if it gets bright on the next frame, that's when when you got a hit. If it doesn't turn bright on the next frame, it's not a hit. Sadly, it does not handle lag. So if you don't have a TV with low lags, which CRTs have very low lag, meaning that it doesn't work on a modern TV, and that's just due to the rendering delay. Which they could have compensated by the gun. All they had to do is wait for the brightness to drop, and then like if they have this, although they probably need another black frame after the target lights up, but because all they have to do look for then is a 3-frame window of drop brightness, high brightness, drop brightness, and that's a hit. Although then it doesn't know, well, it will still know which target it is because you have the drop. If you have two targets, if it's dark, bright, dark, dark, it's the first target. If it's dark, dark, bright, dark, it's the second target. I guess they didn't have need for it because I guess CRTs, none of the CRTs had delay. None of the CRTs had any form of delay. Maybe they did have some kind of system for that. It's just they only had a very short window. I don't know. Certainly must be delays in cables and everything. Anyway, I wasn't even done reading this thing. But in this case, they must target with the receiver placed on top of the television. That must be like Wii in that case. But then it must have a target also, because how else are you going to target? The thing is, how a light gun works is that you're actually targeting on a specific point on the TV. It doesn't matter what size of the TV, which angle you stand at, and so on. You're just aiming specifically because the gun is reading that part of the TV. But if you have an infrared light sensor receiver thingy, you have a receiver on the TV and the gun shoots out a light, then you're going to have a certain area for that receiver for it to read your gun position within, and that will not change regardless of your size of the TV, and then the way you're standing, how high up you have the gun and which angle you hold it in, so on, will certainly have an effect on it too, as in negative effect. Anyway, it's a bit from melee, it can be very rapidly or charge up to release a more powerful blast. It only has enough energy for 3 charged shots. Fully charged shots, I assume. First appeared in Super Scope. Well, Super Scope is an item, it didn't appear in Super Scope. But you could use a sheet of paper to trick that kind of light gun. Wait, how would you use a sheet of paper? Please inform me how a sheet of paper would help. Because the type of light gun I spoke of, it needs the dark then light within 2 frames. This could work if you have a light that flashes rapidly at like 30 or 60 hertz, and then you aim the gun to that and shoot. That could make it work. But yeah, if it's constantly bright or constantly dark, it doesn't receive the change in brightness, and therefore it does not raise their heat. Different guns could work on different ways, of course. For example, if you don't have the first frame of complete darkness, you just immediately goes to light up the target on the first frame and only frame, and all the gun cares about is high brightness. The problem with that is not going to work on screens with darker screens, something like that. But then, yeah, you could cheat by just holding the gun towards something bright. But yeah. But that's just a worse experience in general, because it could accidentally raise there something as a hit, like it registers the darkness of the TV as too bright, and it registers a hit even though you missed. And it can also register shots outside the TV, because the TV will dip in brightness and go up to normal brightness again when you shoot. But if you're like aiming at somewhere that doesn't change the brightness, that means that you're now shooting off the screen TV. Quite a clever system. Of course, not every light gun works the way I described though. Other than NS Zapper could be tricked with... Yeah, there is a... Okay, yeah, I can't speak of the NS Zapper though. But I thought the NS Zapper worked the same way. I played Dog as a kid when I was bad at aiming. I thought the NS Zapper also used the brightness, first black screen, and then the light after that. Because it used the first the dark screen as the calibration and the next light. Because a constant brightness should not work. Unless somehow the paper was dark enough when its screen turned black, and when that one square showed up, it made this TV light up enough that the paper got bright enough that it still registered that as a hit. That could, like, if you have the paper close to the TV and you set the brightness of the TV quite high, so that the bright white square of the TV lights up the paper, then it should register as a hit. If it works that way, but in that case it must work differently then. I thought it is, yeah, okay, well, okay then. I mean, if it worked, it worked. I can't say it didn't work. I can't say that you're lying, but yeah. GC, and for some reason I'm not sure why they didn't write up GameCube. Nintendo's latest bundle of joy arrived in Europe in May 2002, and video game fans rejoiced. Did they? Probably. Let me... Oh wait, this is the wrong one. Anyway, this little beauty of sleek, is it? Sleek, is it beauty? Compact and full of cutting-edge technology. How did its performance compare to PlayStation 2 and Xbox? And Sega, whatever console I had at the time. They incorporate optical media for the first time, yeah, but on a small disc, while everyone else uses full-size disc. The Nintendo GameCube was also incorporated optical media for the first time for Nintendo. Well, not even Nintendo. Well, in Europe, yeah, actually. For Europe, first time for Nintendo. PlayStation 1 has already been out, at least. PlayStation 1, I don't know which other consoles have had these systems in Europe. The PlayStation 1 was released before the Nintendo 64. And the Nintendo 64 was released before the GameCube, I presume. The Nintendo GameCube was truly born to play. Well, I hope so, because it's a video game console. Rumor has it that Super Smash Bros. Melee is a software title for this wondrous device. Well, that rumor is completely wrong. False. And first appeared in Nintendo GameCube hardware. No, of course. Smash Bros. Melee was suddenly released. You got a power button, you got a reset button, you got an open button, and it's powered on at this moment. That light. is orange. That's how it works? I don't know. 4 slots for controllers marked with 1 to 4 dots and 2 control slots. And the graphics are by ATI. Wow. And then you got like 3 additional ports on the back side for other stuff. One must be for the video cable. That gives you different cables, and then another like extension port. And shouldn't, yeah, because you could, there was some kind of, but there were extension stuff you could add. Yeah, use another port. And I got a bunch of stuff here you can remove on the backside apparently. 3 of them, more specifically. They don't do much of that anymore, do they? With expansion slots and stuff. I still have my GameCube somewhere around here. Yeah, you played mostly on the Wii, if I recall correctly. There you go, that was all the those stuff. So now we're going over to, this would be the adventure trophies, and then then it's the all-star model. Ganondorf, again, this is slow, so these are going to just be about the character, the fighters. Then, since he's slow and and can't jump very high, Ganondorf relies mainly on his immense physical strength to overwhelm his enemies. His great weight also makes him a difficult foe to send off screen. Not really. I mean, the difference isn't much. Ganondorf's Warlock Punch is slow but absurdly powerful, and when he strikes with his Gerudo Dragon, enemies rise skyward, enveloped in dark flame. So B goes a Warlock Punch, and Smash B, Gerudo Dragon. So Smash B would be side B. I should probably call it Smash B because you can smash up and smash down. So this would be the in-game model then. Yes. Quite the nose. And also quite the bulge too. Not much of a detail, but there's a slight crease, if you can use that term there, but not much else. And the texture on the sides of the shoes. But yeah, it is a significant bulge. One of those bottom slots was used for a Game Boy player. Now that I love GameCube to play Game Boy games, the original Game Boy from original Game Boy to Game Boy Advance. That's pretty neat. And it was used for a bunch of, yeah, like some Game Boy games were like meant to be used with a Game Boy player for certain things, if I recall correctly. Or you can also use Game Boy as a peripheral to GameCube games as well, as Luigi's Mansion would be one, if I recall correctly. And so on. His cape is red in the Source game. Oh no! And pattern bolt. Oh yeah. Shaved just put the thing there. I wouldn't do that. Ganondorf. Ganondorf's slow speed works against him in single combat, but in melees he's crazy powerless in air. He's keep with innumerable chaos. Ganondorf can't strike quickly, but each blow he lands adds up. Ganondorf is at his quickest when he uses the Wizard's Foot. Yeah, he flies through that. And his Dark Dive Blast pose in a burst of dark energy. And this would just be a different pose of the same playable character, so it would still look the same. It's just using one of the alternative skins that you can choose from. However, I do realize that I actually need to cook. So I need to take a quick break to... I will go through the rest of the playable characters after that. Give me a really quick break. Yeah, the Game Boy Advance cable was a different peripheral. Oh, so it... Oh yeah, you could... It wasn't the Game Boy player, that was a different thing. Yeah, the Game Boy player would play the cartridge test, the Game Boy Advance cable would connect the Game Boy Advance itself to the Game Boy, GameCube, if I understood that correctly. Shame he never used that. Well, he finally did. Took a while though. Okay, be right back now because I really need to go. Okay, now I'm back. The other dog wanted to come in as well. Okay. So, let me switch back. So now it's like 1 hour 20 minutes until the next ad break. So hopefully there should be enough time to finish this up. Yeah, let's go. letting them out before I start continuing. Otherwise, the dog wants to go out. Hopefully soon. Yeah, so because you need to go to bed. Yeah, don't need to look at much at the characters too much. Mario is a character without any glaring weaknesses. Well, look at that. Plenty of strong attacks. Well, that doesn't seem fair. He's even equipped with a meteor smash. He's a straightforward character who will reflect the actual skills of the player. Whereas K will turn other characters in the opposite direction and can also affect missile weapons. The Fireball Smash B cape. Well, I guess it's quite detailed, very stretched out when he turns around like this. Yes. Well, a bit of clipping going on here. Yeah, okay, nice. Mario. Master determines how easily a character can be sent flying, as well as a character's physical strength. Mario's mass is the standard of which other Smash fighters are measured. I mean, technically... yeah, Mario's put at 100 and everyone else is adjusted around that. But, I mean, technically you could just as well claim that anyone is the point of origin. His super jump punch sends foes skywards in a shower of coins, while the Mario Tornado pulls in nearby foes, spins them silly, and scatters them every which way. Up and B, super out enemy, Mario Tornado, wow. Wow. Yeah. You get a better look at the actual 3D model with the bolts in the shirt, which is a neat detail. There's quite some details here. It really looks like overalls. Nicely done. One weakness for Mario: short range attacks. True, I guess. Yeah. I think that's a good way to describe that. It's Mario Bros. Arcade colors. Yeah. The inverted. Yoshi, to make up for his lack of powerful airborne attacks. I guess that confirms that Yoshi is a male. Yoshi has a miraculous jumping ability and is resistant to damage while in the air. Not really. I mean, it's resistant or to knockback, I think it is. Not damage, and specifically in the second jump, not while just being in the air. Yoshi can also swallow a foe and transform him or her into an egg. Try doing this close to an edge. The speed and power of the egg roll increases if you hold down the B button, but it will be tough to control. I actually didn't know you could actually go faster with the egg roll. Good thing I read about that now. B egg lay, smash B egg roll. I guess I didn't take a look at the model if there was anything interesting. Well, here's some interesting kind of weirdness going on. As he leans his head back, and the eyes goes back, but the not much else on the head, so you get this weird fold on the head. Does not look comfortable at all. And the neck and head seems to be two completely separate pieces that are not merged together in a good way. And shoes, for some reason shoes, but there's probably plenty of art with Yoshi's without shoes on. That looks weird. Yoshi has no third jump. I guess that's officially called a third jump then. So the timing of his second jump is of vital importance. The angle and distance of his egg throw can be altered by how you tilt the control stick and how long you press the B button. Oh, that's also a factor. I see. When Yoshi lands after doing his Yoshi bomb, stars will appear on either side of him, making it hard for enemies to deliver a counterattack. Of it be a throw, enemy, Yoshi bomb. They should follow like Windows, just write up plus B. Windows would also use... No, Windows would use words, Mac uses icons. So squished together. Bullshit, Tommy. Or is that a different kind of bulge? That a down B looks like it break his back, yeah. Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong is a huge target in a fight, so he hates crowds. What did the crowds do? When he is in a fray, his giant punch deals serious damage to multiple opponents. But Not when he's in a fray. Then it's weak. The big ape's headbutt hits so hard that it temporarily buries opponents in the ground. Dicky is a lot faster than he looks, and he is lethal in the hands of a master. B giant punch, smash B headbutt. Well, not really. I don't think he ranked that high on the tier list. His eyes are kind of bulgy, but I think they kind of exaggerated that in later titles, especially with more polygons. His hair is 3D. His stuffed of hair. I was thinking later. No, I think no, that hair is probably still 3D. Because this hair though is 2D. In Ultimate, they have like a bunch of hair on all over the body, and it's all 2D textures. But maybe the head on top of the hair on top of the head is 3D. Donkey Kong. Being the strongest simian around, DK has the upper hand once he grabs an opponent. He can even lift his foe up and make him or her an unwilling traveling companion. If DK grabs you, shake your control stick as fast as you can to break his grip. Its spinning Kong covers more lateral distance than vertical, so use it quickly to recover. Up and B, spinning Kong, down and B, hand slap. They didn't mention anything about hand slap. Also, these trophies have this smash. The one is pinkish, or one is bluish, and it's just the smash. And you said, yeah, I don't know. Why is he upside down? He has a butt. Yeah, also once you say classic, once you say adventure, and once you say all-star. Instead there is smash on two of them and nothing on the classic one. Link. Burdened with a shield, a heavy sword, and plenty of equipment, Link is not a very mobile character. Nevertheless, his skill with the blade and his varied supply of missile weapons makes him a powerful fighter. Does it count as missiles if you throw it yourself? To master Link, you must control the pace by balancing your long-range attack with head-to-head swordplay. B, bow, smash B, boomerang, all his B moves which start with a B. Yes. Well, we'll see. Well, he got his shields. Hyrulean shield, whatever, I don't know. And his sword. The Hyrulean sword or something, I don't know. He got earrings. And, yeah. A belt. Link's bow, boomerang, and bombs all take time to wield. To try is so you may want to try drawing them in midair to prevent your foes from attacking you while you're vulnerable. The spin attack, I think you mean the bin attack, can score consecutive midair hits, and the final slash is very powerful. Link's bombs are his trump card, but he can't pull one out if he's carrying another item. Yeah, up and B spin attack, down and B bomb. You need a different term for spin attack. You got bow, boomerang, bomb, and spin attack. So, well, he's bending his leg as if he's standing on the ground. But it's supposed to be mid-air. Yeah, I mean, it looks like you could have a ground here and then he sticks his sword into the ground. There's not weird clipping going on, but that's kind of the deal with the, look, he got a bulge. Anyway, fun stuff looking at the bulges. Captain Falcon. Master Sword, Hylian Shield. Okay. Hylian Sword, Master Shield. Falcon. Well, yeah, I had to confirm with you. Because you do know this stuff. Falcon's style is a balanced combination of raw power and speed. His attacks are slow, bounce, but when combined with Falcon's high mobility, he is very fast at least. He's a formidable combat force. The Falcon Punch brings the highest degree of destructive power, while the explosive Raptor boost can be used to smash airborne foes into the depths. B Falcon Punch, that we all know, and B Smash B for Raptor boost. Yeah, and again, he still has his gun there. Holsters. holstered and refusing to use it. And I got this thing here. Burn. Burb. Burb. Burb Falcon number 1. I'm not sure what it says there. To be honest. It probably says number 7 actually. Because there's a 7 there. Oh, it says Blue Falcon. Blue Falcon number 7. And I realized that it says Blue Falcon. Burb Falcon. I guess there's nothing else. Oh, details on the shoe. A Falcon. Captain Falcon. The knee smash used mid-air on foes. What do we call forward attacks smashes? In front of you is slow and has a short reach. But if it connects, it'll send foes flying a long way. On a low trajectory. The thing is also that it's not even a smash. You don't have to smash. You can just hold forward without it being a smash and just tap, press B, and it still becomes a, or press A for the air, and it still becomes a forward, or a smash as they call it. Falcon uses Falcon Dive to grab an enemy in mid-air and fling them away with an explosion blast. It can do this technique repeatedly without landing, so it can also be used as a recovery move. Technically not exactly true, it can only use it once unless it grabs an opponent, and it can use it once again after grabbing an opponent. Or if it's getting knocked after using it without grabbing an opponent, then it can use it again. While it can use it repeatedly, it can't just repeatedly do it. There's conditions. Up and B, Falcon Dive, down and B, Falcon Kick. Also, this alternate costume, and I think specifically only this one, does change the background, so it says Bloodhawk. Number 25. Does it say Bloodhawk? Is that the original thing? Japanese thing? Or was it like a Devil Hawk? What's the original name actually? For both these outfits on the backside, I don't know if it applies to melee, but it applies to brawl. They have separate textures for each language. It's just that each language uses the same text. Like they haven't changed the name. It's still Bloodhawk in all languages, but they have the option to translate it. But well, they're still calling it Bloodhawk anyway, so no translation needed. Fox McCloud. Fox is among the quickest and nimblest of the Smash Bros. Characters. His speed is offset by low firepower. Well, he can literally turn himself into fire. Who else can do that? Not even Captain Falcon can just suddenly combust into a fire. He can punch fire. He can punch so hard that he creates fire, but he can't himself just become fire. I know that's not what I meant by firepower. But he's better at one fights than melees with multiple foes. His blaster is unique. It does damage, but it doesn't make enemies flinch. Take to that too. His Fox Illusion is best used as a surprise attack, but it's so slow. B Blaster, Smash B, Fox Illusion. There's a difficult trick where two Captain Falcons grab each other with up B repeatedly until one reaches the top of the screen and closes himself. Yeah, I mean there's that. The Luigi can also do that. So it is thinny. Oh, I didn't look at the model. Look at the gun. I don't know what order the characters are in, because the order seems to be quite random. It's not alphabetical order, it's not the order they appear on the screen. Or the character selection screen. We got a belt. We got a fur. We got a tail that's just out of his butt. There's a hole in the trousers. Fox falls quickly, so he is a tough target to strike from below. However, this advantage can work against him when he goes flying sideways. You can use the control stick to set the direction of the Fox technique while it's charging up. On a side note, Fox is also much lighter than he was in the 1964 Super Smash Bros. Games. Oh my! Referring to the previous Smash game. Up and B Firefox. Down and B Reflector. Good, but my butt is very skilled. Yeah, you don't get to see much butt of Fox because it's covered up by the tail. Well, this is a interesting choice of colors. Samus has an abundance, also that is an ambulance, of projectile weapons, making her a long-distance attack specialist. The most powerful weapon in her arsenal is her charge shot, but be warned, it can be reflected. Her missiles have homing capabilities, but when fired as a smash attack, they fly on a straight trajectory and have boosted power. So stronger. Beam, charge shot, smash beam, missile. I guess there's not too much to see here. It's a suit. I don't have much to say when it comes to suits. Very large shoulder pads. I can only comment on like the most obvious things to see while you're playing the game. It has a very large bulge piece here for some reason. Is to really protect those sensitive parts. Because even on a woman, it's still a sensitive part. I got these things here sticking out on the back of the shoes for some reason. While Samus' arsenal of missile weapons is indeed formidable, her enemies are in for a rude awakening if they guard against nothing else. Her grappling beam captures foes and latches onto walls, and the screw attack drags foes upwards in a series of spins that doubles as a recovery move. Samus can also use her bombs to perform bomb jumps. For B screw attack, that can be bomb. And it is even less to talk about because this is a ball. But Pun, you like balls. Yeah, but is that trophy is kind of ball ring. Sorry for that bad attempt at a pun. Kirby. Kirby's small size lets him dodge many attacks, but his lightweight makes him fly far when struck. Using his ability to inflate, he can jump 5 times. His swallow attacks creates wild combos. Not only can he copy foes' moves, but he'll also put on special hats and mimics their voices. Yeah, but that's not combos. His hammer is unwieldy but powerful. B swallow, smash B hammer. I thought B was inhale, not swallow. Well, you can use so when you have inhale someone, and again Kirby is a very basic character, which this works. But, you can either use B or down to swallow to copy the attack, or you use A to spit out. I'm not sure if there's another way to do it, but down to swallow is an easy thing to remind yourself how that works anyway. Oh, so many quotes with ball. I don't mind being inside balls. Why did I say that in the first portal? Because it's the second portal that you are inside balls. Wait. Well, I guess, when did I say that in the game? What was the context of that statement? When are you inside a ball in the first portal? Anyway, I guess we talked about those spheres that you have in the game. Why would I say I would be inside it? Anyway, Kirby. Because of his lightweight, Kirby is always in danger of being sent flying, but his ability to pump up and fly allows him to come back from amazing distances. His final cutter strikes on the way up and on the way down, and sends out a beam of force upon landing. Kirby transforms into various objects and crashes down when he uses his stone technique. Up a B, final cutter, down a B, stone. I guess up your cheeks. Not those cheeks though. And yeah, not so much to say about Kirby. This. The key to mastering this is controlling his unique mid-air jump. It is a weird jump, to be fair, which makes up for what he lacks in speed. Not really. His peaky flash attacks may seem weak at first glance, but it grows more powerful the longer you hold the P button. Yeah, but it's so hard to hit someone because it goes up so high and then it has to go down again, and someone certainly has moved in that time. To do a lot of damage with Peaky Fire, try to burn your opponent as many times as possible. B, Peaky Flash, Smash B, Peaky Fire. Whereas a Smash character, he has these baseball bat, which says Nest, but it says net on it for some reason. Net smash or something. He has a striped shirt, and he got his backpack, and has a very wide shorts that has a very weird pattern on it. His shoes and socks have textures too. But his shorts are so wide, it looks weird. You would definitely be able to see his briefs if they were to actually model that kind of stuff, which they chose not to do for various reasons, for valid reasons. This mine is his best weapon. PK Thunder is a time missile weapon that can be guided using the control stick, and if Ness hits himself with it, he turns into a living missile capable of doing massive damage. This move can also be used for recovery. Well, you have to use it. Time Magnet turns energy missile attacks into health. Try out certain Pokemon for stamina replenishment. Up a beep, PK Thunder, down a beep, Time Magnet. Yeah, PK Flash is kinda unreliable, yep. It's a move, alright. And doesn't really do enough damage to knock back to make up for it. Better off using PK Fire or the Bat, yeah, that too. I mean, it really needs to be stronger. What does it say? Well, it says Nintendo 2001 Dolphin Loop, but what's the first word? I don't think zooming out helps. It says HAL Lab. That's what it says. HAL Lab. HAL, although the L is kind of weird, but HAL Lab is the developer of Smash Bros. I'm not sure if it's called HAL Lab specifically, but yeah, that's what it is. Otherwise, same thing as usual. The shoes are textured because it's backpack. Dolphin Loop, probably a reference to Project Dolphin, the code of GameCube. Yeah. Yep. Pikachu. While its electric attacks such as Thunder and the Thunder Jolt are powerful, Pikachu is at best spinning around the fray and waiting for its chance to strike. You can control the path of Pikachu's two-directional quick attack, allowing you to jump twice. Hold down the B button to charge up Skull Bash. B, Thunder Jolt, Smash B, Skull Bash. I guess for Pikachu is really not much more to look at. I guess he got some creases on his neck. Or her neck, depending on what you feel like. But this Pikachu doesn't have a heart on the end of the nope, they did not have that this time. This can be a male or a female. We cannot know. Pikachu. The angle of the control stick controls the direction of Pikachu's quick attack. Pikachu will move blindingly fast, and it will also cause damage to any character it runs into. Move the control stick during the quick attack, and Pikachu will move in up to two directions. Be sure to check out the feeling on the level when you use Thunder. You gave like 1, 2, 3. Well, I guess only 3 sentences, but 3 long sentences regarding quick attack, and there's a short one for Thunder. Well, a slightly short. It's still a long sentence. I mean, a lot of line breaks there. I guess nothing much to say here. Just Pikachu with a hat. Chillhop. His most normal attacks are weak. Well, that's rude. And because of its lightweight, it's easily sent flying. However, with its incredibly mid-range agility, it seems to bounce when airborne. Roll is a powerful speed attack, but be careful not to fly off the edge. Only does serious damage and can also help as a recovery move. Dealing with B rollout Smash B pound. Rollout is not really a great move against a human player. It works against computers, but they're stupid. I guess Chillhop does again not have much going on here. But I wish rollout really should be replaced, and they made the rest move just weaker and weaker. For example, it's so weak in the latest Smash Bros that even if and also they also Uh, so either you use it to like if you use it to KO someone, they will respawn so quickly that they can punish you for using it successfully hit rest. It's such a terrible move now. Um, because yeah, using a rest should if you manage a hit with rest, it really should wake up Jigglypuff quicker. That was a thing that people talked about in Ultimate, but it was never a thing. In the latest version of Ultimate, Jigglypuff will sleep the same duration regardless if the attack hits or not. But it really should be a short sleep if you actually manage to hit, because it's so bad. Rollout is bad, and also considering the weak attacks and the lightweight, which is also quite bad. I don't think the easy moverability in the air really adds the game, like, helps it that much. Jigglypuff really needs some buffs. Jigglypuff was quite good in melee, like, not the best, but it requires a lot of technique to be good. And got like high tier, but has been nerfed in every sequent game, and I'm not really sure why Jigglypuff is getting nerfed in every game. Like, Jigglypuff is not even a good character anymore. Like, and I mean, sure, I'm using Jigglypuff, but so it's kind of annoying for me that Jigglypuff's getting nerfed. Like, and I don't see why. Like, one nerfing from melee to brawl, like, fine, but then just nerfing to Wii U and nerfing to Ultimate and Jigglypuff. Like, we need some Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff can put its enemies to sleep if they are in range of its sting attack, although this attack does not work on airborne foes. Rest puts Jigglypuff in a deep sleep, but at the instant it drops off, an intense energy force radiates out of the exact center of this body. If its force comes in contact with an enemy, look out. Rest is Jigglypuff's wildcard. I will be seeing down B rest. I'm gonna just another more squish. Is this the best you could come up with as a pose for this Jigglypuff? And here we got the flower version. They removed the Carbo version of Jigglypuff, so I've used the flower version in Brawl. Luigi. Dude has worse traction than his brother, but he's a more powerful jumper. His fireballs aren't affected by gravity, they fly straight horizontally. The green missile is similar to Pikachu's Skull Bash, but there's a 12.5 chance, so 8% chance of a spontaneous misfire. Release taunting pose inflicts minor damage. B fireball, smash B green missile. If it's an 8 chance of getting a green missile, spontaneous misfire, a green missile spontaneous misfire. What's the chance of getting a misfire after getting a misfire? Otherwise, this basically looks like you won Mario. It on the side of shoes. I don't know. Well, it was a tricky question. It's still one out of 8. The answer people probably will get of the odds of getting two misfires in a row will be 1 out of 16. That's not true. It is, however, 1 out of 16 that at the start of the match you do 2 of the green missiles in a row, both being misfires. That's 1 out of 64. But getting 2 misfires in a row itself, the first misfire is 100% chance of getting, because you only measure from getting a misfire of the first use. And then the only percent chance that matters is the second one. So that's why it's a trick question, because it does trip up some people. I hope you follow that description. It's the same thing with Hero in Ultimate, who has a 1/8 chance of a crit, and someone just randomly asked, because there was a clip of Hero getting 2 crits in a row, and someone asked like, wow, what's the odds of getting 2 crits in a row? Well, 1 out of 8. Because the first crit is again, like, it must happen for you to even calculate the odds. But getting 2 crits from a specific moment of time, like from the start of the game, that's 1 out of 64. Anyway, back to this. Luigi. Smack someone with Luigi's Super Jump Punch, and if the timing is just right, it will become a Fire Jump Punch of incredible strength. That's quite the name of it. You got Super Jump Punch, and then you got the Fire Jump Punch of incredible strength. However, Luigi can only jump straight up when delivering this blow. And if his aim is a bit off, he'll only do a single point of damage. Oh, interesting. The Luigi Cyclone sucks foes in and whirls them around. Upper B, Super Jump Punch. Down B, Luigi Cyclone. Or you can read it as the Luigi Cyclone sucks. And this is Pink Luigi, and it's just like, well, the same as previous one, nothing special. There we go. Bowser. In many ways, Bowser is the toughest character around. Not only does he have a near impervious hide, but his great mass makes him almost impossible to hurl off screen. Of course, his weight can also makes him rather slow to maneuver. So when facing him in battle, it's best to press your attacks, giving him a chance to counter. Yep, and that's why fast characters are just destroying slow characters. B, Fire Breath, Smash B, Koopa Claw. He got some choker on. He got some kinky stuff on. When you get to this kind of punk, is punk the correct term? Masculine stuff. When you just go too far with it, starting to look a bit, in one way, what do you term people use? Homoerotic or something like that? Anyway, moving on. Bowser. Bowser's fire breath strikes continually. Actually, it does never run out, it just gets weaker. But it grows gradually smaller over time until it's barely smoldering. Koopa Claw rakes enemies at a distance and pulls nearby foes in close for a good gnawing. Bowser's World Fortress moves laterally over the ground. It works in midair as a recovery. The Bowser Bomb is powerful and paves the way for more attacks. Why did you go through like everything? This one went over the gameplay. This one went over all the moves, which is a bit weird because each mentioned moves is like retracted in this thing. There's a very big hole for a small hand. He's a funny fella. Peach. Peach's ability to float is invaluable in Super Smash Bros. Melee, as she can, but no other Smash Bros. Games. I mean, Peach has not been in any other Smash Bros. Game. She can return from incredible distance. Balancing this talent, though, is the fact that she's quite light and therefore can be sent flying with a single powerful attack. I kind of feel like you're saying that about most characters. Her attacks are fairly weak, so you'll have to hang around to win. B Toad, Smash B, Peach Bomber. I barely used Toad when I played the Peach. Well, don't she have anything under here? Oh my, look at that. You can get a really close look. And apparently a really close look. It just keeps zooming in. It never stopped. But for some reason in Brawl, I think they censored Peach trophy, so you can't look at the panties on the trophy. But you can still look at her panties in battle. And then on Wii U, they censored the fighter, so now you can no longer look at her panties in battle. But you can still look at, but now you can instead look at her panties on the trophy. Where is the consistency? Who knows? Peach. Well, this is Daisy. Well, an attempt at Daisy at least. Peach's Smash A attack will set her swinging with either Frying Pan, Tennis Racket, or Golf Club. I mean side smash, because you got an up smash and down smash too. These bludgeoning devices appear randomly. Oh yeah, the bludgeoning device of her golf. I don't know what bludgeoning means. Very random, have different reaches and power levels. I think in Wii U, from that point onward, they decided to reduce as much randomness as possible, so each uses them in a specific order now. The princess uses Toad to absorb attacks, and he counters by sending spores out at attackers. Don't worry about it, the little guy though, he takes his job seriously. When you get serious about the job, you can no longer take damage. Up and B, peach parasol. Down and B, vegetables. I was about to read that as vengeance. Well, this looks more like Peach than Daisy, but it's an attempt at Daisy. It looks very Peach-like. Ooh, now she got pink, yellow panties instead of pink ones. Imagine if this still was pink, just the reference that it's still Peach. No, she had to, when she put on Daisy's dress, she also had to check what panties Daisy is wearing and put on those as well. This looks like Daisy. What was the point? No, Daisy. The Peach, which has the Daisy cosplay, still looks like Peach, which makes sense because it's the Daisy cosplay. Yeah. Then they removed Daisy as a cosplay from, like it's a yellow Peach in future Smash games until they actually added Daisy as a clone character. Zelda. Zelda's a bit slow and because of her light frame, easy to send flying. Oh, where have I heard that before? On the other hand, her magical skills lend her reliable and explosive attack power. Lend her by... Yeah, I'm gonna mess this up. Some sentences there. Zelda is easier to use if you focus on waiting and countering rather than pressing attacks. You can use Naru's love to reflect to reflect projectile attacks around offense or as an offensive weapon. B. Naru's love smash B Din's fire. She got this pattern, but I think this looks a lot like the... Yeah, here now you can see this piece. But when she moves her body too much, it becomes completely disconnected. And there is this piece, which I think he's masking, but it has like a green edges to it. They should have fixed that. And if you're curious, because of course you're curious, she's wearing leggings or trousers or something, so you cannot see any panties. Sorry. Zelda. Zelda mean their lightning kicks and there's immense magical power in the ball of her foot. What's a ball of her foot? You mean heel? If she strikes perfectly, the attack is as strong as can be. Exactly, isn't that true about every attack? No, to be fair, most attack doesn't even need perfectly. Most attack, unless you've used it as one of your latest 10 attacks, is as strong as it can be. If her aim is slightly off, it'll be exceedingly weak. Pharaoh's Wind from the Faroe Islands again utilizes Zelda's magical prowess, this time by transporting her great distances. Not that far though. I mean, Peak is better at that. It's virtual to know the lay of the land before using this move. Up a beef, Pharaoh Wind. Down a B, transform. Well, it's just a different color. Remian probably knows which reference this is. And she still got the leggings on. No panties for you. Shake. Strategically switching between Zelda and Sheik is key. Not really, most people just play as Sheik because Sheik is much better than Zelda. Because Sheik is faster and that's most of what you need when it comes to Smash Bros. Like, a fast character is very beneficial. This is why the top tier characters are usually fast characters. Like, it's not 100% all you need, but a fast character is still like very beneficial. And this is why I said that slow characters, which typically heavy characters, should get better recoveries for one, because they are so bad. And I'll still stand by that point. Not really a reference, just a different color. Okay. I was thinking maybe it's like blue Pete, blue Zelda from that game or something, because there's probably... Oh, whatever. Compared to her Zelda from Chic is nimble and has gorgeous moves. But she lacks a strong knockout attack. Really? I feel like some of those attacks are quite powerful. The number of needles thrown in Needle Storm is based on how long you hold the B button before releasing it. Use the control stick to wave this chain after branching it. Yeah, he did use that for one of the target lists. B Needle Storm, Smash B Chain. But I don't think there's too much to look at here. Is that her small boobs? She doesn't have big boobs. We should not comment on that. Anyway, some people are like, well, look at this bulge. I guess let's make it brighter. Look at this bulge. Yeah, she just has a build bulge, okay. Okay. Shake. The best strategy to use when playing as Shake is to let her flow from one pop attack into another. Oh, you mean comboing? Wow. Who would have thought about that? Like a river of Quicksilver. I do not know what a river of Quicksilver is. That sounds toxic. Zelda has some techniques with more punch. However, so in one-on-one battles. What? Use transform as needed. Sheik only travels a short way when using Vanish. No, Sheik travels further than Zelda. But when move comes with a small explosion that damage foes around it. Right? I feel like up and B Vanish down and B transform. I thought Sheik traveled further than Zelda. Maybe the butt. Well, the butt is defined, so we got that. Texturing is kind of weird on this one. Also, yeah, this kind of highlights the butt. One cheek looks bigger than the other due to this pose. Quicksilver Mercury. Yeah, it's called Quicksilver in Swedish. So Quicksilver. So, which is the Swedish word for Mercury. So, I guess Quicksilver and Mercury are both terms in English. Mercury might be the preferred term. But I've seen Quicksilver being used a lot in video games for some reason. So highly toxic, yeah. Up is actually a Deku Nut. What? Is it? I don't know. But I think maybe she has a shorter move during the Vanish process thing than Zelda. It's just that when you use the up B as Sheik, she does that extra third jump before vanishing, and that might compensate for the shorter distance, actually making the total distance longer. I could be wrong though. Mars. Mars is a magnificent swordsman. While his swordplay is faster than that of Link, he lacks power. His quickness is offset by a marginal endurance. His shield breaker gains power the longer his health. The Dancing Blade combination uses both the control stick and the B button to produce a series of up to 4 attacks. Every B move is required that the control stick is pushed in a certain region, in a certain position, with the exception of the neutral B special move, which requires the control stick to not be pushed in any direction. But yeah, there's some kind of print on the cape. Too low resolution to tell. We got some decoration on the bottom trim of his outfit. Got a bunch of decoration on this part of his outfit. He got plating, that's what that's for. Belt for the sword. And shoes. With no texturing on our side. Oh well. Mars. This on Mars blade causes the most damage, so you should try to create an adequate distance between you and your enemy to gracefully strike with that point. Mars Dolphin Slash, which probably has nothing to do with GameCube, is fast and powerful, but it leaves him vulnerable upon landing. Mars uses counter to block a foe's attack and deal a return strike. If you're fighting a counter Happy Mars, grabbing. Up and B, Dolphin slash down and B, counter. Counter is only a fixed damage in melee, so it doesn't do a percentage damage or a damage multiplier. I think it's like one, like adds 10% damage in Brawl or something. It's a bit easy to see it here, but it's kind of low resolution. I think it's a lion on the left side and a unicorn on the right side. Wait, is this United Kingdom? Because in the United Kingdom, England has a lion and Scotland has a unicorn, and that emblem I think was created when England, which at the time had Wales. Wales was not considered a separate region because England conquered Wales or something like that. So there was only England and Scotland merging to become United Kingdom, and I assume they made this. They took the English lion and the Scottish unicorn to create the emblem. This has nothing to do with Mars, but that's what it reminded me of. And then they included Northern Ireland, which added those extra lines to the flag, and that's why the flag does not contain Wales, because Wales never joined the Union. Wales was dragged into the Union as part of England. And then they have become separate from England after that. But there was never a Wales when the region joined. You know, that reason why the flag doesn't include Wales. Because one of the things people say is like, well, the Wales flag is so complicated, it's kind of hard to put the dragon or any green on the flag to, well, Northern Ireland doesn't even have an official flag, yet they still added something to the flag to represent Northern Ireland, so that's kind of a thing. Mars sword is named Falchion, but it's an arming sword, not an. I don't even know how to say that. Not national Falchion. Mewtwo. As Mewtwo relies mostly on its powerful brain, there are times when it scarcely uses its arms and legs. There are times when it's stupid. It doesn't use its brain. Since Mewtwo, sometimes it does a teleportation accidentally, temples away its only its brain, leaving its body behind. Since Mewtwo spends much of its time floating, it flies far when struck. So that's the justification for low weight. Shadow Ball traces a jagged path once released. The longer Mewtwo holds it, the more powerful it becomes. Mewtwo uses Confusion to spin its foes around. B Shadow Ball, Smash B Confusion. Well, Mewtwo, which got his pipe on the back for some reason. What's with that pipe? Can you is it a handle? Is that how you move your Mewtwo around? Mewtwo. Mewtwo is definitely not a speedy character, but it's ESP powered grab. What does ESP stand for? Especially special powered grab. And throw moves are comparatively strong. Teleport has a short range but doesn't leave it open to attack. It's best used as an escape move during disturbances. Mewtwo can daze a foe if it makes eye contact and uses disable. The move is useless unless Mewtwo is facing its enemy. You mean it's useless unless the enemy is facing Mewtwo, right? Because obviously Mewtwo has to face the enemy, but that goes for most attack, because most attacks are forward. That was a given. Up and B, teleport. Down and B, disable. And this is just the same thing, just different color. Ice Climbers. This is unique to some fight together as a team. Well, at least they're not a threesome. Your score will not be affected if the CPU controls character is KO'd. Or? But a lone ice climber won't be able to use teamwork moves. I guess they mean in single player. But if you die, you have to sacrifice half your score and also coins. Luckily, not half your coins. Which will make for a tough and frantic solo fight. The ice shoots shots fire mini glaciers out of their hammers, while out of their hammers, actually. Oh, it's the icicles, not the ice shots from their hands, which it looks like. I haven't really looked at what their attacks look like up close while paused. While Skullhammer is at its strongest when Nana and Popo combine their strengths, which I can imagine. Their design here, they're wearing these parkas, I think they're called. They're what ice shoes, one with spikes on it. Good. Which are very single colored, well, monochrome you could say, because white is any color. And they got full coverage. The only skin they show is their face. Even Nana, even though she's female, you can tell it's a female because it's pink. Parka, yes, a parka. That sounds Finnish. Where is Janerto? Janerto, can you confirm that parka is Finnish? I can't speak Finnish. Would be fun to learn. Anyway, moving on. Ice climbers. The colors of the ice climbers parkas. Oh, there we go. The parkas. Denotes who's in the lead. Nana's in red or orange, while Pop is in green or purple. But, oh, because they only have 4 colors, yes. Is this purple? Oh yeah, I guess that's purple. So this one is the alternate color where Nana is in the lead then. Their hairstyles are also slightly different. Belay allows them to cover great distances, but doesn't give foes the chance to target their landing. Blizzard is... yeah, Blizzard was the one I thought. It is best used in close quarters in the fray. Nana and Popo will sometimes freeze opponents. But did they use their hands for that? Oh, I think they used the hands, but I could be wrong. Up and B, Belay, whatever it's called. Down and B, Blizzard, and yeah, nothing more interesting here. More than it's not really holding the rope there. Mr. Game & Watch. Well, Parka is from Proto Uralic. It does exist in Finnish. Oh, yeah, fair enough then. Wait, what English? Wait, sorry. Now I need to take another grade. Parka. Park? That's not that. That's... well, I guess in English you would say parka or something like that. Parka. Parka. Yeah. Parka. It comes ultimately from Tundranenet Parka. Really evaluate in Russian. Perhaps from Proto-Ularic, because Finnish has the Parka term, which is also a relic language. But it seems, yeah, it comes from the Tundranenet. So they are in the northern Russia. Interesting to get the word from there. I guess, yeah. It says that the Finnish word parka to mean specifically that kind of outfit has been taken from English. It's the internationalism, probably straight from English. Anyway, Mr. Game & Watch, a resident of a totally flat world, which every world is. I've talked about this before. It's kind of weird to consider an LCD type of game like Mr. Game & Watch to be a flat world, while a sprite-based world, which is not a flat world, Isn't that also a flat world? It's the Game Watch's frame-by-frame movement. We shall give it that it due to that different poses had to be on separate positions on the screen, or unless you cut pieces off a character into separate movement. But even then, when you want to change a hand gesture, you had to have the other hand in a different position. I'll give it that. That gives a very stiff movement. But even the sprites are frame by frame, but I get what they mean. I'll give them that. His image is known far and wide. Well, I actually didn't know about Mr. Game Watch until I saw him in Melee. Well, then I exposed. Well, it was that kind of Game Watch, but I never looked at it, I think. Barely any. I wasn't really aware of Mr. Game Watch or Game Watch really much. But specifically this character. Probably have some kind of Game Watch game, but it wasn't Game Watch though. Like this character. It was a different character. Because there was also Game Watch games without the Game Watch character. There we go. By gamers everywhere. In Super Smash Bros. Melee, he hurls sausages with his chef technique. The random strength of his judgment is determined by the number displayed. Food appears on Lucky 7. Be chef / be judge. And yeah, there's really not much to look at here, other than if you zoom in really close, you can see some of the polygons. But this is a 2D version. This is not the actual playable character, because the playable character is a 3D model in 2 layers, a black layer and a gray layer, and that is flattened while playing. This is an actual 2D model. This one has thicker outlines for some reason. Mr. Game Watch, a man of great stature in the world of Nintendo characters. Mr. Game Watch is a comparatively light fellow that doesn't feature many powerful attacks. No, I guess not. Except the bucket. When it's in danger of falling, Fire calls out a rescue brigade to send him skyward once more. He can also catch missile weapons with oil panic. Once he cuts 3, he can dump the bucket on his foes. Up and B, fire, down and B, oil panic. And again, not much to see here. Except that the others are. Oh, there is actually a backside to this one. Ooh. Dr. Mario. There's hardly any difference in the abilities of Mario and Dr. Mario, so choosing is largely a matter of taste. Why did you add Dr. Mario then? At least the other characters that are close have some differences to them. Dr. Mario is a tad slower due to his lack of exercise. I guess there's that. But his Mega Vitamins pack a bit more punch than Mario's Fireballs, which kinda doesn't make sense. Shouldn't Fireballs be stronger than just some pills? If someone throws a pill at you, sure, that could hurt depending on how hard they throw it, especially when they're that large. If someone throws a fireball at you, I feel like that would do more damage. The capsules travel on a unique trajectory and makes a distinct sound on impact. Doesn't Mario's fireball make a certain sound on impact, and wouldn't that become a distinct fiery sound? Maybe it shares the same sound with other fire items that exist. Anyway, B Mega Vitamins Smash B Super Sheet, not a regular sheet. Guess I don't have much to say about Dr. Mario. He got textured shoes. But how is he different from the other Dr. Mario trophy that exists? Dr. Mario. The difference between Dr. Mario and Mario are more pronounced in some areas than others, but basically they can be played with similar fashion. While it may be hard to spot the contrast, they do exist. For example, Dr. Mario's Super Sheet is longer and narrower than Mario's Cape. Okay? And by any opponent hit by Dr. Tornado will fly off in diverse directions, so less useful to control the direction of the opponent. Up and B, Super Jump Punch, down and B, Dr. Tornado. Tornado. Yeah, basically the same, it's a different color. Young Link. Oh, mommy, I'm a mommy now. Young Link is lighter and faster than his older self, and his Kokiri sword packs less punch. Even though his boomerang has shorter range, he has greater control over it. He's the smaller target, and while his hook shot has less reach than the older Link's, you can still use it in midair and a last-ditch attempt to grab a ledge. I mean, yeah, just because it's short distance doesn't mean you all of a sudden can't use it anymore. What? Fibo and B Fibo and Smash B Boomerang. Yep, it's still Young Link as the previous trophy. Cap all flies off and he got his Lon Miluku. I can't read Hyrulean script, I can only determine that's what it says based on Japanese. And that is from the Lon farm. And it is Miluku, because that's the Japanese word for milk. One of the Japanese words for milk. Miluku. Mjölk, that would be the Swedish word for milk. And if you're curious, he's wearing shorts, so don't worry. And no texture, well, there's texture on the shoes. Meleko. Young Link. With a youthful spring in his step, Young Link can perform amazing wall jumps. Once he hits a wall, tap the control stick in the opposite direction to send him leaping outwards and upwards and outwards. Yeah, that was the thing I struggled with how to do it, but I finally figured it out. This one though tells me how to do it. You can practice to your heart's content in target test. Yes, because you actually start in an area where you can do it. His spin attack can strike multiple times, even on the ground. And although it's hard to discern, so do his bombs. Multi-hit bombs. Up and B spin attack, down and B bombs. Well, he's just holding it down each time. It's still in London Milko. He's still wearing shorts. Believe it is. Hey, you need to check, okay? Imagine if he doesn't. Imagine if someone weren't wearing anything underneath. Oh well, there was that character that didn't. Completely naked underneath. Moloko. That's more like the Japanese word. Miloko. Moloko. Miluko. Miluko, I think is Japanese, and in Russian is, I assume Russian is a Moloko cocktail. Anyway, that's a milk cocktail, okay? Falco Lombardi. Where his leader Fox has a blinding speed, Falco has his own distinct skills and advantages. He has both a higher jump and a longer reach than Fox. And although his blaster lacks rapid fire capabilities, it strikes with shocking force. Unlike Fox, Falco can stop enemies in their tracks with his blaster. Yeah, that does still knockback, slight knockback. B blaster, smash B, Falco Phantasm. Swish, yeah. Well, this is what it looks like in the game, and his tail feathers just flips through his trousers. Good trousers, by the way. Ready if having to cut a hole in the dress for this. You basically need a butt flap or something for the feathers. And then you might see his underwear. It's just the struggle of having feathers like that. I guess. Falco Lombardi. Butt flap. I mean, yeah, trouser flap, I guess. Gotta have pockets on the back of his trousers. But the feathers are clipping straight through the pockets as well, so there's that. But yeah, they should just have a pocket kind of flap that hangs down, but it would be kept held up by the feathers anyway, and underneath you will basically see his underwear. Which also actually would need, well, the underwear would be pulled up to the feathers, I guess. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm thinking about how the clothes will work for a character with tail. You see, as a bunny, I'll kind of have to figure that out, I guess. How does that work on Pon-Pon? How does Pon-Pon's tail work with her outfit? I guess the dress has like a hole in the back, but with like an elastic band around the hole, so it like rings up around the tail. Yes, you don't see any underwear. It wouldn't really work with a bird like this, though. With the underwear, I don't know. I guess the same, or the underwear is just it's below the tail that works too. Brings a freshly made box of Nori's best kokosbollar. Ooh, that sounds tasty. I'd like some. Do you share? I shouldn't eat so much of that though. But I would like to make some. Hi, Pon. Hello, Takirosh. Kokos coconut. Yep. It's like... It's actually chocolate balls. It's just that they have coconut... Is it coconut sprinkles on the outside? Well, Orimian, I guess I'll just have to show you. We should make some. Yep. You'll share. Figured. Yeah, well, we'll make some. It will be done. We can also make some with some sugar sprinkles as well. I like that. You got a cucumber. You have one cucumber. And a marshmallow. Marshmallow foam ice side. Wait, what? What are you talking about? What, you mean like tiny marshmallow sprinkles kind of thing? But well, sprinkled kind of like marshmallows. I think I've seen like tiny marshmallow that you have on... I've seen it on ice cream, for example. I guess that would work on these chocolate balls as well. Skumbollar. Wait. Sorry, I need to... Skumbollar. Oh, those. Didn't remember the name of those. Yeah, so those are foamy with chocolate covering around. They are okay. Do you have a chocolate biscuit kind of thing? I don't know if biscuit's correct term. Well, I guess some of them have biscuits. Yeah, I think you have a biscuit that you put foam on top of, and then you cover that in chocolate. And some have these cocoa sprinkles on them, and some don't. There we go. That's what it is. Those are the politically correct name. Skumbollar. What is the non-politically correct name for skumbollar? I'm not sure. Always best are gluten-free. Not sure. I don't know what gluten would be. I'm not allergic to gluten, so... Or intolerant or anything. I see scum and think scum. And it doesn't sound as good anymore. Well, stop thinking of scum. It's scum. It means foam. Falco's amazing jumping abilities have many merits, but it's vital to realize that it comes at the cost of some attack power and defensive strength. It falls at high speed, which disrupts potential attackers, but this also prevents successful recoveries and occasionally. Hit an opponent with Reflector and he or she will fly straight up. This is Falco's quickest attack. Upper B, Firebird, down B, Reflector. Oh, I already looked at the model, so moving on. Foam. A marshmallow fluffy kind of foam. Well, I guess you have to come and try them stuff out. We got Skumtomte, where Tomte means gnome or Santa Claus. But in this case, it's gnome, right? It's like the what are they called? Santa's helpers. Is it gnome the correct term? Because I don't think Santa Claus, because Santa Claus specifically is the Yule gnome. But yeah, I guess they are. Santa's helpers are gnomes. I guess though they are what? I mean, you got Santa Claus as the big guy, but you also got the older culture thing where you have the smaller Christmassy gnomes, which they are in this case. I'm not so invested in this old Christmas and Yule celebration things. Oh, why is that not allowed? I will allow it. In Norway we call them nisser. Yeah, we call them nissar in tomtenissar if you want to be more specific in Swedish. Um, yes. Pichu. Compared to with Pikachu, Pichu is a tad more nimble and a little more difficult to hit. Those are the only two advantages, however, and since... Wait. The Pichu is not stronger, so Pichu is just weaker. And by weaker being... If Pichu deals the same damage as Pikachu, but Pichu takes self-damage, the effective power is just less. However, and since Pichu damages itself when it uses electric attacks, it's best suited for handicapped matches. I guess the person who needs to be worse plays with Pichu. Even though Pichu's tough to catch, it's easy to throw, its tiny frame rate is as this. B. Sunny Jolt, Smash B, Skull Bash. And the way they call it Smash B. I guess Pichu is not much here. I've already talked about Pichu with the previous Pichu trophy. This is another Pichu trophy. Pichu is the lightest character in Super Smash Bros. Melee, and it's top of the class in weakness. 2. For Pichu, it's all about scampering here and there to pick up items that will help it survive. Good luck if you play with no items. The first warp in agility costs 1 point of damage to Pichu, and the second costs 3. Try to limit the number of times you use the move. Agility? Okay, I guess that's what it is then. Up and B, agility or agility. I don't know. Probably agility in English. Agility. Down and B, thunder. That was just weird saying agility. Well. And he puts on stuff to become the blue team. And we input details. Plenty of details on this thing. I still think they should have made more blueness, bubbles. Like make the black part blue just to make more distinct. A marshmallow kind of. Okay, I read that. I've heard that in Norway, Texas is a word that roughly means wild. That's true. Wild Texas means completely wild indeed. Yep. I guess you have to visit Norway then. And become wild so you can become completely Texas. Also, there is this delightful confection called dammsugare. Exactly, vacuum cleaners too. They are marzipan covered rum chocolate cakes. Are there chocolate inside? I think that they're marzipan covered, but inside... Maybe they are chocolate on the inside actually. They're dipped in chocolate on both sides. Not sure why they're called a vacuum cleaner. There is a... Since you talked about politically... the politically correct term in Swedish is hundsrulle. I don't know what that's in English. A rulle would be a roll. Hunch in English is punch, I guess. Punch with an S. Punch. So punch roll, I guess. Anyway. Punch roll. Moving on to Roy. While Roy's moves are well balanced, he's a little on the slow side and doesn't excel at mid-air combat. His blade, the Sword of Seals, gives him excellent reach and makes his double-edged dance slightly different than Marth's dancing blade. When it's fully charged, Roy's destructive flare blade delivers an instant KO. Does it? Regardless of where, even in the Fighting Club of Hyrule, even at 0%, even at 5 half knockback rate, even if Roy's small, even if you take all of these and combine them, even at the heaviest character. B, flare, even if the heaviest character is metal. B, flare blades, slash B, double-edged dance. Well, this is less intricate than Marth's. He got the much bigger decoration on the cape than Mars though. Thank you for following it to Colleen of Rito Village. Is the Rito Village something from video game, or is that a real life thing, or is it both? What is Rito Village? Yeah, reference to in your username. If you want to say, you don't have. Picture Roy. Roy's sword is a sword of a type of marine mammals. Yeah, it's the sword of seals. I guess there's nothing else to say here. Sword of seals. I guess it seals storage. You'll have to test that. Rito Village from Breath of the Wild. Tears of the Kingdom. It's from Zelda. Thank you. Appreciate the answer. Rito is the bird folk in Legend of Zelda. Well, no, I played them the same, so I wasn't aware. Apparently. Clearly. Roy. Roy's blade is different than Mars. Well, you only told me that. He does the most damage. Oh, you mean gameplay-wise? Damage hit in the center of his sword. To a fearless advantage into the arms of his foe. To a fearless advantage. To a fearless advance into the arms of his foe is Roy's best bet. Oh, he wants to go into the arms of his foe. Blazer is a bit slower than Mars' Dolphin Slash, but it's still a mighty attack that hits anyone it strikes a flame. Roy's attack after using counter differs slightly from Mars. I think it's stronger, but again, it's a fixed damage regardless of which attack is countered. Well, same design, just different colors. And that was all now for the final few items original to Smash Bros. Rito was introduced in Wind Waker. Should I play Zelda games? If I play Zelda games, I probably will have to have Orimian guide me. I'll probably have to ask for help a bunch. But Orimian would be here to help me if I were to play Zelda. Not normally, like it was, we were modified Sora in Wind Waker. Oh, so you went to Rito Village. Rito, you were just... Breath of the Wild made us actually bird folk. Breath of the Wild made it officially. Was Rito Village in Wind Waker and you were just an alternate version of Sora, but Breath of the Wild officially made it a Rito species, or didn't the Rito Village as a name appear until Breath of the Wild? Just curious. Barrel. Like crates, barrels are often filled with items and occasionally explosive. Thrown barrels may break on contact or go rolling along the ground to smash into characters. Like the crate, the barrel is heavy, so it will restrict the speed at which the character carrying it can move. The speed differs between characters. And it is a solid piece. And this is it. That's the barrel. And you can go inside it, but you can't see anything except for a slight rim, I guess. And the metal part are shiny, where the wooden part are not. And there are a few. There is 3 darkened ones with 3. So it has a repeating texture. 4 of these planks, and it repeats. I am very much aware I am a lore delver. Ooh. We got some now for a battle between Takeroshi and Tulino. Who knows? Not Tunilo. I mean Tulin. The O is in the word off. Tulin. In the Battle of Zelda lore. And Wind Waker, the Rito from Dragon Roost Island evolves from Sora, fish people, and resembled humans with beaks. They are still more bird falls than fish falls in Wind Waker. They have bird feet. Oh, bird feet too. We'll just pretend Valo's scales had something to do with it, since acquiring one from the trial is what actually grants them the ability to fly. So they gain wings in Breath of the Wild then? Which really cuts them, makes them more birds. Beam sword. Wait, this one is from Star Wars now. With its distinctive glowing blade, the beam sword is eye-catching and lethal. At first, the blade is about the size of a short sword, but its length changes depending on who wields it. Oh, does? I didn't consider that. That sounds like cheating. The blade also lengthens in direct proportion to the power of an attack. Oh, I think they exaggerated that in Brawl, I think, or something. Or was it Wii U where they made the sword really short, but then it elongated when you did an attack. But apparently that's still the case here. It just normally appears long already. So it reaches maximum size when swung as a smash attack. From Super Smash Bros. This one is also from Super Smash Bros. So different characters have different lengths. I guess different characters need different compensation. I did it. I did go there. Wait, is the glowing effect multiple layers of 3D objects? Apparently so. So the glowing effect here, which looks like going step, is a 3D object, not a texture. The blue glowing thing is a texture, not, well, it's a 3D object too, but it's just a single layered 3D object. Well, that's an interesting choice. It's probably so the glowiness is always glow regardless which angle you look at it. But the blue glow, well, you can see how the blue glow acts weird when you look at it from the side. Breath of the Wild actually has them resembling actual birds, such as falcons or parrots, and fully covered with feathers. Yeah, I can. Yeah. Then I understand why they would be considered the proper Rito at that point. No, Breath of the Wild, we are actually birds that live in the snowy mountains. A scale of the dragon Valo allows Wind Waker Rito to turn their arms into wings and fly. Your folks are great archers, though. Woo! Great archers. Arching is neat. Arching. Crate. A crate will release lots of items. Why did you spell crate with a capital C? Lots of items when it's broken open. It was very heavy, so unless your character is drawing, you'll walk slowly while it's burning. You can throw crates up, down, left, or right. You cannot throw them into the camera. But it's hard to hit opponents because the throwing process takes time. It's still fun to actually hit someone with a crate. Every now and then a crate will explode under the rest. Super Smash Bros. From Super Smash Bros. Yep. The real Super Smash Bros. Well, I guess there's not much to a crate. It's 4 sides and a diagonal piece and a Smash logo. Capsule. These small containers contain items that fly out when the capsules break. Capsules will explode roughly 1/8 of the time, or 12.5% of the time, so deciding when and where to break them can be quite a strategic decision. Sometimes it's better to throw them rather than attacking them directly. Slap the capsules pack a tremendous punch from Super Smash Bros. Yep, and that's why I always pick up these and throw them away, usually at opponents when I have a chance. That's fun. I kinda give them the item in cases, but no, they're being thrown away, and then I run up and pick up the item. But 1/8 of the time, that's a dark spot there. And it says capsule. It will explode and deal a bunch of damage and knockback to the opponent, which is good. Smash coin! Oh, I'm a witch now! Thank you, gosh. Capsule Corp. Capsule Corp? Smash coins. These coins are used in Super Smash Bros. Melee coin battle mode. The gold coins are worth 10 points. Silver are worth 5. By what? Apples? Pears? And the copper are worth 1. Hit an opponent and coins will come raining down. If you're knocked off the screen, you'll lose half of your coins. Once time's up, the player with the most coins win. And I have done 100 coin matches because that was required for an unlock. Super Smash Bros. Melee, that's where they're from. And they don't have any thickness to them. They are very flat. And when you look at them, they can almost disappear. Okay, what's are on the coins then? Cool. I'm being covered. What is this? Why is there like no gold coin that is not obscured by another coin? What is that thing on the gold coin? Does it have zooming out? I don't know. There's like 3 stars. There's something else. I can't tell what it is. Bunny? No, it does not look like bunny. Silver coin. Let's take this coin. That's an egg. Let's take this coin. It could be. It has 1 star at the bottom. That's 3. Not sure. Shouldn't. I feel like the bronze coin. I guess the bronze coin has 0 star. Well, the bronze coin has huge star though, with 3 dots on it. So that one is easy. But silver coin, it has like some kind of crest. Is that the correct word on either side? Yeah, it's very hard to tell what they are. Egg. Eggs are basically the same as capsules. Well, thank you for like admitting to your laziness. In that they release items when you break them open, they will be known to explode too. The likelihood that certain items may be inside eggs depends on the type of stage being played. Oh, so they have slight difference. Sometimes eggs will contain health replenishing food items. Other times they may hold weapons. Yes, they are containers from Super Smash Bros. And they are an even more basic item. It's just an egg. That's all there is. Food. These food items will restore your health when you eat them. There are 28 different types of food, and the nutritional value and yumminess quotient differs slightly between each type. Party balls tend to hold the largest amount of food items. You may be vulnerable when gorging yourself. Like, it takes a few frames to eating though. You do need to eat to survive. Well, yeah, it does reduce your percentage, so from Super Smash Bros. Melee. Yes, food. These food items were originally in Super Smash Bros. Melee. We did not have food in our world before Super Smash Bros. Melee introduced food. Obviously, food. Obviously, this applies to other items in the game too, like hammer exists in our world. But it was still. So this is an apple. This is a rice ball, as some call it. It's more like a rice triangle. This is an ice cream. We got a melon, a triangle of cheese. I know there's a Japanese word for jelly donut, which is, I assume they meant to change the graphic of it. They dubbed the English line based on which graphic it should have, but it never changed the graphic. So you got that weird moment. That's what I believed happened. Because there's no point of calling it jelly donut. They could call them like rice balls, and they could say like, yeah, it is a cultural thing and stuff. But yeah, anyway, strawberry, maybe jelly donut. We got a pizza with something on, cheese at least. We got a plate of sushi with rolls and salmon. It could be a different kind of fish that appears in Japan, and other sushi thing, because sushi, as far as I know, is more than just the rolls. The rolls are just one type of sushi, but you get so much else. So yeah, you got a cup of liquid, which might be tea or coffee with milk in it, or other ingredients, or it could be some Japanese drink. And then we got these bowls. Also, we got the milk, by the way, which says milk with probably a cow in it. A glass of orange juice, trust me, it's not wine or anything. Grapes, one type of melon and a different type of melon. I think this is a melon that's more popular in Japan, I think. And that's a watermelon, which I don't remember what this one is called. Maybe it's not even called a melon. An orange, a plate of looks like spaghetti with meat sauce on it. Oh, of course, a turkey with greens around it. Mushroom. Is what kind of mushroom is that? Uh, and then we got this Japanese plate of rice and soy. An egg? No, that's probably not an egg. Shiitake bento. Or is this the bento? And that's a shiitake mushroom, maybe. So the Japanese mushroom. This is some kind of thing with ketchup on it. Some kind of long thing. And this is a plate of maybe rice or pasta. So hard to tell with vegetables and stuff. So hard to tell. And this is a bowl of cut meat and other vegetables. Hamburger. How did I miss that one? Then we got this bowl of stuff. Maybe pasta, maybe something else with stuff on it, and topped with some red. And this looks like a rice and meat with brown sauce thingy. And I think that's every food item. Ramen, probably. Yeah, that could be a thing. Burger. No, don't blush. The pon. These sort of feral sword. Oh, I forgot this one. Something meaty. It looks like. Feral pon is going to cut up that burger. Orimi would love to cut a burger with a sword in half and then share it with pon. That sounds kind of cozy. Fan. The fan can be swung so rapidly that it leaves opponents unable to counterattack. Apparently not. It's not that fast. The computer did manage to attack me back. Or at least get out of it. It is, however, an exceedingly weak weapon. Yeah, but if you can attack quickly, it doesn't matter. Despite this shortcoming, the fan is quite effective as a shield breaker. Yeah, I think it does do a lot of damage to a shield. And it works well at disrupting an enemy's equilibrium. Using fancy words again. Throw the fan to send your foe bouncing straight up into the sky. From Super Smash Bros. Yeah, it kind of looks weird. They fly right up. Yep, it's a Japanese thing, I think. It's the Japanese design of this fan. It's a fan. Obviously, it's a Japanese word for it too that some people use to refer to specifically the Japanese style of it. But it's a fan. Home run bat. I thought it was just a baseball bat or just a bat. Smash an enemy with this slugger, and you'll send them flying out of sight. Hence the name home run bat. The sound of the bat being swung immediately strikes fear into the parts of opponent and can turn the tide of his battle. I don't know, does it do a sound when you swing it? I know it makes a sound when you connect it. So, it has a very limited range and it takes a little time to wind up for his swing. It is quite fast still from Super Smash Bros. Yep, quite a basic bat. Basic bat with some unintelligible writing on it. It might say Smash on it, it might say something completely different. And it got a taped handle, probably for grip. Party ball. Party balls are just what they sound like. Balls for partying. A recipe for wild fun packed into a paper ball. That did not what it sounded like, but okay. Throw or strike one into the air. Strike one into the air. Then wait for it to trigger its timed release. Parties are always unpredictable, so here are the odds on how sane your ball party might be. Self-destruction, 10%. Oh, that sounds zany. Food banquet, 36%. Bob Fest, 12%. Order, 42%. Super Smash from Super Smash Melee. They have a dark inside. And they have this confetti. An additional piece might be called a confetti. And they have a very triangular shape. Ray gun. I think originally in Japanese it was called a lay gun, but it was supposed to mean ray gun. The ray gun is toy-like in appearance and shoots short, fat, highly reflective beams of green light. The gun is fairly weak, but since it fires so fast, it doesn't fire too fast though, it can easily juggle enemies. It contains enough energy for only 16 shots. Try dropping it with a few shots left and watch your foes waste time and energy retrieving it. From Super Smash Bros. Yeah, I think it was in the original. He got a trigger. He got a guard, which I assume you're supposed to put your finger outside if you don't intend to shoot. Could be wrong though. So you don't accidentally press the trigger. It got a scope. Ads are on the way. It got a red line around it. That's a sandbag. He got a glass thing. I guess it makes sense if you're shooting light. As I'm going to play, but I will continue through the rest of the trophies if you have it. I'm sorry. And then I will raid that. Sorry, wrong type of hero. Rude. Oh, thank you for redeeming. As I'm going to play, but I'm really... Yeah, there we go. I don't need to finish this. Sandbag. Sandbag exists for one reason only, to get smashed into the home run contest. Pound on the sandbag as much as possible in the time allotted, then swing for the fences as you compete for the longest home run of all time. Getting hit doesn't hurt sandbag at all. As a matter of fact, it loves to see players wind up and let loose from Super Smash Bros. Melee. Look at those eyes. Sock. Yeah, I guess it's a sock. Sock with fan in it. Or other stuff in it. Not much to a sandbag. It doesn't even got feet or hands or a face. Aside from 2 eyes. Oh, some white cat. I see you're here. You just appeared when the ads are playing, so you sadly have to wait until 2 minutes. Target. This is one of the targets you must hit and destroy in a bonus stage of Super Smash Bros. Melee. But not in the original Super Smash Bros. I guess. All bonus stages are specially designed to test the individual abilities of each fighter. Today, the target breaking levels require an ultimate combination of skill, timing, of specific techniques of each character. Well, I mean, you got infinite time, I assume, as long as you don't fall off the stage. Plushies! That's a lot of plushies. Socks with sand inside? That doesn't sound pleasant. No, doesn't. From Super Smash Bros. Because they did appear in the first game. They got a red bullseye, white outside, red outside, white outside, and a final red outside. And this is all there is to it. It is not textured. Well, it might use a red part and a white part of the texture, but it's actually using the 3D model to change the... it might use vertex color to do the different parts. This is why you get these sharp differences in red and white. Hypnotic. Kinda, yeah. Battlefield. Super Smash Bros. Melee borrows settings from many different games to create its stages, but the Battlefield is an original creation, while its initial impression may strike some players as a bit ominous. The layout itself is fairly standard, lending it to serious, straightforward matches. Additionally, it's used to pit players against 5-way fighting wireframes. The fighting frames from Super Smash Bros. Melee. While there is a battlefield in the original Smash Bros., this battlefield was not in the original Smash Bros. The battlefield is a good neutral stage because you got platforms to avoid people's projectiles. No! The ads are over. That means that this thing applied now. White cat, why are you doing this to me? Oh. Anyway. It got a thing there. For some reason. And the color of this thing changes depending on the camera's rotation, apparently. Back to normal, good. It got some writing on it. It got some dots all over. And yeah. He got some hands grabbing this thing, but the hand thingies are completely floating, not connected to anything. He got these things, whatever those are. He got these things, whatever those are. Handlebars. He got these things, which I'm pretty sure cannot damage you, but it will be kind of fun if you try to do a recovery. You're off the stage here, you move in, you do a recovery, and you smack up these and then take damage. Gimme, poor white cat. Final destination. As time passes on this stage, the level appears to travel through a wormhole from the imaginary Super Smash Bros. Melee world into reality. I actually not consider it being reality. You move through a cloud-filled sky over a vast mountain range, then into a deep space vista, sounds like reality, of dark blues and purples. Scenery is real as you get in this fantastical world. Well, is it reality or fantastical? From Super Smash Bros. Melee, while a final destination did appear, and that's quite a repeated texture. While a final destination did appear in the original game, this design is original to Smash Bros. And Final Destination is not a neutral stage, because it's flat and benefits characters with projectiles. You cannot just stand relaxed on a platform to just avoid the projectiles. Should you be allowed to just avoid the projectiles? Well, I do still feel like a character with no projectiles against a character with projectiles. A flat stage like this would benefit a character with projectiles. And the whole these traditional fighting games usually only has a flat stage, but that doesn't really work for Smash Bros, which has height stuff, jumpings and stuff. So platforms like this is quite neutral. But the stage be bigger with the platforms more spaced apart, or maybe just 2 platforms instead of 3. Yeah, maybe that would have been better. But oh well. Quote, you like long shafts, don't you? Oh my. Male wireframe. Who built the fighting wireframes and to what purpose remains a mystery. Seems like for battling, training. Although you cannot have a wireframe opponent as a training partner in training mode though. They're a simple collection of wires which house a sparse framework of bones and organs that lends them a rather disturbing appearance. Yeah, don't show me this. They look rather big and powerful, but in reality both their offensive and defensive abilities are subpar. From Super Smash Melee. The original game had the fighting polygon theme thingy, but yeah, because that game was very polygonal. Melee is a higher polygonal game, so their equivalent of representing 3D is the wireframe, because when you make 3D models you have a wireframe. This wireframe does not, however, match the actual wireframe of the 3D model. You can see it in areas like this, because you have a different, like, lower resolution, high resolution, and they don't align to each other. That doesn't make any sense. And especially here, they're not following. So here, this cut here, which is, yes. So while you technically could create a 3D model where you have a line goes down there and does not continue there, and same thing, you can have a line here that connects up to the line and not continues up. It's a very weird way of doing it. However, because there is, well, a line that goes here, that should be a white line on the model. It would be nice if they could make these lines better match the actual wireframe of the 3D model, but oh well. So they got like a skeleton on the inside, a very loose skeleton, a heart that is a heart-shaped heart, and a core of some sort, and the Smash logo as a face. Female wireframe. This is the female model of the fighting wireframe. The female's abilities are roughly the same as the male models. All fighting wireframes lack the ability to use special techniques, and their attacks lack any real physical strength. Additionally, they're slow and are therefore easily to outmaneuver. They tend to attack in gang from Smash Bros. Melee. I have noticed a difference though. I feel like the female version attacks are less aggressive, and the male one are aggressive. The female ones tend to stay back, while the male ones tend to move forward. They're supposed to attack you, of course, but they have different. The female one got boobs. Look at those boobs. Got a line down between them. And a heart. Does that mean that? No. It does not mean that you get close enough to clip through the body. Clips through the boobs. Okay, now I will approach the heart. There we go. There's the heart. Anyway. But otherwise the wireframe is basically the same. Same purpose. The white lines do not follow the geometry of the actual model. They got the skeleton inside. They got kind of like a core piece, but they also got them in shoulders. And the face has the Smash logo. The female version does have a ponytail with a very weird wireframe on it, but very, very tiny lines. And a butt. And a butt that actually appears to be... oops. I will check the male model too. I forgot to check the male models, but a butt that appears to be actually 3D in 3D. Neat. The male one has very thick legs. The male one doesn't really have a butt. It's very flat. For any butt there is here, it's so tiny that doesn't really register. Yep, the male one does not have much of a butt. The female one does have a butt. Hard to see though, it's still huge, but you get to bend now. I only got 4 more trophies. But if you need to go to bed, do go to bed. Fighting wireframes. The multi-man melee mode consists of 10 man, 3-minute endless, and other such matches like 15-minute and 100-man, which you also could mention, but whatever. Which pit you against the fighting wireframes under varied rules. Of particular note is the cruel melee, where the wireframes pull no punches. Well, they pull a lot of punches, to be honest. They'll come after you with a single-minded fury, rarely seen in CPU opponents. Again, the expression pull no punches means that they're pulling all the punches. Speaking of weird expression as before, we just add that one to the list as well. They pull all the punches from Super Smash Bros. Melee. And it's just the same models, just different posing. And this is a different pose of the male one, and we can easier see that, yeah, there's no butt to the male one. The male one got no butt. The female one got butt. The female one got a butt. You can see that it goes in there in back on the behind. Good night, Dorian. I really appreciate you being here. I will just write a few messages on Discord after I'm done streaming. If you sleep, you can just read them in the morning or wherever. Yeah, no problem. Don't worry about having to reply to me quickly. I'm not that great at replying quickly either. Giga Bowser, an even more imposing figure than the original King of the Koopas. Giga Bowser is roughly twice the size of his scaly, fire-breathing, spike-studded Super Smash Bros. Male counterpart. Predictably, these monstrous creatures' offensive and defensive power are a grade higher than those of regular Bowser. Good luck defeating this Colossus, which I've done multiple times. From Super Smash Bros. Melee. Yeah, so this is half an original design. I mean, it's based on Bowser, but it's the Giga Bowser kind of concept is Melee original. Very spiky shell. And even the green part is spiky. It's like a pine tree fruit, whatever you call that thing. White color is going to go to a wild party or he's dressing up for a date. Master Hand, The Master Hand awaits anyone who survives the long and difficult road to the final destination. This symbolic link between the real world and the imaginary battlefields of Super Smash Bros. Melee is quite a handful in battle. Haha, funny pun. And just because it wears a white glove doesn't mean it fight clean. Get ready to be flicked, swatted, punched, and poked like crazy. From Super Smash Bros. Yeah, it was in the original game. There is the idea that these are figures, and this is the hand that plays with the figures. Yeah, you are doing a battle. You're the figure and your actual real life hand. With white gloves, you actually don't see what the hand looks like. It got this glowing part here, which looks weird looking up. It's a neat effect of it fading away. Interestingly, it does not cause any issues with the trophy stand, so it must be using a different kind of fading technique. It's not texture based. Crazy hand. Where the Master Hand loves to create, its alter ego is impulsive and destructive, consumed with that hollow feeling which comes from destroying one's own creation. The Crazy Hand appears when a player clears obstacle quickly and the Master Hand's power is low, or halfway. You have only one chance to defeat the Crazy Hand. Yeah, so I guess if you do use a continue, you will only fight Master Hand after that. Unlike Giga Bowser, which will always, as long it ignores continues, and as long as you beat Bowser within the total time, you will have to fight Giga Bowser. Original from Super Smash Bros. Melee, because the original game did not have this. But this is basically the same as Master Hand, just mirrored, because it's the other hand. And that's all. That's all trophies. Every single one. Some trophies I have one of, some trophies I have multiple of. I wish I could sort them by count. Like, I got 8 Sleepy Toads. Because this is such a great character, I want 8 of these. Do I have more than 8 of a character of one? 11 Jigglypuffs. That's because I've done the classic mode so many times with Jigglypuff, trying to do a challenge. So that's fine. Done twice with Captain Planet for some reason. Twice with Jigglypuff, that's fine. Yeah, Jigglypuff at 11 is the highest if you don't count that. Otherwise it's the fan at 8, which I think is the highest. And I even got these special ones, which is Mario Yoshi is one that you can't normally unlock, and the other one is Samus Unmasked, which is the other one you can't normally unlock through regular gameplay. Anyway, and that was all that. That took 7.5 hours to go through the rest. Oh well. Do I even have the energy for more? Well, I'm probably going to rest, take a rest. We should go and say hello to someone. I think sounds like a good idea. Who do we have as options for today? We got... Should we visit someone we haven't visited in a while? I think that sounds like a fun idea, right? We could go and visit Tapshu, who just recently started. I think we actually raided Tapshu. I think we raided Tapshu not too long ago, actually. I think we should rather raid. I don't get the opportunity to raid Dapshi often, but I think we should raid the someone we haven't even raided yet. I just remember as soon as I opened up Dapshi, like, well, I actually raided that. It was a while ago, sure. Hello, goodbye for the good widows. Do you want to stay for raid? But I think like Mimi Lena TTV has been someone I haven't raided in even longer. Who's playing okay enough time with crowd controls is not normal gameplay. Ruben would probably like to see it. Maybe not so much for the crowd control, but it's been 2 hours, but I think she goes for a longer. Oh no. Sorry for being so quiet. Kim Sukail hug. Thank you for hugging. So we should let's just read. Let's start the raid. Let's go. Sorry for being quiet. We do unread message and say hello to. I don't know if she prefers Mimi or Lena. Well, it says Mimi here. Okay, she prefers Mimi. Mimi, she, her. Beat games with mixed instruments is the first thing that says. And all the challenges. Yeah, the message to chat is messing with using crowd control, which is a fun thing for people to do, and you can join in too. Let's add more people to the fray that can mess. Let's yeah. Anything else you want to add? Otherwise we just read now.